Let's go. Ich hab First irgendwie zweimal, ne? Okay, Big Dogs spielt. Erneut bisher gewinnen die eigentlich nur mit Big Dogs. Das, ja. Cassio ist raus, wir haben alle Botlanes offen. Ist morgen von Bros der LCK, genau, der ist es, ja. Genau der. Alle OP-Botlanes sind offen. Das, was Emily mit der Hand gemacht hat, nope, hat mir gesagt, dass sie gebrochen ist.
Team Liquid has been forcing in game one of a lot of their recent series.
Yeah, and that is kind of the default AD that you, mid that you can run. Also, a specialty pick for Quid as we see the
alle OP-Botlanes sind offen. Mal schauen, was sie für Ash-Pick entscheiden. Mit Javan raus.
With Dokla in, we do have to touch upon the fact that his top lane counter picks were such a huge part of.
Sie gehen für Karma. Man kann den Champion nicht Cent picken. Man kann First picken. Das ist crazy.
Playoff series in Lock-in.
Absolutely, but with the first pick Karma, LYON is absolutely in their comfort zone.
Würde es natürlich Seraphine jetzt gehen. Right, die wollen, die lieben. Die könnte es auch Seraphine Azure gehen.
Once again, and it was dominant in game one of their last series they played against Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's actually super interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, Jat, because I was.
Sie können Azure Seraphine gehen, sie könnten Ash Seraphine gehen.
If you're going to be picking this kind of Ash Seraphine combo,
weil sie lieben es, nämlich das wegzunehmen.
As one of the things that can be paired as a pushing lane. However, we are now separating the.
Annie wäre natürlich auch super high Prio inzwischen.
Locking in that Karma pick and now hovering the Anivia, something that we know Dokla will play top lane, but it's looking like it's going to be the Rise.
Vom Early Rise. Ich gehe mal davon aus, dass es nicht ein Komplex sein wird. Das heißt, Anivia, die sind auch dementsprechend bereit, die zu flexen. Right, Dokla hat sich schon Toplane gespielt. Sehen sie schon Mitte. Wie spricht man den Jungler aus von TL? Jose Deodo. Ist haben wir nicht mehr First-Pick-Potenzial? Doch. Wow, okay, ich wollte gerade sagen. Interessant, gehen für den Jhin. Jhin Karma relativ Standard-Lane, starke Lane. Jetzt kommen wir jetzt Anivia auf 3. Pantheon von den Spiders auch offen, war sein To-Go-Champion, weil es überhaupt Hammerband, meine ich. Ja, die gehen wir höchstwahrscheinlich, die gehen Nami. Jetzt, wo Jhin gepickt ist, die gehen höchstwahrscheinlich Nami.
Sven went 13-0 on Jhin.
Anivia kommt. Ist ein Flex-Pick in den Händen von LYON. Lee Sin auf 3 wäre auch cool. Ist ein Classic von Jose Deodo inzwischen. Ist ein sehr, sehr guter Lee Sin sogar. Ja.
Yeah, that could be going against the Rise, or more likely, actually, despite the fact that we've seen the Anivia picked into Rise very frequently, it could be going top lane for Dokla. We've seen him have success with it. But the big thing to me is Lee Sin locked in for Jose Deodo. I was wondering.
Bedeutet, bekommen wir von LYON was? Nami-Ban, Bartmann? Oder Nami Leona vielleicht sogar?
On this pick, and we've seen it have success elsewhere as well. That's just like standard straight up comfort for him.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about Lee Sin after the buffs, and Jose was one of our players still willing to slam the Lee pick even before those buffs were coming in. So this has got to be exactly.
Gib Nami einen Bart weg, kannst beides bauen.
Especially considering, like you mentioned earlier, Jack.
Also willst du für einen Toplane bestimmten Blind nehmen. Und willst dann Target schnell rausnehmen. Ja, Bart weg. Erneut Nami wäre der stärkere für Lane auf jeden Fall.
Rumble banned out by T-Law, LYON getting rid of the bar.
And it is fun watching these two teams draft against each other because we have Team Liquid who just plays meta or comfort all the time. So Spawn is just throwing fastballs constantly. Can you hit this fastball?
You know what's coming down the pipe.
Yes, can you deal with it? Whereas LYON has thrown a lot of knuckleballs, curveballs, sliders, all these types of different pitches with the flex picks and the different bands.
I love the baseball analogies. As we see,
ist hier Schleichwerbung? Nee, das ist mein Chunky Labor Vorrat. Und ich bin ja auch öffentlich von denen gesponsert. Von Mo. Hast du den gestern gewonnen? Ja, haben 3-2 gewonnen.
Stick with support, or if they're going to lend something to mid or top.
Yeah, I gotta say, for Core JJ, he has a little bit of
Nami-Ban?
flexibility because
Am besser Bann.
probably losing that lane anyway. I would guess he's going to go with
Am
Rakan.
besser Bann? Sion?
It's a normal
Sion für Dokes?
But it's tricky. Like when you give over the Karma, you're kind of losing the lane regardless. So as much as we want to talk about
Mitglied, klar.
fastballs right down the middle.
So, da ich sehe Leona, ich sehe Nami.
I actually think the Nico hover is most
Probably
likely
it, but
the
never know. Oh, Rel, okay. That is wild for
Okay.
JJ.
Wow.
I mean, so we were kind of in the line.
Ja, schreit Richtung Sion, right?
In the green room prior.
I guess sie gehen davon aus, dass Vayne nicht super gut reinpasst. Ja.
One meta shift away from TL just being incredibly dominant.
Pantheon für Inspired wäre noch offen. Und wir wissen, Pantheon Anivia ist super geil gegen den Ryze.
And Rel does give him that option.
Ja.
And Rel is very good at locking down targets that already struggle with mobility. Jhin, Karma, and Anivia all have no mobility built into the kit. Yes, Karma will be able to make everyone...
Bobby ist auch gut.
...the haste. However, being able to blink away from a big magnet storm coming in, not something that any of these champions can really do. Plus, Team Liquid really did want some more engagement.
Wookie mehr der Inspired Champion.
First 3 picks, so I really
Und jetzt schauen wir mal.
from Core JJ and TL. Back over on the Lion side, though, Sion being locked in tells you that Anivia is going into the mid lane for the matchup against the Rise, and Wukong will be the final pick here as Inspired takes that into the jungle.
And they were a little bit low on damage. They had the Poppy hover in there to potentially counter the
Shyvana.
Lee Sin.
Ja, Harry, also die Sache ist, Vayne passt da nicht rein in die Comp, oder? Von Team Liquid, die passt nicht rein.
You're playing with fire when you have Jhin and Sion in the game together. Like,
So, TL versus Lion. Ja, weiß ich nicht. Ich sehe die Comp noch nicht so sehr, to be fair. Mir fehlt da so ein bisschen der Damage gegen den Sion. Ich glaube, ich mag den Job von TL mehr, von Lion mehr.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting coming out of Morgan specifically, who hasn't necessarily been
Mal
known
sehen.
to, you know, go out of
5 Games länger könnten.
the standard
Ich denke 4 Games. Also 3-0 kann ich mir schlecht vorstellen, außer Team Liquid wird richtig umgerannt.
No, he hasn't ever won with it. So
Piastri ist schon im Pit, was ist da passiert?
Are we talking like 0-2 or 0-10?
Was zur Hölle ist da passiert?
So 610 games.
Wahrscheinlich Formel 1, ja.
This is his
Bleibt 2.
on the Shen. And no wins. So definitely some different tech from him, but it is in theory good into the Sion. It can push early, it has a lot of % health damage, and then it can also leave lane to help. You know, I'd like it a little bit more with the hyper carry, but they're gonna have to use it to try and play the map.
Yeah, and
Der war auf Internet, hat 0 geregnet, oder was?
Test for Morgan here because I feel like when he's been really good, it's because he's either soaking up pressure.
Geht gerade 650 Millionen Schild, ja, chillig.
Well in lane. I feel like his team fighting and coordination and map play hasn't necessarily.
Red Bull um 22 Uhr. Das ist mein ja.
Team Liquid may have wanted it to.
Ich will nicht wie ein Halbtoter heute, so wie gestern, da liegen. Das passt. Griechen.
Shen is something where he's going to kind of have to be on top of that. Right?
So. Road to Arizona.
And potentially rescue teammates. So kind of an interesting test for him, but if it does work out, they do
Box noch ist auch rein.
in their favor, right? Like they should be able to spread the map really well and also respond to potentially overloading sides.
I mean, not just
Für wen sind wir? Für Lion.
the Stand United plus True Shot Barrage.
Bottom-Matchup sieht sehr schwierig aus. Ich weiß nicht, ob Core da genug kochen kann.
Move around the rift here for TL.
Noch gemeint, ja.
Gerade
erst angefangen.
Topside River by Inspired. As now Jose Dioto will go ahead start chickens.
Ja, als positioniert sich richtig. Kein Manta-Q, sehr gut. Manta-Q muss auf eine Q gehen.
Warm-up routine, which producers are going to throw up on the bottom left of the screen. No audio in this, just trying to stay warm.
Yeah, get the blood
Keep
pumping.
the energy going.
Yeah, get excited.
Yet another Rise game, run it back. The kind of only mage that they're very reliably willing to pick for Quid, but with the Deathfire touch, definitely not as good as the Phase Rush variant into the Anivia mid.
No, he's
Jungle-Matchup erneut. Wukong nach den Buffs cleart extrem.
No, he's on top of us.
Viel, also extrem viel besser. Aber deutlich besser als letzten Patch noch. Deswegen wieder um einiges viable.
That's a quote
Einiges more viable.
doing whatever he needs to do to make sure his players are set up for success.
Job security, baby.
Oh my god.
Who else is going to be willing to do this for the players? Huh?
For Quid.
All right, Jose Dioto here, level 3 on the Lee Sin. Gonna walk around through the tri-brush here, perhaps. Is seen on top of a ward. Berserker of Isle is gonna have to respect this one and immediately back away. So Jose returns to the tri-brush.
Ooh, he's just gonna reset and probably buy some items to go do.
Das sehen wir sehr oft auf Lise, ne? 3 Camps und dann entweder Base oder direkt für einen Gank schauen.
Go back, get a longsword, and then go to clear his top camps. That's a way you can pull that gank off without completely screwing your game.
Yeah, and as we see him headed over.
Ja, ich sehe die, also erneut, ich glaube Sidelaning maybe noch machbar, aber Wukong plus Anivia gegen Pantheon, gegen Ryze Lee Sin finde ich sehr, sehr gut persönlich.
Why is this your match of the week? Why is this the big dog?
So I was actually looking forward to this rematch just because of the ways that LYON have approached TL and kind of the two coaches talked about it as well in your interview chat, where
Was macht Sinn, den Clear so zu delayen? Wenn du drüber nachdenkst, dann, also in der Theorie ergibt's, also du kannst deinen Clear artificially 40 Sekunden nach hinten setzen, weil du musst sowieso auf diesen 35 Timer warten fürs Upgrade Smite. Das heißt, wenn du für einen Gang schaust oder 3 Camps based, dann kriegst du das 6. Camp so in etwa tot, dass du bei 35 dann bei dem Camp wieder sein kannst beim Respawn. Also es macht so gesehen einen kleinen oder so 5 Sekunden Unterschied wahrscheinlich beim Clear. Sehen wir dann gleich. Also wir schauen gleich, wann der 6. Camp spawnt. Es müsste so um die 35 rum sein. Und dementsprechend kannst du dann direkt starten. Und es gibt ja dann jetzt nach den Camps, die er jetzt Botzeit nimmt, wieder einen Timer, auf dem du für den Gang schauen kannst. Und du hast jetzt für den Respawn deiner Raptors einen Longsword, falls der Gegner es invaden will. Ne? Jetzt hier zum Beispiel. Ist ein sehr geiler Invade von Inspired. Der weiß es nämlich, ne? Also das ist dieses klassische, du startest bei Raptors und dann kommt der Gegner-Jungler aus Base. Also, okay. Was Inspired quasi gemacht hat, er hat gefull-cleared, ist dann gebased, hat Items geholt, hat dann die Krabbe gemacht und hat dann für den Raptor Respawn gespielt. Super nice. Genau. Genau, was sie sagen. Kann man als Camp bekommen. Dann hoffe ich, dass er jetzt angeschrien wird nach dem Game. Das bedeutet erstmal, dass es nicht, also Inspired wird bei 5:30 den Upgrade Smite bekommen. Das ist kein Thema, aber ja. Macht es natürlich unangenehm, weil er jetzt trotzdem warten muss. Der hat 35 Gold bekommen, ja, dann muss er angeschrien werden. Das ist okay. Nur Liebe.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, I would prefer to be the second versus the first. Scrimbucks have they've always been one of those really dangerous currencies that's very volatile, oftentimes end up being worth nothing more than the paper that they're written on.
It was really.
Jetzt schauen wir mal, wann die Grom spawnt.
Like, it's been a rough week in scrims. I don't know if that means like in actual result or just in like the conversations they've had to have afterwards. But he did say that he actually thinks that having the on-stage struggles they've had recently could make them a much better.
Jetzt seht ihr Inspired Based. Base wird dann Botside öffnen, wieder seine Grom nehmen bei 5:30 und dann werden die höchstwahrscheinlich Topside Crab für Drake traden. Und ich wäre aus Lions zu Inspire gesagt, shut up, ja, es war Saints, aber die reden einfach so untereinander.
Plenty comfortable dealing with him here in this 1v1, you would have to think, but the wave is pushing towards Morgan, so Dokla will take the opportunity.
Ihr seht, beide Jungler warten auf 5:30 jetzt, aber actually, Hosted oder macht gar keinen Unterschied. Das heißt, es wird wahrscheinlich auf diesen Drake-Trade für Top Crab rauslaufen. Außer Inspired entscheidet sich dafür zu contesten, weil er weiß ja, er hat Upgraded Smite, der Gegner nicht. Ja, seht ihr jetzt. Hosted oder 22 Stacks noch, Inspired 20. Nope, Drake Start. Yep.
Hosted jumping forward. With the safeguard, slows him down with the Tempest. Sonic Wave, resonating strike, flash out from Dokla to live with 50.
Er will nicht One for One traden, okay.
Same reaction, very close call there from Dokla, starting with the door.
Hat aber Smite, bekommt das jetzt, kann noch zu den Gegnern Raptors laufen, theoretisch. Wenn er wollen würde, oder er Base und geht seine Topside-Camps nehmen. Beides wäre valid hier. Oder läuft zu seinen Topside-Camps, will die defenden? Okay. Passt. Wieso ist Big Dogs back? Die spielen 6-Mann-Roster, aber Castle hat bisher noch nicht die größte,
And it is always
Erfolgsstreak.
kind of interesting to see what LYON choose to do, because historically they have been our team that sometimes gives up objectives, but with Jose on top side of the map, that is completely free for
Ja, ich weiß nicht. Ja, ich hab's mir auch gedacht, der lebt halt 100%, weil er seine Cookies hat. Ich verstehe nicht, warum er nicht genommen hat. Das ist insanely stupid.
You can tell he goes for more of them. He has 78% kill participation to Inspired 63, which is basically
Insanely
first and second
stupid.
amongst all junglers, and then last place of junglers. But Inspired, if you look at the bottom there, the XP difference at 14, massive, because he's always going to be able to prioritize camps, which is what we've seen him do when Jose.
Guter Respekt von Saint.
Still a very
Wurde replaced, nee, die spielen einen 6-Mann-Roster.
as we have not seen anybody
Offiziell.
really find any great success just yet. Dokla losing that flash up top, of course, because of Jose. Inspired stealing away the one camp with the help of Isles. Down in bottom lane, though, biggest individual gold lead is still Berserker here on that Jhin with about 2 waves worth of advantage in terms of the creeps. And as I was counting that, both sides had 3 ranged minions left alive in lane. So it's not like, yeah, LYON just has a whole lot more creeps left to pick up. No, it's just a nice lead built by Berserker and Isles with this Jhin Karma combination that we called out in draft as they're just really strong in lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're annoying to have to go up against. And like Berserker and Isles have quickly become, I would say, our best bot lane in the LCS. Berserker has been absolutely phenomenal.
Relativ Standard-Game von LYON bisher, na, also nichts, wofür man sich fürchten müsste. Jetzt ist die große Frage, Inspired Blue Buff Base und dann Grumpies oder spielen sie für einen potenziellen Botlane-Gang / Dive? Dive, würde ich sagen, ist schwierig. Es gibt aber seinen Blue Buff, für was?
Really having massive gold difference and damage difference stats. So that's laning and late game team.
Weder noch.
Able to dominate. And if you look at their items as well with the boots of swiftness plus the karma, they're kind of subscribing to the just dodge it theory.
Yeah.
So they're up against Ezreal and Rel.
Yeah.
You know, there's no cleanse, there's no Mikhails. You just dodge, and then you're going to be fine.
Trust your hands.
Yeah.
Just stay out of harm's way. Void Grub's going to be picked up there by Jose Diodo right about on spawn. Remember that LYON did secure themselves the first Drake of the game here too. Early Ocean Dragon always feels really good while you're still firmly in the laning phase. Just have that extra regeneration.
LEC 3-0. 3-0 für MCoy.
Make trades that otherwise might have been bad break even as LYON and Core JJ are going to have the opportunity to step forward, clear out some of the vision.
Ist bei Blue aufgenommen, okay, das ist ein Free-Timer. Botlane Dive ist natürlich ein wenig schwierig. Du hast mich in der Oaken Tower so gebracht. Ich schwöre, ich hätte nach einem Influencer-Code fragen sollen.
Yes, he is. Maybe at one point Jhin will do damage in this game. We'll have to see though. I
hope so.
Ernsthaft, ja.
Up on you. He's either doing nothing or he has 13 kills.
Yeah.
It's just one or the other.
It's heaven or hell.
Spy catcht da die Minions, right?
Berserker.
Zeigt sich dementsprechend auch. Aber du kannst eh nicht für einen Botlane-Gang gehen, right?
Yes already.
Yeah,
102
like
in 9 minutes.
if you don't believe in Jhin,
Du kannst nicht für einen Botlane-Gang gehen, weil...
When I think of Berserker, I think of hyper carries, right? I think of these champs.
Also wir müssen schauen, wie sie die Drake-Situation lösen werden. Ich vermute mal, dass wir einen Dokla-Move bekommen werden.
It's one of those things where Jhin just doesn't come to mind immediately, but so far he has had a first good 9 minutes and 45 seconds of the game as Quid heads into his own.
Man kann kein Lobbys also aufmachen, ja, ich meine, das ist noch nicht mal offizielle Version, oder? Und Beta-Version gerade.
To try and track where Team Liquid is going to go, and I think that for LYON, it's going to be even more important than normal to have vision in the right places this game because of all of those different globals and semi-globals TL has.
But I'd also say, like, this game being 0-0 is advantage for Inspired on the Wukong versus the Lee Sin. It's not an incredible pick for him, but he's definitely been pretty solid with it.
So, wir sehen fertiges Eclipse. Das bedeutet, Inspired muss nach der Gromp auf jeden Fall nochmal Base, um seinen Triforce zu holen. Erneut große Frage, die wir uns stellen müssen. Was passiert auf Toplane? Bekommen wir einen Move von Big Dokes Richtung Drake? Benutzt er seinen TP, würde ich wahrscheinlich sogar sagen. Weil Ulti ist noch down, das heißt wahrscheinlich der TP. Proaktiv. Ja, da sehen wir den Base, das bedeutet jetzt Inspired hat fertiges Triforce. Und wir spielen für den Drake. Wahrscheinlich Mitte-Öffner für Inspired. Yep, diese Wave ist sehr, sehr, sehr potent, auch für Team Liquid. Ihr seht, Jose Diodo schaut für Saint.
Yeah, Jose immediately with the Dragon's Rage finds the angle there on a Saint. The Anivia tries to get out.
Bekommt ihn auch. Eck ist super squishy. Das ist eine super wichtige Wave und das ist richtig disgusting von Saint da zu sterben. Extrem, extrem disgusting.
And they even get it through the Anivia passive.
And that's actually exactly what you want to see from Jose on this pick.
Extrem disgusting.
We saw his looks bot, his looks top, didn't necessarily net him any kills. He was trying to affect his lanes, and like the pressure is more, and the impetus is more on him to be able to do something.
Also wir gehen wieder back to camps für Inspired.
As opposed to the Wukong, who's going to want to farm up and then show up to team fights with items, as Inspired is wont to do. But this is also going to net them the second Drake of the game and kind of stop any sort of rapid dragon stacking that LYON may have been able to attempt.
Completely agree. Great look there by Jose, and a nice recall.
Guter Punish.
On to Core JJ, gets his flash.
Yeah, not just the interrupt there, but Core JJ forced to dump that valuable summoner spell.
Und at this point, das ist Infeed.
Saint tries to flash away, but Jose is ready to flash follow. Saint is the target, and Jose is shooting true.
Saint thought he was being a
Aber das ist auch genau das, was Team Liquid braucht, richtig? Früh gefeedeter Ryze, früh gefeedeter Lee Sin.
Second time, Jose still has his, and it's a perfect follow.
Jetzt schauen wir Richtung 15 Minuten schon. Herald, super.
Back-to-back deaths on your mid lane is really how you can unlock a Ryze onto the map.
And I especially like seeing this kind of focus on an enemy mid that's going for Rod of Ages first. You can see that Saint only just now completed it 12.5 minutes into the game, where I feel like more often we're usually seeing laners get this done around 10 minutes, 11 minutes. And whether or not that thing is fully upgraded and you have the extra level and the power spike in time for a big objective fight that'll normally happen in those early 20-minute marks of the game can really make a big difference.
Yeah, and Quid's going to lock in his on the opposing side as well. And I think another big thing for TL, and we talked about Quid on this Ryze, is that there was a time in lock-in where like Ryze was kind of their answer, right? Like they would always win with it because it just gives you such good side lane control with the semi-global. And now that he is ahead by almost 1K and in a really, really good spot, we're going to be looking to see how many plays he'll be able to make around the map and also affect side lanes.
I still feel like this is going to be on Jose to make a lot of plays for Team Liquid, because you look at the like real structure of their team composition. It's not a super straightforward team comp to play. They have to play side lanes with the Ryze and Lee Sin. The Shen has to be very effective. The Ezreal, Rel are both kind of...
Jose ist immer am richtigen Zeitpunkt zum richtigen Ort, aber ich habe das Gefühl, das ist ein bisschen lesbar, oder nicht?
Whereas for LYON, it is...
Wie sieht denn diesen Split aus? C9, LYON, Team Liquid sind Top 3. Welche Reihenfolge kann ich noch nicht so früh sagen. Team Liquid sieht von den 3 bisher am schwächsten aus. Haben sowohl gegen LYON als auch gegen C9 verloren, also das wäre die Momentaufnahme. Momentaufnahme wäre auch C9 am besten, aber mal sehen. Sargbell gekocht, lecker.
They always max Flash Frost the E first because that's the damage tool. Or Frostbite, excuse me. Flash Frost is the Q. And then a lot of times I'll see Anivia's go 2 or 3 points into the Q just for the end of the laning phase, and then you max Crystallize.
Welche Line jetzt auf der Top? Ja, also die wechseln manchmal zwischen das in der Series. Mal sehen.
Still counts as terrain, but...
So we've got 35 seconds here until the Rift Herald spawns. 1 Drake for either side so far, so that dragon that's 2 minutes away is not...
Wo geht der Jojo eigentlich hin? Hat verlängert bei MKoi.
As Team Liquid is
auf M-Seite, yep.
Saint could be once more in danger, but a nice Flash Frost there. Finds a Stunner to Hose Diodo, buys time for Saint to get away.
Yeah, they're really trying to attack Saint as much as possible, especially while his Flash and Egg are down. But with Inspired having that Triforce, he would look for a good numbered fight, especially when he's around his Jhin and Karma, since that's where he has the advantage on the map.
Exactly. Hex Optics already completed for Berserker. This has just become the go-to first item rush for the vast majority of AD carries. Turns out in a game where range is one of the most powerful stats, an item that increases your range is really, really strong.
Yeah. It feels great as we see TL moving up into...
Ja, und diese Early Kills machen es jetzt natürlich ein bisschen schwieriger,
Jose on to Herald.
sowas zu contesten.
I mean, Inspired doesn't want to fight. It looks like
Weil du natürlich auch gegen eine potenzielle Shadow spielst.
Trying to cross map somewhere else. So Jose kind of gets his free pick of the objectives that he wants to claim. And also, if you're going to attack a Shen team, it's good to attack the Shen directly. Otherwise, he's just going to ult in. So that's why Morgan's playing a little defensively.
Exactly. The only person that cannot receive Stand United is Shen himself. Nobody is going to stand united with Shen. They only want Shen's help.
What does that say?
It says that Shen needs to find better friends.
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't have the best judgment in terms of who he's hanging out with here. But Team Liquid does have about a 600, 700 gold lead here for themselves so far.
Wie hat der Anivia Rohr für Ryze?
Honestly, it's 1.1 thousand gold individual lead for Quid thanks to that.
Same time, oder? Wenn ich richtig sehe.
Yeah, it's
Vielleicht einfach nicht Base gewesen für eine ganze Zeit lang.
As we take a look at the map in terms of like where
Oder Ryze, genau, oder Ryze hatte die Boost ausgebaut, die Anivia nicht. Ja.
Vision behind the Drake, which should allow them to spot any
So, wir müssen Dokla-Move Richtung Dokla-Move Mitte, oder?
as we see them continuing
Nee, hat nur TP, okay.
vision as Baron.
Da kommt auf jeden Fall ein Fight, richtig.
Team Liquid has some pretty good size
Altes Spike technisch relativ even. Wird ein Execution-based Fight.
No one to catch, and then Morgan also crashing that top wave, but Inspired is pretty gung-ho about just either starting this Drake or getting a fight on this Drake
Ja.
right now.
Boah, sie fahren nicht den Herald. Und sie geben einfach so. Wow, und jetzt fährt er. Oh mein Gott. Das ist halt Horrible Execution von TL, right? Irgendwie ganz weird. So Half-Half-Ding. TP von Dokla, ja, du verlierst Potman Plates, aber denke ich, ist okay. Klasse wo? Wahrscheinlich auch dabei, aber spielt nicht gemeint.
Huge amount of free time on that top lane now to really put Team Liquid ahead in gold. Yes, good Drake secured by LYON, but it cost them a lot of gold.
Yeah, and it also gives TL this kind of mid pressure as well. They'll be able to take this tier.
Das heißt, wir vermuten mal, dass LYON einfach früh Early Soul Condition haben wollen würde, wenn sie wählen könnten.
And Inspired already here.
Morgan hat natürlich Ulti. Dokla hat kein TP mehr jetzt. Also er muss Long Way laufen. Oh, die verlieren halt 2 Turrets, ne? Gold-Danish, 2,5k Gold für TL. Rein. Oh, wow.
Here we go. Quid going in with the Realm Warp, tries to find his way into the back line, and Inspired is caught out. Cyclone ain't getting him away, and Berserker has already died here too. That's your Fed Jin out of the picture.
Dokla ist tanky.
Really even continues kicking off.
Guter Kick von Jose. Wow. Richtig, richtig schöner Kick.
Yet again, it's the carries on LYON absolutely eviscerated as Team Liquid invades the enemy jungle beautifully.
Das war ein schöner Play von TL.
To set that one up, it was all accumulated pressure from the original Drake give that they gave to LYON. The top lane collapsed, the mid lane collapsed, and then rather than resetting.
So, und jetzt kommt die große Frage: Bekommt Team Liquid es hin, diese Woche Games zu closen? Da haben sie relativ hart gestruggelt damit.
He takes 60% of his health before Morgan's ult even arrives.
Yeah, and you knew that he felt so comfortable having Morgan in his back pocket. This kick from Jose onto the Anivia is also beautiful. And even though Dokla is going to be able to get out here, it gives all the pressure in the world to TL.
And I love the fact that Jose also committed the flash there to make sure that he hits Saint at the right angle, because if he doesn't commit the flash, you knock him kind of into the terrain a little bit. It's sort of wonky and you most likely don't get the kill. So Jose just finding these plays over and over again.
And I want to give some credit to Morgan, right? And also just TL's communication overall, because I was like, this is going to be a pick where it's going to be a test of how well he's able to synergize with the team, something that we've seen him struggle a little bit with prior during the split. But that was beautifully set up, taking advantage of the fact that Dokla did commit the TP to the Drake fight. I may have just cursed him, though.
Yeah, Morgan now finding himself under pressure as LYON wants to send a 3-man play up here. They will at least force the flash out of the Shen, but they won't get themselves a kill. Meanwhile, hold on.
Man, sehr gute Plays wieder, ne?
Split screen replay, but no, it's just once more Berserker being found in his.
Ja, also jetzt ist für mich die große Frage: Bekommt Team Liquid es hin, das Game zu closen? Joggen bisher regelmäßig damit.
By Team Liquid, he's dying near his second tier turret, so the mid prio has completely gone over to LYON's Ezreal and this Team Liquid team that is pressuring LYON like crazy.
Yeah, they're pressuring all 3 lanes now, right? Morgan is up top, pressuring that top tier 2. Quid is on bot side, pressuring bot tier 2, and then you have the push in the mid. This is really well set up by TL.
Yeah, and a lot of it is off the back of Jose. So a reminder for everyone, you can still vote in your Kia All-Pro for your All-Pro First Team Jungler. We've already voted. It's a
Die Stimmung so passt.
Just to be clear, I think people will still be influenced.
Das Gin-Bild normal. Ja, die Leute streiten sich so ein bisschen, was du nehmen willst, aber ja.
Another Lee Sin show.
Exactly. Our votes are already cast, but the window is still open for all y'all to cast your own for a few more days, as we do have a 6,000 gold lead for TL. They've been able to find a great amount of use out of the Void Grubs they got early, too. That was one thing. Remember that Jose took those on spawn. LYON took the first dragon. Normally the Grubs are...
Entweder kriegst du Hex-Optics oder du gehst Stormrazor oder du gehst Humus. Alles Sachen, die wir regelmäßig sehen. Also was genau besser ist. Ich persönlich mag Hex-Optics sehr, weil es halt auch arschbillig ist. Aber da spalten sich die Meinungen.
I feel like I've never been able to say that correctly.
It's a tricky one.
Try. So that's a nice tongue twister. But yeah, like the way that they have actually set up the map has been so impressive. And every time they have been able to get a catch onto someone, they're immediately pushing in their side waves, and they've had a lot of pressure mid as well.
And they've gotten a lot of global gold off of that.
Spielst du am Dienstag Supporter oder Jungle wieder noch? Ich spiele am Dienstag nicht. Ich spiele am Dienstag nicht. That's the point, weil da ist Premier League Halbfinale. Du bist schön Jungle, mein Friend. Wer ist da, wo du spielst? Es ist Cayman, du, Freddy, Karma AD Carry und Carney Support, meine ich. Was ist Dienstag? Dienstag ist das erste NNO-Spiel, aber da ist Premier League Halbfinale, das spiele ich nicht. Freitag ist zweites Premier League-Spiel, das spiele ich. Sagt ihr am Donnerstag Spieltag? Nope, wir haben Dienstag Spieltag. Anscheinend. Wir haben Dienstag und Freitag Spieltag, ist aber schon in der Gruppe kommuniziert. Also müsste Freddy oder Jan es wissen. Aber können sie. Wer macht Jungle nochmal? Humelu.
Third Drake that they gave up actually being the big breaking point where they really broke the map open. And yeah, this turret is gone.
And there's just not good ways for LYON to counteract it right now. The Jhin wave clear isn't that strong. Also, Jhin doesn't do that much damage, especially well behind. Morgan's Shen also now has a lot of damage with the Dusk and Dawn being completed if he's trying to go up against Joke in the side lanes, and then Saint is just not very mobile, so he has to stay under his turrets against the Lee Sin wherever Jose decides to pop out.
You know, my entire life, ever since I was a little kid, I've been allergic to mosquitoes. Maybe that's why I don't like Jhin, because he does about as much.
Jhin ist Split of 3, ja.
It's just, it's a long hatred between me and Mr. 4 over here. As Berserker,
so, wie machen wir's?
that he had early on in the game, remember,
ich sehe gleich einen Actualizer fertig bei Quit. Könnte man Static auf Shen gehen? Für was? Für was ist die Frage, ne? Sowohl Titanic als auch Dusk und Dawn hören sich einfach besser an.
Yeah, and Jat already touched upon it, but this is also kind of a symptom of the fact that LYON haven't really been able to set up their front-to-back team fighting for the Jhin at any point in time, right? Because of the way the TL have been playing around multiple waves.
And now Saint once again finding himself the target of Jose.
Hard Engage kommt rein. Wow. I mean, das war ziemlich sick von Saint escaped. Er stirbt trotzdem aber. Also viel besser hätte man es wahrscheinlich nicht machen können. Wer gewinnt Spiel gegen C9? Korrekt. Correct, mate.
Space with her ultimate, and now TL are immediately onto the Baron after that pick.
Und zwar nächste Woche Sonntag. Solid Game von TL, sehr solid Game. Wenn sie es jetzt noch gefinisht bekommen, sehr, sehr super Game.
In this game 1 of the upper bracket spring playoffs, Team Liquid is looking very sharp. Is this a scrim or is this stage?
Yeah, maybe those scrim bucks went up in value. Overnight, they just shot straight to the moon.
Morgen LCS erste Qualification Match. Yes, morgen 17 Uhr. Gewinner ist bei M2.
Minutes, 45 seconds into the game. There's very few ways to lose a game from this point. You've got to be trying.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, I think the most impressive thing to me is that a lot of this is classic TL from the way that they've
been Weibo heute verloren. Die waren einfach schlechter. Die waren, die haben Game 5 verloren? Oh mein Gott.
Into a position where they can set up for their front to back. And there we go. Wake up.
This was the question, right?
Wake up. Team Liquid Alienware.
This was the question. Would they stay asleep on stage? Apparently not. Apparently they've learned a way to channel their scrim power again into this stage game. With this Baron, let's see how much they can break of LYON's base.
Well, they're pressuring 2 different spots at once. Make it 3 as Morgan is up there in the top lane. Just doesn't have the wave crashing into the tier 3 here just yet. But
das ist Qualification Match, ja. LYON ist ziemlich gut. Mechanisch sehr, sehr gut. Heißt, Weibo ist raus aus Playoffs? Ja. Also sind nicht mal in Playoffs drin. Ja, sie gehen für morgen. Ich meine, das ist wahrscheinlich die richtige Entscheidung, sonst kannst du eh nicht forcen. Ja. Killer Inspired, bitte. Gut. Schwachstellen von beiden Teams. Bei TL ist, wenn die im Early Game nicht herkommen, sind die gefühlt sehr clueless, wie sie das Game finishen können. Allgemein spielen können. Bei LYON muss das Spiel wirklich sehr pixel laufen. Also die müssen, das Game muss genauso laufen, wie Inspired das Spiel möchte quasi. Wenn die randomly behindfallen und so weiter, dann droppen sie halt die ganze Zeit Objectives und so weiter, weil ja, sie wollen auch weiterfighten und dann schwierig.
Well, I mean, that was the thing, is they weren't even playing two. It was a full 3-lane play, right? You had like a little bit of pressure in bottom side, most of the pressure in mid lane to actually crack the turret, and then Morgan was so far back because he still had to get the wave. But now it's Dokla in danger.
Yep.
Core JJ he'll be here to body block it. That feels bad, man. Oh, but never mind, that feels good.
LC und LCK-Break sind mir richtig Arsch, aber LCS ist dasselbe, by the way. C9 gegen Gewinner von heute ist auch ein Qualification-Match für MSI.
So Dokla's able to escape. Baron power play only plus 1200, so pretty much just the gold from the Baron is TL's advantage from that one. But Infernal Drake coming up, they're going to try and stack more towards Infernal Soul.
Yeah, they were able to crack the base, but not take an inhibitor, and now they should have free reign over this Drake, as you already mentioned, because they're already pushed up with
Und bei gleich Mbappé quasi.
Morgan having pushed up that.
Ist das nicht wollen die diese Woche wenigstens oder nicht? Ja. Achso, du meinst, dass es an einem Montag des Qualifikationsmatches? Ja, checke. Ja, das ist ein bisschen weird.
Yeah, could it end? It's kind of looking like it.
I think it's much more likely than not to become a 9-1 here, as Team Liquid will go ahead and secure themselves soul point here with this Drake. Even though, like you pointed out, Chad, the Baron was, well, let's just be frank, it was underwhelming, right? You get one tier 3 turret from a Baron when you're 8,000.
Und ich verdiene über die Liga-Phase.
I mean, just make it like a really long game. That's our best chance.
I mean, he's right.
He's not wrong.
Ja.
You've got Anivia, you've got Sion,
es ist spot on, richtig. Ich sehe halt Level 18 Rise.
Forward, so you want to try to pump the brakes a little bit, but that's much easier said than done. LYON has 4 fully completed items, including his armor penetration here with the Sorelda's Grudge. In mid lane, Quid has the Actualizer completed. It's just scary.
And Jose just locked in his GA, right? Which is going to make him even more of a huge threat to displace priority targets in TL's fights.
Vandal Pipes also completed here for Morgan, considering you've got both your AD carry and your jungler wanting to get out as many attacks as possible. I think there's value in that one. Also with the Battle Shen, Dusk and Dawn.
Ich finde an sich die Idee, morgen zu Spam-Ganken halt schon richtig, right? Weil 5 gegen 5 wirst du einfach nicht gewinnen. Das ist einfach so. Wenn die Shen-Ulti draufkommt, verlierst. Oh mein Gott, macht der Typ Damage. Also das ist schon die richtige Entscheidung, weil jetzt gar kein Finale weißt du natürlich, weil du hast ja mein Ding geschaut, ne? Mein Recap, aber ja, es gibt nur ein Best of 5 zwischen Platz 1 und 2. Gewinner ist bei MSI. Verlierer spielt das Loser Qualification Match. Also der Platz 1, also quasi der Gewinner von Platz 1 und 2 spielt nur ein einziges Best of 5. Und das war's.
Going up against Infernal Soul, Max Item Ezreal and Actualizer Rise that's too long.
No.
Yeah.
So Arsch, aber war letztes Jahr auch schon so. Und dann gehen wir in Legend und Rise Gruppe und dann.
Meantime, which should allow them to continue this kind of deep vision push to really control the map, and hopefully, again, making the most of the fact that Morgan did die in that side lane, getting a little bit more map pressure topside. And you can kind of see how dark things are for LYON.
Pretty scary.
As the observers are showing us right now.
Physically and mentally, things are dark for LYON right now. This is a pretty depressing game state, especially when Actualizer Rise just deletes your jungler in 1 second. Core JJ wrapping around the to see if there's anybody else to be found.
Kriegt die Ulti nicht mal raus.
At least got away thanks to his guardian angel, but
ja, Nash ist weg, weit's.
He'll explode into an infernal shard pinata. And his dead body won't get a whole lot of value there.
Ja, das so guckt, ja. Aber mal schauen, vielleicht in der Rise-Gruppe, also vielleicht in der Rise-Gruppe wird es dann besser. To be honest. Ich glaube, wenn du halt regelmäßig von 5 Teams komplett 2-0 den Arsch voll bekommst, ist es schon so ein Kopfding auch bestimmt.
No issue whatsoever with using the Essence Shift to go forward. Shunk Saint down to half HP. Jose Diodo. Sonic Wave. No resonating strike here as Team Liquid heads over to Baron, knowing Dokla is still dead for the next 25 seconds.
Yeah, Baron number 2 likely uncontestable by LYON unless they want to feed them.
Du hältst ja bei Longshot auch so, genau. Also wenn du die ganze Zeit einen Arsch voll bekommst, ist es einfach nicht gut fürs Mental.
LYON are at least considering it. Remember,
Geben sie ihm 50-50?
Angel anymore. Jose Diodo still with a GA of his own. Quid looking for the Realm Warp here. As
Wow, die reset the Nash. I mean, not bad.
Now regrouping. They're giving up on the Baron though. So
I mean, not bad. Jetzt Mitte pushen. Keine Shen-Ulti ab.
Realm Warp was a fake for Team Liquid, but Inspired jumping over the wall to engage/escape onto Core JJ. Very effective. Buys enough time for Dokla to respawn and at least stems the bleeding for now.
Yeah, and it will allow them to get more vision on the bot side of the map.
LYON ist so strong. 4000 Gold Hit auch.
Right around the Drake area, so at least getting something down there that they'll be able to have more eyes.
Scheiß Ösiland. Springt sich weg.
And any vision that LYON can get down to try to set up is going to be huge.
And Summoner Spell check for LYON. Everybody has Flash, which is good if you're trying to do a game-deciding fight. Wukong Ultimate will be back up. And Morgan's Shen ultimate actually is going to be slightly desynced. It's about 8 seconds below the Dragon respawn, so he'll have it if there's
Kein GA auf Inspired.
a problem either.
and all the flashes on the TL.
Boah, ich befürchte halt, dass es super langsam einfach jetzt auch schlecht sind für LYON, oder? Ich weiß nicht so ganz, wie wir das hier lösen. Ne?
Your team is up 8,500 gold.
Yeah.
You're fine being down one single flash, you would have to think, as Team Liquid does.
Auch spielt Cars noch nicht, die swappen. Also die haben 6 Mann Roster. Offiziell.
Jose hanging out just around the pit right now. He's got Quid right next to him because the Lee Sin and the Rise can just burst this thing down in a couple of seconds anyway, as soon as it spawns. The only vision down here for the LYON side is the Scuttle Crab because it can't be removed. All the other wards have been swept away.
Inoffiziell, naja, keine Ahnung, was da abgeht. Keine Ahnung, ob wir Cars-Leute sehen. Cars hat bisher jedes Game verloren, was eingeswappt wurde. Macht halt 0 Damage an Dokla, ne? Der Ezreal, das ist verrückt. 50-50, schaut auf Jose Diodo mit seinem Kick-Potenzial. Flash Engage auf LYON drauf. LYON ist hier nicht schlecht. Oh, da ist der Actualizer. Oh, da ist der Actualizer. Oh mein Gott, ist der OP. Holy fucking shit, Bro. Okay, unplayable. Die arbeitet auf Ezreal wär's. GG. Wow. Super Game von TL. Disgusting von Saint, da zweimal zu sterben in Mitte, aber super Game von super Game von TL.
Game 1 by Team Liquid. They control 4 Drakes. They only give up 2 deaths. If LYON plays the controlled game, Team Liquid pressured the crap out of them here, and they're going to take Game 1, Flowers.
They'll just march straight towards those next.
So, jetzt kurz Saint anschreien.
Berserker throws a trap at the stairs because if he steps out of that fountain, he is done for.
Super.
Team Liquid. Spawn said it was a rough week of scrims. It wasn't a lot of fun, but they were fixing.
So, und jetzt arbeiten wir an unserem OP Dark Bild.
And it was how they did it, right? By playing the map, by forcing LYON into some bad decisions around vision, around minion waves. I want to hear from the lounge now to see what they thought of TL in Game 1.
Muss Saint Ari spielen, auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht.
You know what? Stunning. Incredible. And I would say that all of us predicted them to win at least one game. I don't have a lot more room to work with.
About 20 minutes ago said, you know what? It's a 3-0.
Good thing that production had my back and they didn't change it.
Update the graphic.
Look at that tracker.
But we all
That's the L.
it.
That's the first L for Dokla. Wanted to put that up on the board, all right?
So is that 10% of Castle coming in feeling a little bit more likely?
It's feeling likely. It's feeling likely. I do want to talk about the positives
Yeah.
that we ended up seeing.
Wie steht's 1-0 für
Because there are a whole
Team Liquid?
lot of them.
And one of them starts with a J?
Yeah, I think it does.
Bye, buddy.
A positive. And I do think I want to start from the very beginning, like just being able to play.
Dass sie das Game komplett aus 100%, weil dann ist der zweite Drake auf jeden Fall contestbar. Also so ist es halt absolut cringe, was da passiert ist.
Come in from Saint, and of course he's just like roaming around a little bit. But then you see, hiding a little bit. He seems to be doing the classic. Sit and wait for the wave to come on in. So they set up a trap.
Oh, wir haben beide. Oh mein Gott, wir haben beide Schilds ohne Ende.
And you also see
Oh mein Gott, ich verliere, oder?
from the other.
Oh Gott.
And it was just really tough, even with Flash getting. And I thought I love this strategy because
Wir haben ein Riesenproblem.
will be able to get a Flash. Saint recognizes that he's dying in this sequence. So yeah, he just goes down and takes an honorable death and thinks the next time is going to be better. The reality is sometimes that's just not the case. Sometimes
Nee, geil.
as bad as the other. And no honor.
Cool.
No honor at all. And so I think this was nice.
Coolio.
As you can see here on the mini-map, Leeson's on his Raptors, he can just loop around, and he does that exact same thing,
Cool.
especially since you can build the plan as soon as you see him on the ward. Now, in this case, you're on the wave anyways. The wave is right there, and he's trying to get his wave pushed in, so they take advantage of it. Immediately gets a flash route into Jose Deodo being able to come in and have a great flash follow-through. So I just thought, 2 immediate plays that then results into a flash on the second.
Der hat noch eine Minute weiter ausgehalten, also wirklich.
Really picture perfect from Jose Deodo.
I mean, he's been crazy on Lee Sin.
They had the mid lane.
Wenn nicht, verliere ich. Boah, das ist knapp, ne? Schon wieder.
And this one is going to be my Pagoda moment of the game. This was just a really good moment from, once again.
Warte, was ist passiert? Warte, Russell ist raus? Warte, was ist passiert? Wie ist Russell raus?
So Quid just says, okay, I'm realm warping right on top of your carry. I'm just going to start with another look at the minimap because LYON just doesn't recognize that wave is being pushed in here. Oop, the best line of all time.
Yeah, the LYON flank with the Ezreal comes in is pretty hype.
And so he's threatening.
The John.
The John.
Technischer Effekt, goated.
And then you get to see
Goated.
realm warp come through, and so the team is right on top of the carries. I really love this play from Jose Deodo. Be able to find a little cute Wardhop kick as Saint is trying to come in. It's like, what are you doing here? A micro Wardhop kick to be able to nail that as well.
Clean.
When he is on his Lee Sin, he is on his best performance. And so if you guys find any other Pagoda moment play, you can spam the Pagoda emote in the chat because more like those, it's always a plus.
Yeah, but after having
Antonelli Platz 1, ja.
you know, it's always good to be able to adjust based on the new data.
Waren meine Ferraris in der Pit?
Jose,
Hey.
6 out of 6 player of the game, very well deserved. He was absolutely smurfing it. But let's check back in on these 90-50-10s.
Oh,
Okay.
Because
Let's
we gotta
take a look.
see how it's doing here. So
Any changes in there?
bring on back up the 90-50-10.
Krank, dass ich verloren habe, aber egal.
The player of the game for chat as well was Jose. No surprise. I think there was a lot of good play from TL, but like he was clear.
Yeah, I do like a couple little votes for LYON. Whenever I see an AD carry flank, usually you're like,
Kein Pit bei Ferrari. Ah, doch, jetzt. Jetzt sind wir drin. Okay, wir sind drin, wir sind drin, wir sind drin.
Here's our 90-50-10.
All right, so nothing has happened just
Yeah.
yet, but
Why are we
something
looking at this?
might be able to happen. What about that 50%? Teal was up 5K, did not throw. So
Not yet.
that leads me to wonder, will Raz flip-flop? You said it was going to be a 3-2. TL just smacked him in game number 1. Are we changing the prediction?
Don't do it, Raz. Don't do it. Hold strong. It's just game number 1. You're not really a flip-flopper. People have just put this on you. It's not actually who you are.
Alternatively, you are a flip-flopper. You should do
No,
so.
it's all narrative. People are just trying to peer pressure you, Raz. Hold strong. Hold strong, Raz. I'm flip-flopping. I'm flip-flopping.
Was? So früh? Also, no joke, das ist crazy, wie früh der immer flip-floppt.
Why do you throw his shoe? You got
90% chance. I knew it. Gas
Crazy work.
away. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Don't
that's
take
on
it
you.
away.
You are the
Fan
caster.
voting is open until tomorrow for Kia All-Pro and MVP. Here are what some of our LCS players think about what it means to be a Kia MVP. Scan the QR code, do your votes right now. We'll see you soon.
What makes a Kia MVP?
Lecker,
Kia
20.
MVP should have strong leadership and good playmaking.
Inspired goes unstoppable.
What I think makes a Kia MVP is consistently dominating.
And contracts on the side surprises Ignar. Ignar is just getting deleted.
An MVP candidate specifically, I think good leadership probably will matter the most to be able to uplift the level of the team.
Can't finish him off. Griffin, taunt, flash, gets the kill back.
You have to be a good player.
Thanatos is about to try to give Fudge another death, chasing after him here in the 1v1, and he just claps him.
This person should be able to play different styles.
FBI's immediately quickness up, charm down. Jose Deodo with the double kill for Team Liquid.
Laning matter, teamfight matter, of course everything matter, but I feel like it's most matter to me is like inspired to people. Like everyone think they're MVP, instant think they're tech player.
He's into a twisted advance, actually not have enough damage. Flash away from FBI to follow up from Inspired.
C9 wants to clean up more of these kills and Vulcan.
Muss ich runter lassen. Lion, ich meine, okay, die Sache bei Lion gegen TL, das war legit, by the way, ein fetter Fehler von Saint und das hat das Game komplett gesnowballt. Das ist nicht mal übertrieben, das war legit ein Riesenfehler.
So who is the Kia MVP?
I don't know. That's for you to decide. Cast your votes now.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels
different. If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Ich habe keinen Debuff, ne? Das ist insane.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out.
Ist weggerawdogt.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Okay.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gurgan 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Okay. Oh Gott, der hat schon gescaled, ist stark. Ach du Scheiße. Knallt der Typ mich? G2 gegen Köln, wenn sie so gewinnen morgen. G2, denke ich. Draft stimmen. Wow. Wir haben ein HP-Problem tatsächlich. Okay, wir haben mein HP-Problem gelöst. Kein Darkness, ne? Oh mein Gott, nice. Okay, maybe sind wir saved. Dim. Mit seiner Firma jetzt hier. Ich glaube, es ist doch besser. Der hier ist sehr nice, oder nicht? Ich weiß nicht, weil ich habe meinen Dot drauf. Vielleicht verliere ich die Runde, oder? Ich meine, ich heal mich. I don't know. Ich gewinne, oder? Uff. Close one. So, Xalas, danke für den 5. Jetzt haben wir die alle gerichten. Super, wenn du bestellt hast, dann hast du hoffentlich auch teilgenommen bei dem...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS.
Das Legendary, das Epic.
Second best of 5 here in the spring playoffs. Game number 1 between LYON and TL was very favored for TL. It wasn't one of those things that was a total wash from minute 1. It was actually a pretty slow, pretty controlled early game. But Jose Dioto's Lee Sin, I know all 3 of us voted him player of the game in that one. He was making all sorts of moves, and when it finally came time for the big team fight that would really break the game open, it was Team Liquid getting it done.
Yeah, it wasn't a total wash from minute 1, but I'd say from minute 9, essentially the moment he killed Saint.
There's 8 minutes in between them.
And then killed Saint again, and again, and again. is when that game became over. If you can see, Dokla still here.
Yeah,
They've not decided to jump in with Castle. He had won several games in a row. They're not going to do a quick swap here.
Exactly. He was one away from getting the 10 in a row streak, and then Team Liquid just cut him down right there. But LYON going to keep him in here for the second game.
And it does make me wonder if they
So,
are
Game
going
2.
to, depending on what TL play, try to pull out one of those ranged counter picks. They have chosen first pick for themselves, so that would be something they kind of have to engineer during the draft. But that, again, that was such a huge part of their strategy.
Sache ist, was machst du jetzt? Weil wenn du
Already, this draft is looking very, very similar to game number 1 in the
Auflauf etc., ja, dann hast du bei dem Gewinnspiel teilgenommen, das frage ich dich im Discord. Wenn nicht, bist du reported.
It's Jarvan and Nocturne banned out by LYON. Of course, now things are going to change up a little bit. It's the Ornn banned away by LYON, so they don't want to deal with that tank up there in the top side. TL has one more to go. Remember that last time around we did see the Yone banned by LYON in place of the Ornn.
Diese Dokla weiterhin, erneut, die haben mit Castle nicht den größten Erfolg gehabt, ne? Das ist, also die haben mit Castle jedes einzelne Game verloren. So.
Seraphine up and with LYON having first pick. If they're going to pick one of those, nope, they're going with the Rumble for Dokla.
Dokla back in his comfort zone of Scion Rumble. When he first re-emerged on the scene with 100 Thieves, he would play these two champions and then Cassante as his third crazy pick. He's had, strangely enough, online, he's been the counter pick guy, but he's kind of back to his roots here.
And I like how you bring those champions up, because back on that 100 Thieves roster where it was originally like General Sniper, when Rumble and Scion are so strong in the meta, it was Sniper struggling to play those power picks, not finding the efficacy on them that 100 Thieves wanted. And it's like, wait, we got this guy right here that can kind of just make these happen. So Big Dokes back on the Big Rumble over on the TL side. Unfortunately, no more of the iconic Lee Sin here for Josediodo, so he will be switching over to the Vi in Game 2.
Pretty early to pick Vi, but it's also a takeaway from Inspired, who has played it a lot this split. It's really about playing side lanes aggressively. When you pick the Vi, you're winning a lot of 2v2s or 2v1s on side lanes. So Team Liquid going to try and just continue with what worked for them in Game 1.
Yeah, and they're going to be locking in the Lucian, LYON, a very well-known.
So, die Runde noch und dann.
Also kind of a takeaway from Berserker, and they're going to immediately lock in the Senna Nautilus.
Danke, Alts ist bis Sommer weg und Doktor wird komplett ersetzt. Nope. Zu spät, glaube ich.
And it's going to be Emilio, most likely
Okay.
to pair with
Boah, wieder, na, theoretisch Lane stark. Ich mag Senna Nautilus, glaube ich. Ich glaube, ich mag Senna Nautilus.
I fully expect the cover to be real.
Yeah, should be some bot prio for Team Liquid if they are able.
Wenn sie genug Stacks bekommen über die Game. Was ja auch eine Frage ist, ne? Sehen wir nicht oft.
Again, like a big team fight composition. I think they wanted Game 1 to be a team fight comp, but they just lost too much control in the mid game.
Emilio loves it when the enemy team has a lot of CC, because Breath of Life can then get so much value, particularly if they have AoE CC. Senna and Nautilus, both mostly individual targets, right? It's pretty easy to walk away from whoever the Senna route is going to latch onto. Nautilus' stuff is all single target as well for the hard CCs. But now we're into the second half of the draft, with the bottom lanes drafted for both sides, but a difference in the other picks, considering Rumble's definitely going top, Vi's definitely going jungle, so we'll see how that influences the bans, as Team Liquid is going to focus the jungle role yet again, banning out the Xin.
Yeah, I think the Xin takeaway.
Und Norris auch noch raus. Bye-bye, buddy.
I mean, it's just a super strong pick right now in the meta.
Bye-bye, buddy.
Inspired has been phenomenal on it. And then taking away kind of the automatic CC you get with the Annie mid over on LYON's ban side.
Yeah, so for Team Liquid, it's like finding a pick for Quid that can play fast, because the Ryze can play fast, the Yone would be able to play fast. I think even with the Yone not being banned, taking the Rumble away,
Annie raus.
a bit of a soft block for.
Bannen sie nicht Cassante noch?
Always want to have Rumble Yone as a pair if possible.
TL 2-0 to 2-3 allein.
The Annie was going to be the one I call out, that's why they banned it away. So I'm thinking maybe something like Aurora would still be the similar slot for Team Liquid.
And the Trundle ban here tells me that Team Liquid has got to be looking at a tank top laner here in this one, because otherwise I would be like...
Ja, aber ja, ich meine, Cassante, right? Das ist jetzt Cassante auf 5. Was Miele wohl zu Norris sagt, ich habe nur eine Ruhe zurückbekommen. Also, freut, kann sie wohl nicht sein. Wow, sie lassen Cassante offen.
Quid,
Okay.
even though he hasn't played a Kali this split, you hear other teams talk about just never giving Team Liquid a good angle to play a Kali. So that also means that Saint might just want to lock in a control mage if they're forced to.
Atroz erweiterungsmäßig gegappt, Ruhe.
What are we going to go for?
Saint hat gefeedet.
Assume it would have to be the top laner since you already know
Interessante.
get value out of that fifth pick.
Und jetzt kommt an der Mitte Rumble Flex und dann Last Pick Vayne.
What's our tank gonna be?
Am besser. Am besser Vi, okay.
Okay, it's gonna be Ambessa.
Oh ja.
Bruiser. Line pick.
Ich habe eine Shisha zu Hause, aber ich rauche nicht hier.
Completely blind pick. They're going to be going up against the Rumble.
Yeah.
Morgan's had a very strong Ambessa when he's been able to cook with it.
Yeah, and speaking of the kind of Sedge-Yone combo, that is something that obviously Saint and Inspired
Vor 4 Jahren oder so habe ich den Wooker gekauft. Aber Wooker hat 2 Drachen ist tot. Alle easy.
On Yone being
Ja, und Sejuani.
still the only AD
Ja, und Seju hier normal, okay.
really in the mid
Seju wahrscheinlich eher, ne?
currently. So
Ja, der Inspired Champion der von beiden.
to lock in. Could be the Sedge.
Ja, Top First Game auch Dokes.
Betting on
Big
the Sedge,
fucking
but it
Dokes.
could be something else.
I mean, Pantheon's up if they wanted a little bit of pseudo-global.
Ist immer auch kein Kampf, eher Sejuani, glaube ich.
Comp just makes so much sense. Like,
Yep.
this is a really nice blind pick 5v5 if you're Lion. How would you like to play Yone with this, please?
Yeah, exactly. There's so much setup for him, and I feel like we've talked so much about how good Inspired is on this Sejuani. He's such a
Roher Last Pick, gibt bisschen Lane Pressure, ja. Haben die wirklich einen Red Bull Kühlschrank? Ja, haben sie.
Go down Quids champion.
McDamien, danke für den 3. Monat.
Fits in this composition and what he'll be going for.
I think pretty important for Lion to win this one, not just because they're already down 1-0, but they've taken a lot of champions away from Team Liquid, the Team Liquid want, right? Taking the Quid, Yone away, even though Saint is 2-0 with it, and then also having it with the full Rumble setup team comp for melee mid. Would be really nice if Lion's able to even the series with this comp.
I definitely favor the Lion composition in this one. I feel like just the combination of Sejuani with the 2 melee solo laners and the combo of how those AoEs overlap and interact with the ults seems so strong.
Yeah, and I think on the other side, it's actually super important for this Lucian Milio to get out to a really, really strong start.
Yeah.
This is why you're picking this bot lane, is to kind of really hard win the 2v2 and continue from game 1 of trying to
Das
make
ist so todesunserious. Braucht die Kopie hier.
So I'll be really, really curious to see if there's any bot lane intervention early on from either of these junglers, particularly Inspired, to try to make sure that Senna and Nautilus are able to get through the initial early laning power of the Lucian Milio.
All right, Lion.
Hat es dir geschmeckt? Hat das nächste Mal bestellen? Du, das freut mich sehr, dass es geschmeckt hat. Aber ja, dafür, also, ne, das ist so der Selling Point. Es ist teurer, aber es schmeckt halt deutlich besser als die meisten anderen.
Well, considering you do have the Lucian Milio, and it's really important for Lucian to stay.
Geschmack und Löslichkeit
Just wanted to make sure that I was not barking up the wrong.
stechen beim Moor hervor. Aber es freut mich sehr.
Focus on each other. Just trying to show each other the Raptor camp as they've both warded each other's Raptors. But likely that
Blue Start für beide, okay. Beide puffen hoch.
where he's able to full clear. And we also have a Zale standing by with Spawn to talk about that game 1.
All right, Spawn, you gave an interview at the top of the day. You said you got to give your team a 50% chance or better with the draft. What are the odds?
I actually really like our comp this game. I think, like, don't get me wrong, like, if we just let them freely engage into us, we'll die very quickly because they have a lot of damage. But we're really familiar with the comp they're playing, actually, like Nautilus, Yone, Rumble. That's kind of like our thing. So, you know, we like what we got into it. We've struggled when we've had to play into a similar comp in the past. So, job done.
Are you concerned at all about the fact that they are taking a lot of these champions, which people would kind of, you know, consider Team Liquid champions, like the Yone, like the Rumble, like the Nautilus, in a best-of-5 Fearless?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if you drop games like this where you're playing against champions you want to pick, it starts to get quite hairy. So as long as we are able to win these games, then it will be fine. But yeah, if we drop this game, then they kind of have done their job of taking 2 for 1 out.
Talk to me a little bit about the Lucian Milio, obviously rising in priority a lot. First game in.
Paris ist auch raus. Ach, was passiert denn da?
Blinded all the time. What is its role in this game?
I mean, Yon is just one of the best Lucian players actually in the world, in my opinion. And then when we were looking at their jungle options, I felt like they only had a lot of like single target CC, like Pantheon or something like Sejuani available, Skarner maybe. So Milio is just really good in that draft. So I think that's why it's coming about, is like there's just a lot of like kill one person comps, and Milio shuts that down. So hopefully Core's able to play that role this game.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
All right, always good to hear from the coaches there. Just in case you guys were curious, our brief pause there that happened and gave us that lovely ambient noise in the back of the interview there was apparently there was a fly, not the, not the team, but an actual like little buzz flying critter on Saint's monitor that had to be dealt with so that he could properly focus.
Had to be dealt with.
Now been taken care of and dispatched. So now we're back in as early on it is that Lucian Melio with the push in bottom lane.
Yeah, it's always funny to see someone type insect issue. Guys, I'm taking insect aggro. Oh, congrats to Core. 300 career wins. 11th.
That's a lot of wins.
Yeah, 11th LCS player to do
So,
it.
wie viele Stackies hat Berserker? Okay, an alle Non-Subs, an alle von euch, wie viele Stacks hat Berserker bei 20 Minuten? Wer am nächsten dran ist, bekommt einen Sub von mir. Add alle Non-Subs. Jetzt abstimmen, wie viele Stacks wird Berserker haben bei 20 Minuten?
A very small percentage.
He's out of line, but he's right.
The door is wide open.
Dass du mit First Message 6-7 schreibst, du bist so ein ekelhafter.
Both of our junglers have
So.
and done their full clear, so no early action there.
Ja, okay, einige First Messages. Ja, rede mal, sehr gut. Okay. Merkt euch eure Zahl bei 20 Minuten. Wenn ihr die Zahl habt, schreibt rein. Ich kann die Chatlogs anschauen und dann sehen wir es. Senna ADC Moment kann sagen, doch, kommt wieder. Kommt wieder.
What Spawn talked about in the interview as well, trying to kind of play up the fact they're very familiar against the champions, even though.
Okay, ihr habt noch Zeit bis Minute 4 abzustimmen, also noch 30 Sekunden, als ihr dreckigen Non-Subs sofort eins chippen. Wie viele Seelen wird die Senna bei 20 Minuten? Für die Chance auf den Sub.
Team compositions. All right, Morgan has Jose Diodo up here helping him. Looking to make the play onto Dokla, who's mostly just walking it off. Jose Diodo, immediate flash on top of Dokla. Point blank vault break.
Wow, schön.
Away to the first blood.
Beautiful.
Patience from TL pays off, and once again, it's Jose Diodo getting involved with a solo lane to make the moves happen.
I mean, just such
Wenn ich meinen Sub vielleicht einfach ein Community-Mitglied, dann darfst du gerne deine 5 € in die Hand nehmen.
early flash to force the flash out of Dokla, and then do the skill check on if Dokla flashed, then you start charging the vault breaker.
Oko, die Sauce, danke für den dritten.
Like that. A lot of just mechanical outplay there. Dokla didn't flash, didn't dodge, and Jose landed everything in order to get that kill.
Yeah, and we were wondering where these junglers were going to go. Well, as it turns out, Jose decided to go top and kind of managed to. I'd be curious to see the vision line, how much he was able to avoid, because it definitely didn't look like
Water speeding in the pit lane. Oh Mann.
a bunch of vision down in that river. Jack's gonna go back and
Weißt du, welche Items man bei Senna alle geht? Ja. Man geht Static Shift, Black Cleaver und dann Rapid Fire Cannon.
Jose queued over the wall onto vision, then flashed early because his vault breaker wasn't actually up yet, and then point blank vault breaker as soon as it was off cooldown again. So Jose was just
Also ewig nicht gesehen. Wie gesagt, kommt langsam wieder rein.
really won the mind game on Dokla.
Das angenehmste Team, wo du komplett gespielt hast. Mystic Academy.
He's just chilling. He gets back over to the turret.
Nee, Lüge. Maus. Maus, nicht close. Actually,
Not the way it
Maus.
went down, as Jose Diodo is going to start up Drake #1, 4 seconds after it spawns.
yeah, and that is off of kind of this pushing bot lane pressure. Although Saint, is going to come down and check this out since he just had the push in mid lane.
Yeah, but now
Johnny ist halt nicht da, ne?
is rotating over, Quid is rotating over. Saint,
Orga-Sicht oder Spielersicht? Spielersicht. Orga, nichts was.
Well, and this is what that Lucian Melio
Aus Orga-Sicht Misfits.
right? Like, despite the fact that he
fucking loaded.
top, got the gank and kill up there.
Uns alles gegen, was wir wollen. Ion.
Oh, that was a really nice line
Ion.
coming out from Isles as Yon is down to 150 HP, fires back into Berserker to halt the Lion chase, but pulling Yon in there underneath the turret in
Nein,
range.
der Fire-Type wird in Punkt 11 geändert. Ist noch physical, deswegen geht die Interaktion noch.
For both AD carries there for a little while.
Mit seiner
Jose is smurfing
und Smolder.
the series. The Lee Sin game into the top gank, into just the very decisive mind games. Like we've had this whole meta of junglers doing the 5-minute 30-second Gromp to get the smite upgrade, but Vi specifically can kill dragons so fast and safely with the shield and the % health damage that you can just
Lucian Damage ist absurd, Meteor ist absurd.
Inspired was on Krugs, so even though
Aber ja, also in Kombination ist
they're
schon
not able to make that fight happen because they're going to have a numbers disadvantage.
Wucht.
Well, and that's why we kind of both cited this jungle matchup as something that's super interesting, right? Jose as kind of a more gank-heavy jungler, as here he is back in top lane.
Yeah, and remember, Dokla has no flash, so immediate cease and desist, followed up by the public execution, and it's all too easy to...
Wieder 2 Ganks, ne? 2 Ganks, 2 Kills.
As before, Team Liquid goes up 2-0, and Morgan owns both kills.
Yeah, now both of their
Klasse Game 3.
are in pretty good spot.
Maybe, ich weiß es nicht. Ich kann das schwer einschätzen.
In the bot lane from the AD carries, but Morgan's in a great spot on top, and he should be able to...
First Unterschied, Low Elo Lena. Low Elo Lena.
Off to a great start here in the second one after having a phenomenal game number 1, as this wave is just going to get munched up by the turret. Dokla trying to get back as fast as he can, but will lose out on a few minions here. Morgan up to over 600 gold lead.
Wieso nicht da rein? I mean, dann muss es richtig scheiße laufen mit dem, oder nicht?
Yeah, and to touch upon, again, like this jungle matchup, Jose is someone who is going to historically interact with his lanes a lot more frequently and a lot earlier. And we've already seen that where he's been on the map, getting that first Drake, those 2 ganks on the top side. A little bit more scrapping in bot lane.
Scrapping. And I apologize if this happens to a fight. The producers told me that we have comms of Saint dealing with the fly, and I really want to hear it.
Oh, man.
So we're going to pull it up now and hope that a fight doesn't happen.
On my monitor, there's a bug. Yo, ref. It's scary.
Yeah, it's so scary, yeah.
Die Scheißfliege.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I like how he just sits there and points at it.
Berserker just cracking up. Can't believe he paused for a fly.
Okay, well.
That was worth it.
Yeah.
No, that was a good call. Good call. We didn't get a fight during it, so nothing lost. Nothing lost. Hanging out, having a good time. Inspired is on the Void Grubs, so the opposite story being told here in Game 2 as what we got in Game number 1. This time around, it's LYON controlling the Grubs while TL have that first trade.
But I think it's just Team Liquid controlling the game right now. They have minor gold advantages in every single role. It's another game where Jose has been able to make a much larger footprint on the map than Inspired. Inspired does have Protoplasm Harness, which is one of the strengths of these junglers that don't have to go Sundered Sky. It's the faster early power spike. But what's he going to do with it? Where is he going to find a fight to make use of this item?
And especially since both the kills that
Ja, wir haben schon wieder ein Riesenproblem beim zweiten Drake, oder nicht? Spike-technisch knallt es schon wieder.
His first full item is not going to be online for a very long time. While Morgan already has Pickaxe and Caulfield's Warhammer in inventory, we're going to have a pretty big item power.
Also, können meine Ferraris mal langsam bitte ein bisschen näher an Hamilton, an Verstappen rankommen? Oder wie machen wir's?
We'll get spotted out by that ward in the brush. So Dokla should be able to play this a little bit safely.
Andy sweeps. Now he sees it. Okay, he was suspicious. Dokla's movements once Jose arrived.
He's backing off a little too much. But yeah, once again, getting Morgan into a really good position and relieving any sort of early pressure this Rumble may have been able to have.
I want to see how Morgan is able to deal with this lead, because I remember the last time they played in lock-in playoffs, it was just counterpick City for Dokla, and he was able to punish Morgan, because that was back in lock-in. Morgan was just dominating people in lane, so it felt like that was going to be the big mismatch in the series. But here, just with the standard picks of Scion Rumble, Morgan's been able to play a very standard game, right? His Shen was effective, and maybe he could take over with this Ambessa.
Yeah, and I think the way he kind of set it up is he does have a nice dive buddy. We've already seen the Vi Ambessa.
Round 1 of LPL Playoffs decided. JDG versus Thunder Talk, Top Esports versus LGD, AL versus EDG und BLG versus WE. BLG hat WE gewählt, by the way. Vielleicht, weil die einfach mehr Practice haben gegen die. Oder mehr Ideen von dem Team.
Isles again going for
Interesting.
lines onto core JJ, chunking that Melio down low, forces out the summoner's heal. But Team Liquid still not in too terrible of shape as Inspired starts up Drake 2.
Sie starten. Ja, kein fertiger Thunder Sky.
Yeah, Isles goes in for the dredge line onto LYON as he and core JJ just try to keep this enemy bottom lane distracted. Jose Diodo,
Ja, ist 100%, weil die mehr Ideen haben, was WE spielt und so.
With the Eclipse in inventory, this Ambessa is very, very powerful. He also has his teleport ready to reset back up to the top lane after he helps out with this. I really like the movement from Morgan and TL.
Yeah, when he has that power spike, it ends up being massive. So even though Jose didn't have the item, he brought the top laner with the item. So that's just as good. And Dokla doesn't try to match TP for a fight. Inspired says, okay, they're stronger, we're going to give it up.
Yeah, and a really nice recognition of what we can do now, again, with this Ambessa.
Dabei wird BLG so stammen. BLG könnte mit Sub AD Carry spielen und Viper nochmal chillen lassen, die würden gewinnen.
Even though their bot lane did get chunked out, TL are able to muscle their way in by bringing Morgan down. And now they have two, like, pretty quick Drakes early on in this game.
Very quick. Yeah, pre-12 minutes for the first two Drakes. Very quick. And Morgan continuing to look for Dokla. If he gets a big enough chunk, Jose's just going to kill him.
Yep, and there's Jose right over the wall. Public execution coming in. Dawning Shadow, though, reinforcing.
Geiler Swap auf Time. Also, Swap Time ist decent. Dokla kann Botlane TPen. Ja, BLG jetzt als Sub, keine Ahnung. Weiß nicht, ob sie einen haben. Ich weiß echt nicht, ob sie einen haben.
Yeah, and now we see the swap coming through. We've kind of seen this, like, typically between...
Hold on, Fate Sealed coming out from Saint. Wants to all in, going after Quid here. Does force the defensive between worlds from the Aurora. And as soon as Core JJ shows up there with a cozy campfire, that means that the mid laners are going to trade pretty evenly as Saint snaps back again with a stolen bound.
Yeah, he gets a nice little healing there from Core. But yeah, you can see on... As we see bot lane.
Trying to get a little aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen these kind of swappings coming back into meta, not like
Was ist der Plan morgen?
lane swap, but basically a lane.
Also morgen ist LEC um 17 Uhr. Ich gehe um 9 zum Sport.
The biggest anti-lane swapper, I think, here.
Ist noch nicht sicher, ob Viper ausfällt, aber Viper ist gerade in Korea, um irgendwas an seiner Hand spannen zu lassen.
Great confidence.
I've seen this happen occasionally between like 9 and 12 minutes, depending on game state.
Yeah.
To try to
12 bis 13 Uhr werde ich live kommen.
Apply pressure
Ich schreibe die Schedule, eigentlich ich schreibe die Schedule. Ich schreibe die Schedule gleich.
I do find it interesting as well as this is
17 Uhr ist LEC.
recall location from Isles. I think he's just going to back away. No, they could go for an engage here with Saint, who's playing very aggressively.
I like how aggressive Saint is playing. He's already
14 Uhr auch gut
got
möglich.
shoes completed. Nearly has the Blade of the Ruined King ready to combine and really hit that power spike on Yone. But he's just
Ja, 15 Minuten Herald steht gleich an Ney und sehe ich das als contestbar für die Freunde bei LYON nicht wirklich. Nicht so nein.
From LYON is the best
LPL geht am Freitag weiter. Morgen ist G2 gegen MCOY für MSI-Spot.
Jin and Senna, they're not really putting him in the position to do that.
Warte mal, warum hat mein Ferrari gerade umgedreht?
In lane dominant situations with hyper.
Ey.
I think it's definitely favoring Team Liquid if they're able to win away from Berserker and then not have to deal with him later in team fights.
And I really like Core JJ's roam up to the top lane here to cover for Quid. You saw that Saint and Inspired had the
Ja, aber wie kannst du jetzt die Games hier schauen und sagen, dass Team Liquid zum Beispiel scheiße aussieht? Hä? Gibt doch keinen Sinn, oder nicht? Die haben die letzte Game gut gespielt, dieses Game ist solid.
Now as Morgan, nice use of the public execution to reset his position away from the equalizer. They are going to fully commit here with a depth charge. Morgan continuing to try to get away, but no, it's Berserker. Dawning Shadow offensively across the map this time, and he gets the kill.
Yeah, and the shutdown going to Berserker is really, really big, actually. He's going to be almost 1K ahead now on that Senna, and it frees up Dokla to get some much-needed gold and turret damage onto this bot tier 1. As we see, TL's response is going to be to go for this Herald.
Yep, Saint's going to see it.
Yeah, they'll see it, but they won't be able to contest it.
Yeah, I mean, we can bring it back up then, I guess. Berserker.
Berserker's back
Gold difference at
already.
14.
Tja, gegen seine Spawn. Ich würde sagen, die Top 4, Top 5 in LCS sind alle vermarktbar. Was hat er gemacht? Sag ich, hat er Minute 20, 74 Stacks, aber dann bist du, also Average Wert sind so 55, by the way. 50 bis 60, sowas. Das ist realistischer.
Yeah, and I mean, LYON had a really, really good Ezreal game 1. On one of his, like, most, I would say, known picks. Like, I think of LYON as a Lucian player. I think he's a very good Lucian player. However, on the other side, this Senna has made it through the worst part of playing Senna, right? Which is the early laning phase. It is.
Ja, LPL-Playoffs gehen am Freitag weiter.
And now with the Static Shiv buffs and Deathfire Touch, she's going to feel a lot better, and that shutdown onto her was pretty big.
Dredgeline misses here this time as Jan barely gets away from the range in mid. Nice fire back there from Berserker, though. Just that quick 1-2 punch as Jose Diodo is hanging around the Dragon Pit, but Inspired is here too. Berserker just trading so effectively into Jan now with that Static Shiv. As the junglers, neither one wants to be the first one to try to commit to the dragon.
Die Waage M1 würde sagen, deutlich, ziemlich deutlich. Wir hatten 2 bigge Fuck-Ups von Saint, bei denen auf dummen Timer gespawnt ist, gestorben ist. Und dann war das Game relativ schwierig für LYON. Reinkommt technisch. Boah, Junge, was ein Raketenschiff der Ferrari ist, bitte. Oh, tot. Oh, war ja. Wieder Stomp. Das ist horrible. I mean, du kriegst den Drake und so right, aber...
That also guarantees they're going to grab the tier 1 turret. That's a 22 HP Herald that's about to get value on a
Er playt Statics, den Armor-Debuff.
Yeah, and I like that response from TL.
Boah, ich weiß.
Like recognizing that LYON.
Nee, Statics Magic Damage. Aber Black Cleaver, also Deathfire Touch applied ist.
And they did stack those initial 2 Drakes.
War's mit Carsten? Nein, auch mit Dokla. Auch
Game.
mit Dokla, beide Games.
Recognizing they can make a play topside again with the Rift Herald. Really nice flash follow from the Vi on Jose to get that. And I mean, he has participated in all 3 of Team Liquid's kills.
He has.
And they have all been on to Dokla.
He's been very active on the map. I will also say, even though this isn't the Dokla we saw in the lock-in playoffs when they played Team Liquid, Dokla's familiar with just getting weak-sided while his team does effective things and been able to win. So he'll still be effective in team fights. He's keeping his farm up.
All right, reminder, we got our spring finals coming up soon. We're almost towards the end of May, and it's that second weekend in June there, the 13th and 14th at Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona. You can get your tickets now, scan that QR code. Hope to see you all there. Always.
Dann aber noch ein Backclick 6. Ja, es ist komplett okay.
Finals where you're not really sure who's going to win it. There's not a clear favorite. And like you said at the top of the day, chat, our top 4 all feel like there's a chance for anybody to really level up and be the favorite.
So, ihr müsst gleich sagen, wie viele Stacks, also ihr müsst gleich sagen, wenn ihr die Stacks-Anzahl habt, ne? Das wäre wahrscheinlich so 47, mal gucken, wie viele hier auf der Wave.
Dominating the actual lock-in finals, and then FlyQuest just dominating.
Aber eine Senna OP, 3 Items, 100 Stacks.
Yeah. It's too fun to watch. And then we have Sentinels kind of lurking as well, dominating online play. So you never know what's going to happen in which team.
Er hat immer noch 44 Seelen und der Base. Oh mein Gott, es wird so spannend. Er hat 44 und der Base nochmal.
So easily. Only about 3-4.
Er wird aber die Mitte-Wave noch holen. Oh, oh, wie viele kriegt er da auf der Mitte-Wave?
But of course, the big deal here is Berserker on his Senna. 900 gold lead. Can we take a look at the Senna stats?
Oh, keine Seele.
Get an idea of where we are.
Keine Seele.
4 currently.
44. Yeah. All right. 44 stacks on the Senna as Inspired jumps in the mid.
Immer noch 44.
Not a whole lot of value to be found out of that one because Core JJ just immediately
45.
But now the follow-up is there. Now Jan is in danger.
Oh Gott, das ist ein fetter Fight.
The depth charge is committed. Jose Diodo here on the front line.
Schaut doch bei 0-0, bei 20-0-0.
Saint's got to be careful. Morgan here on the front line now. Team Liquid
46 Seelen. Hat jemand 46? Wenn ja, einmal reinschreiben, dann kann ich die Chatlogs checken.
Morgan trying to get himself away over the wall, but he has to use the flash. Protoplasm harness just saved.
Lol, ihr seid funny.
Are you kidding me, Flowers? No.
Ja, Luca hat 45, das habe ich gesehen. Hat jemand 46?
Everything was blown, so all ultimates gone except the Yone ultimate.
46 oder 44?
Kind of back away.
Nee, 46 oder 48? Nee, 47. 46 oder 47?
But yeah, Protoplasm Knight's Vow already completed. Isles has Protoplasm as well, so they got a lot of.
Ich gebe euch noch 30 Sekunden, ansonsten bekommt Luca den Sub.
And Team Liquid doesn't necessarily have that one-shot potential. Quid's still sitting on just the Proto Belt and components, and then Jan.
45 Jahre, 46 Jahre im Kopf, das ist vollkommen
okay. And as we saw, Berserker is like slightly behind in terms of actual like Senna stacks compared to average.
Okay, keiner meldet sich. Glückwunsch, Luca.
There we go.
Speaking of nice position,
Yep.
LYON find themselves a pick on the enemy support as they were ready and waiting for Core JJ.
Unlucky that one went over to Isles, but a really good look right there. All of
Wir sind even in Gold außerdem, meine Freunde. Und wir sind bei 51 Stackies.
accelerate the game off this. Senna teams like with Baron I love because they can stay at very high health.
Okay, Morgan's trying to take out the tier 1 turret down in bottom lane here at the same time.
Verlieren bitte Turrets, verlieren Botte Turrets. Oh, die geben einfach.
Team Liquid going to pick up another tier 1, this time in mid. And it looks like the Baron's
Super.
going over to LYON, no contest.
Yeah, really, really nice call from LYON. Immediately getting that pick, turning on to Baron. TL
Maybe noch eine lange Series.
don't want to fight this unless they're as 5.
Maybe lange Series.
Take out the mid and bot tier 1 in response.
This will be a really nice test of the is Baron useless hypothesis that I've been hearing from a lot of pro teams, because while taking that Baron, they lost mid and bot turrets that were already low, and now Drake is up. It was 37k to 37k before they started Baron. Now it's still pretty even gold. It's if they can do anything with this Baron buff, because they don't have an advantage yet from it.
Okay, LYON's on the approach, but Team Liquid is already waiting here in the brush.
Klar, Berserker kann er hit, ne?
Morgan here on the front line.
Sieht gut aus.
At the start, nice equalizer coming down from Dokla. Morgan has all 4 stacks to the Sejuani passive on him.
Boah, vielleicht nach vorne von Big Dogs. Was ist der oder tot?
Dodo gets burned down.
Lecker.
And LYON's team fighting
Und die werden gejagt.
ferocious here in this one. Core still trying to escape, but no, Inspired runs him over. LYON continuing to commit, press further forward. It's what we heard from Spawn. If we just want to fight them face to face.
Schön Equalizers. Alle 2 Seelen gibt es ein Upgrade, korrekt.
And further proof,
Und jede Seele gibt es ein bisschen AD.
Dokla down, right?
No, sir.
His equalizer in that was great. He was actually immediately burning priority targets at the front line of
Ja, Kleber fertig, das heißt, es ist immer voll durchgesteckt bei Berserker. Ihr seht, wie es durchtickt.
a huge
Schmeckt.
target for TL.
Das schmeckt
Shows up
sehr.
massive in that fight.
Nice.
Okay, Vice.
Device here. Any
looking
fight is good.
No, okay, I'm best.
High no place here.
Aurora is going in.
Nice 30.
Token 5.
Okay.
Token 3. I ult this still.
Look good. Look by.
Yeah.
Nice.
I have ult still.
Yeah. Reload, no flash, no?
Kill the million. Maybe I'm best. Maybe I can ult someone. Token 5.
Okay. Aura here.
Team Scar.
Keep going.
No.
Go back. Go Drake and mid bar. Aura.
Really clear comms there. They won that fight so easily. Didn't even have to burn the Nautilus ultimate. Just melees behind Senna is insane. And that's what we're talking about, Emily.
You can't keep him down. Look at that.
4,000 damage.
Hier kann der Mensch ist crazy work.
And obviously a lot of that was set up
Stark von
CC,
Dokes.
right? From Inspired. Also the Dawning Shadow coming over across the fight in that narrow choke point, kind of softening them up in addition to the equalizer that comes.
So, LEC-Playoffs sind nicht am Freitag, righty?
This is kind of
Nope.
what initially I
Sind
know
am
Ricky had
Samstag
talked
und
about
am
with
Sonntag
Duelist,
und am
right?
Montag dann wieder.
Is his team
Okay.
fighting and his communication
Dann
with the
PM
when
ist
comparing
am
him with Castle during that first week
Dienstag,
where they
Mittwoch,
started
Donnerstag.
swapping
Das heißt,
between the
Freitag
two
ist
top
da eigentlich
laners.
auch nichts. Und LCS ist auch nicht abends, right?
For everybody except for Dokla
Nope,
on the
passt.
LYON side. Remember
Okay,
that Morgan does have 2 out of 3 of the kills for TL. LYON has also now tied up the Drake count 2-2 for either team. And things are starting to look very LYON favorable.
Was baut Lucian?
They are looking
Cleaver, oder?
to even this series.
Sieht nach Black Cleaver aus?
Only a 1.5
Wie viel 6 hatte, ist dann bei 20 Minuten 46.
one fight. If Ambessa Vi find a kill onto the set, I think that's the most
46
important thing. If
hatte
it's
sie.
on any
Er geht
type of
Hex-Optics
fight
fährt.
that team
Schnell
comp,
Rapid Fire.
it's gonna be
Interesting.
like that
Mehr AD.
Dragon fight that we just saw, where they can run through everything behind the center. So it's on Jose.
Hat ja anscheinend irgendwie Dogs gepusht, kann gut sein, ja. Ist ja dieses klassische, ne? Dabei haben wir 47 eine Weit. Du hattest 47.
To be able to get some mid prowess.
Dann bekommst du auch einen Sub.
Mid, they're not going to be able to move in a
Weil niemand hatte 46.
I mean, that's what Lucian's supposed
Ja, du hattest wirklich
to do
47.
once you're in
Glückwunsch.
the mid game, right? You maintain mid
Kriegst du auch noch einen
priority,
Sub.
you can use the culling aggressively. LYON, though, again, looking aggressive in the enemy jungle. They find their pick. A lot of burst down to Quid. He tries to get away between worlds and barely holds on, sidestepping the Dawning Shadow Dance.
So viel Damage von seiner jetzt
And
inzwischen.
that's going to allow LYON
6,
to
7.
further pressure in on mid and on bot with Saint coming down and catching this wave. And Dokla is actually going to be able to respond to any sort of comeback they might have been hoping from Morgan pushing on this top side. Again, you kind of see how this team fight from LYON is so
So, und am Samstag, ob ihr es glaubt oder nicht, ist auch um 8 Uhr LPL-Playoffs wieder.
push ahead as a unit, especially if the Senna remains untouched in the backline.
Well, it's just a matter of, like, what does Team Liquid actually do against it? Because you can send all of your short-range not very tanky dudes into Sejuani, Rumble, Yone, Sen, and Nautilus.
Yeah.
And then you're
Und
dead.
dann am
Or you can
Samstag
kinda
ist auch
slowly run
LCS
away
Playoffs
and
um
hope
17
not
Uhr,
to
right?
die.
Yep.
You need to have an offensive plan.
And it's tough to find one, again, against this composition that just has so much AoE, so much CC, so much power, and honestly, so much scaling because Senna just keeps going and going and going. 3 fully completed items now with the Shiv, the Cleaver, and the Hex Optics. Over on the other side, Essence Reaver plus Navori is completed for LYON, so it's not like...
Wir sind schon Tage nur am Samstag, glaube ich.
Certainly not ahead.
Oder? Ja, am Sonntag ist nur ein Best of 5, das passt. Und das um 11 Uhr.
Phase, and because that shutdown went on to Berserker, he is now at a 1.2k gold lead, and he's kind of hovered around 1k for a while.
LCK
over
ist
LYON in this game.
am Samstag.
That shutdown really was the start of it. After
Yeah,
that,
it
he
really
was up to
It was
like
huge.
900 gold, but now Berserker going to be your target. Here's Jose doing exactly what we were hoping he'd be able to do, but Berserker gets away for now. Morgan going into the back, continuing chasing after the Senna.
Berserker kann free hitten und Berserker kriegt so viel Healing und Instant Pen. Lecker.
President, and the whole Secret Service shows up. Berserker gets away, and Morgan gets buried.
Morgan thought he had the angle with the public execution, actually goes on to Isles, I believe, and
Gut gespielt. Actually, das Game, ich hab schon abgeschrieben gehabt, persönlich. Muss ich gestehen, ich hatte es komplett abgeschrieben, aber die überzeugen mich, dieses Game.
Yeah,
that was the best.
They'll have to get that again when Berserker doesn't have Flash Barrier ult, because he just kind of used all of those things. You know, his Bulletproof Vest was on, and he was able to defend himself for a good portion before everyone else arrived. And now they're starting up Baron once again.
Okay, remember the first one was claimed without a contest from TL. Instead, it was a trade for the Tier 1 turret bottom and Tier 1 turret mid. This time around, TL decide they do want to fight for it as LYON tries to jump over the wall and answer that challenge. Quid under pressure from Dokla off to the left side of the fight as Saint once again tries to jump back over the Baron wall. Jose locked up inside the chicken pit. Saint jumps in, and Jose's fate is sealed. Team Liquid trying to get one back onto Dokla, but he's already gone golden here with the stasis. Dokla staying alive. Saint...
Können die dann wieder als Werbungskostenstelle aufgesetzt werden? Boah. Keine Ahnung, Bro. Aber ja, habe ich mich nicht damit abgesetzt. Ich habe keinen Schimmer. Aber ja, also ich bezahle die selber. Aber ich habe keinen Schimmer. Oh mein Gott, LYON. LYON ist so am Gleiten. Hilfe. Bait hat nicht am Ende, aber wow, well played. LYON find yet another fight victory. They take the Baron and a 5,000 gold lead.
LYON tries to make the hero play at the end after the fight had just gone so wrong. And again, Dokla's likely chasing down Core JJ as well. That was a disjointed fight for LYON, and it still worked. It started 3v5 with Dokla flanking. Saint flew back to the Baron pit at the start of it, so it was an extended 4v5, and then they still win the fight 4-1. So look at the start. Watch Saint here. He ease over the wall, doesn't get the original gauge. He snaps back. So now Inspired is just fighting the rest of Team Liquid here, but everything ends up being completely fine because LYON's 5v5 is just so strong.
Well, and also Dokla kept Quid out of that fight for so long.
Yeah.
He was such a nuisance here. Goes golden, still doesn't die, and that actually...
Das Gleiten jetzt von LYON ist so sexy.
Morgan gets rooted, even though they're so low, they're able to finish off Quid there.
Wow, auch der Dodge auf den Q3, lecker. Sehr, sehr nice, Mann.
But they're just able to play on the margins so well. And Dokla re-arrives.
Ich glaube, der Hook war ein bisschen Bullshit. Not gonna lie.
Now they're back on Baron. They finish the Drake. They reset. They're back on Baron.
All right, back to live. Here we go again. Jose once more caught out. The Dawning Shadow bursting through, and the enemy jungler is already gone. A max range dredge line coming in from Isles as he tries to lock up LYON. But the Team Liquid 80.
Isles ist tot, oder?
Isles nearly dead, but once again the
Nee.
protoplasm harness is the
Wow, Saint. Bekommt noch morgen mit. Lecker, und Dokes ist unkillable.
already lost to the remaining 3 have to scramble. The Baron claimed by LYON.
That was so
Lecker.
nicely done from LYON. Also, shout out to Isles for landing some of these like really crucial dredge lines in a lot of the fights. I feel like he's been super, super on point with this not
Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag ist LPL. Das haben wir.
Just really pressuring Team Liquid now. As much as
haben
they
wir.
seem very passive, when they sense the advantage, they're still willing to scrap and force objectives because they know
LCS ist nächste Woche Samstag, Sonntag und LCS nächste Woche Samstag. Okay, Schedule ist fertig. Okay, Schedule ist fertig. Super Sache, oder?
And the tier 2 turrets falling almost simultaneously in top and mid
toll.
means just more and more gold in the pockets of LYON. You get 1,000 gold for taking the Baron across the team. They're up to about just shy of a 3,000 gold Baron power play now.
Oh, Freitag ist actually. Nee, nein, ist noch falsch. Da fehlt noch ein O-Game. Ein O-Game Freitag um 19 Uhr am Freitag. 19 Uhr am Freitag. 8 Uhr bis 19 Uhr Start. Yes, ist Maria.
So solid. Dokla makes it really hard for anyone to actually dive through. And then even though they tried to kill, it didn't work.
Maybe they can throw it one time. Maybe.
That's kind of all you're hoping for at this point from TL. When your
Yes,
opponents are at sole point, when they have an 8,500 gold lead, this is kind of just the reverse situation of game number 1, right? And if you thought these guys were already hard to kill through Senna healing, through these protoplasm harnesses,
Die war Game 1 relativ eindeutig.
minutes and 8 seconds, it's going to be
Relativ eindeutig ab Minute 10 circa.
side with 4 Ocean Drakes contributing to it. So practical immortality
So.
at that point for the unimpressive amounts of damage that Team Liquid have been able to do so far.
It's really interesting. Team Liquid's doing damage. They're just not getting kills. They can't finish everyone through the protoplasm harness and the Senna healing. Lion's the one.
Hamilton auf 2, Leclerc auf 4. Ich kann damit arbeiten.
2 plates of the bottom lane tier 3 turret. As LYON continue trying to use their last 60 seconds.
Ist für mich ein Game, hier könntest du überlegen, 3 Lanes. Ist TLAW Team Liquid? Ja, ist Team Liquid Alienware. Ist Namenssponsor. Ich bin, also könnte man hier 3 Lanes spielen. Gegnerteam hat Vi. Schlägt. Vielleicht.
It's lit up all over the place here. TL finally having the opportunity to step out, clear some of these away. They'll get rid of the Raptor Brush ward. They'll get rid of the backside of the red buff ward. There's still that one there around the corner, and there's an additional one down by the Krug Brush. So all sorts of vision being set up by LYON as they make their exit to keep an eye on TL's approach to the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and they absolutely have to, because will kind of be TL's like last stand, right? Like LYON can essentially set this up, push in the mid wave with the remainder of their
Da kann er spielen, passt. Lizien 10k, aber also LYON spielt sehr langsame Games, okay? Sehr, sehr langsam, sehr kontrolliert, egal wie ahead sie sind. Die sind kein Team, das schnell spielt.
Because there was definitely a world where Morgan could take over this game from the side lanes with the early advantage he had on the Dokla, but that's completely gone now. Morgan's been consistently sucked to the team to partake in these 5v5s that have just consistently gone Lion's way.
LYON
Ich glaube, das war RFC, anscheinend. Ich meine, er hat 100 Seelen, das heißt, range-technisch ist er sehr gut dabei.
Almost a 10,000 gold lead here for the team as they're 10 seconds away from that Ocean Soul spawning. And we're going to see a TP coming into the top side river from Quid, so looking for a creative angle to wrap around here, but minions are going to arrive in mid, so Quid's position will be known by the LYON squad.
Welche Ion-Skin ist das?
Breaker onto Inspired. Jose does have his Guardian Angel now, so keep an eye on that one. Dokla over the wall has immediately.
Berserker ist One-Shot.
Morgan's ready to join him.
Ist trotzdem Winning, oder? Trotzdem Winning, ja, okay.
Already been killed. As soon as it looks like Team Liquid might have a chance, LYON immediately slams the brakes on it. Now Morgan's got to try to run away.
Behind, passt.
Inspired and Dokla wrapping around to make sure he cannot do just that. The Mbessa locked up. It takes a little while, but they will eventually burn him down. Inspired goes on a
Sehr geiler Teamfight von Saint. Und das war der Worst-Case-Fight, weil die Senna natürlich One-Shot war.
And there you see how hard
So, welcher Ion-Skin ist das, ihr Nerds?
go into this LYON team.
Welcher Ion-Skin ist das? Ist das nicht T1 Ion?
They do actually get the Vi and Mbessa working together to try to get onto Berserker, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the fight, TL are losing. As
Der hier? Ink Shadow? Es ist Ink Shadow, oder? Spirit Blossom?
Quid pops his
Ist es Spirit Blossom?
Mbessa comes over the top. They do shut
Hat er
down
Chroma?
Berserker, but then Quid dies. Like LYON are just able to move as a full unit even without Berserker.
Yeah, I mean, when I was watching the fight for the first time, I was watching.
Muss mit Chroma sein, dann, right? Ja, okay, das ist mit Chroma.
Encore and Quid. they got completely womboed by Saint.
Der andere darüber?
Like just one shot by Yone Rumble.
Nee. Es ist der hier mit Chroma.
When Berserker was getting assaulted by Morgan and Jose.
I mean, if you trade
Mit dem Chroma hier wahrscheinlich, oder?
insta-gibbed for 3 of their guys getting insta-gibbed, you'll take that trade.
That reminded me, sometimes when I'm playing with friends...
Ist sieht man sehr bei dem E. Okay.
Okay, let's just
Dann,
like this
ihr entscheidet das, was es ist. Keine Ahnung.
You try and keep the mental
The moral
up, right?
victory.
You're able to get the one kill because the game is cooked. The game is completely cooked.
It's like you're down 19-5 or something. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, at least give
Der meint, man sieht beim E.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the side quest was accomplished, and now we can go next.
Okay.
I mean, you heard it in their earlier comms too, right? Where there's like, maybe they throw, maybe. It's always a possibility, but it's not looking very good, especially the way that Lion are playing.
It's looking great if you're Lion.
It is looking great if you're Lion. It's not looking great for waiting. You never want to be in a position
Wenn er
where
Q3 gesteckt hat.
a potential throw.
All right, we got another Baron. And Lion are immediately ready to just jump in. They are daring Team Liquid to come and try to answer this. Isles just maintaining space. Berserker right next to him, culling, finds a lot of damage onto the Nautilus, but honestly, Isles is still pretty much okay. We'll be able to eat up a couple of these yummy honey fruits. As now Saint jumps over the wall, wants to try to put a little pressure onto Core, not going to get a whole lot. Baron aggro still being maintained by Lion.
Shut off Equalizer.
Got the Baron down to about 7,000. Keep your eyes on Dokla over the wall. Ready to drop the Equalizer as soon as TL commits. And
Equalizer nicht so geil. Berserker wieder tot. Saint in der Backline kriegt Jon. Okay. Insane Fights von Saint. Bekommt immer Priority Targets raus. Sehr, sehr lecker. Triple Kill. Oh.
Triple kill for Saint on the Yone. Can he make it a quadra? The Soul Unbound's about to run out. No, the kill credit goes over to Dokla, I believe. But Lion's going to be happy with that. It's only Core JJ left alive. Baron is not needed. They can take this one straight to the Nexus.
Berserker was just a distraction. Saint was zeroed in onto Yawn, and the rest of Lion was assassinating Quid. So Lion display some awesome team.
Sehr geile Teamfights von Saint.
Team Liquid had a great
Und auch von Dokla, muss man auch sagen.
where they took things over and never let that lead go, kept setting up great play after great play.
Super.
Now here in game number
Wir
2,
haben eine
Lion team
Series.
fighting, forcing TL to play their game, and Lion just being better at it. 19-6, 15,000 gold lead. One last kill to add some insult to injury as the Nexus falls and Lion ties it up 1-1.
And what a great display from Lion to recover, also to kind of take away a lot of picks from TL and beat them with said pick.
Trommel und bei den Teamfights? Nö, nicht unbedingt. Aber die Ulti ist sehr OP. Hat bei Lion Game 1 top gespielt. Auch Caster, auch Lion, Entschuldigung, auch Dokla. Auch Big Dogs.
But they tried. They tried. Perfect area to start, Emily.
Yeah, you keep him down, but you can get him down.
Oh Gott.
They hit him with an elbow drop.
He always gets back up.
Yeah. He's
with a backhand. They tried. They made the attempt. In fact, let's just get right into it, right? Why not just get right into it?
Why not, Rez?
Yeah, why
you
not?
got service up?
Because they definitely made the attempt. Every play, it was like, all right, Jose Dioto, where are we going? Well, the answer is we're running straight top lane. We even queued over the wall because even though we recognize that there's a ward here, well, we already started the fight, so Dokla now has to get the hell out of here. So I think what's interesting is the fact, as you can see, the Q was used to be able to walk over the wall. So Jose, if he wants to be able to close the distance, he's gonna have to flash. Now he takes a little bit of a time as Dokla is like slowing him down. Then he gets the slow on red and denting blow started, so he's participating in the damage. And then like Dokla recognizes at this stage with Morgan also committing the flash and Q2 that was gonna be a kill necessary for them. So like that's one on the board.
I wonder if Dokla insta early flashed when Jose flashed if he lives.
Oh, he might.
You know, because he wouldn't actually proc the denting blows then.
Yeah.
And they barely had enough damage to finish him off. So I did wonder watching that. Should he not have just instant flashed as soon as Jose flashed?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely thought that he still could live because the Vi hadn't used Q yet. Yeah. But the Q2 range is also really long for Ambessa.
Yeah,
that was a really good point.
It's cheap. Spoken as a top laner who's laying against this.
And to Emily's point, yeah, they kept going top. They kept trying. They made the attempt.
Oh, my lace.
Well, one more time. This
he
time
used
around.
Flash first time. What about this time? He's got ult?
Oh, we got ulti. Red carpet starts immediately to slow him. And then, as we continue this one, of course, because Dokla recognizes that he's going
Ich bekomme noch nicht sehr viel Geld, ne? Das ist so mein einziges Ding hier.
distance with ulti. I do like the fact
Ich bekomme noch nicht sehr viel Geld.
Like, all right, if we're already getting stunned up with Vi ulti,
Bekanntermaßen ist Geld sehr wichtig.
and so recognizing Dokla that he's going to die here, he clears the wave as well. So that's 2 in a row, 6 minutes in. I felt like Jose Diota did his job. Game 1, fully mid. Game 2, fully top. Success? No, this time not.
Well, there was some success. Like
a little bit of success.
We didn't keep him down, but we got him down,
yeah.
You know? So that was working pretty well, I will say. But I wanted to also talk about some of the LYON team fighting and show some of the success that Dokla then had later on. So we can jump right back into it. This is, you know, pretty late in the game, 26 minutes in, where they are going to look for this pick right in onto Berserker. And this initial engage looks like it is pretty good. You know, Morgan TP's in, you know, gets into the back line, but what ends up happening is LYON basically kite back. Saint was drawing a lot of pressure there, retreats back from the culling here from the Yone. And you can see Dokla just kind of trying to control this area as much as he possibly can, while the rest of the team was basically just kiting back to protect Berserker.
Ich brauche das gar nicht, ne? Fuck. Ich brauche das gar nicht in dem Bild.
Berserker does end up living, Morgan ends up going down, and then LYON say, all right, let's head up towards the top side. Let's actually try to look for more here. So I'll fast forward a little bit. LYON decide we are going to try to go over here and look for a play on Baron, which is just respawning now. So TL in the 4v5 are going to try to actually stop this. Dokla has come back, and Dokla's positioning and play in this fight I think was really, really good. So as TL are actually moving forward here, Dokla has basically stayed off vision. He's moving up through this area. TL are kind of just controlling space up here. And we're going to see when this fight actually breaks out. That is able to get in onto Quid on the backside of the fight and ends up being able to basically completely make Quid irrelevant in this fight. Puts a lot of pressure on.
Da habe ich alle drauf, ne?
A really good equalizer here.
Ja, nur Blutung fehlt noch.
Starts putting pressure onto Quid on the side immediately.
Nur Blutung fehlt noch.
In the pit, staying safe. Berserker's over here. They're staying relatively safe. And just watch Dokla throughout this fight. I just think he plays it very, very well. You know, pushes Quid entirely back, makes him use the ult defensively. As soon as Quid is out of the fight on the side, then Dokla is looking to actually rejoin the fight over here. And LYON just start to run through this fight. They're missing their one solo laner, Morgan, who had died. They're now missing Quid, who has been pushed out entirely. And even though LYON and Core play this fight very well, LYON do a good job of just sectioning off the threats and taking them out one at a time. Dokla again.
Ach stimmt, morgen ist ja Feiertag. Perfekt. Peak, dann könnt ihr alle wach bleiben und die Series fertig schauen noch. Das ist ja absoluter Peak.
Isles is pulling back. Dokla is staying around, still threatening with the Electro Harpoons on the side, being so annoying. And you think, all right, maybe from this moment,
Plus 120 schmeckt.
Pulling through the team. You look at all these low health bars here.
Oh, und da haben wir die Blutung. Perfekt.
A couple hundred extra damage.
Wunderbar.
A couple hundred, maybe 1,000 damage. You'd have a triple kill there for LYON, but can't really finish off the kills. Does eventually flash forward here and is able to finish off Berserker, but then a good hook from Isles gets them LYON and does get them the kills. He dashes in, so maybe there was a way he could have outplayed, but I just felt like Dokla played that fight so well, drew so much pressure, you know, pushed Quid entirely out of it, and LYON just kind of danced around that fight on no health for so long.
Yeah, I like how they played around vision and the small timer that was left on Morgan's.
Das auf 2, das auf 2. Jetzt brauche ich noch
So if they wait longer for Dokla like doesn't go in and force Quid out like you're talking about, then Morgan revives. He comes back in with the full big teleport shield, and it could have been a different story.
Peak.
You know what's so funny? As you're making
Gute High Roads.
like having that, you're breaking it down. LYON walking by, the moment you mentioned his name, I was like, oh yeah, that's fine. He was so close. It was so close.
He was close, man.
Dokla getting a lot of the votes on this one, especially, hey, the tenacity, being kept down but not being.
So, ich glaube, der Damage, wir machen jetzt noch eine Runde, dann glaube ich, der Damage reicht. Dann können wir hier noch ein extra Amulett machen.
We actually need that vote back. I actually love that vote. But yes, that was a really good game from them. Also, I think Isles performed exceptionally well. That being said, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. That being said, we're going to be going to Game 3 after this break, but we're going to check in some LYON comms.
Oh, LYON comms.
Okay. Yeah, I just take...
Come. Oh, five.
Me.
I mean, Aurora first. I ult there. The Saint went. Saint, you fine? Okay, nice. We kill here.
I'll kill Vi.
Yeah, kill Vi. You got it? I will help you, I guess.
Pentakill! Penta!
Yeah. I can see.
There's no Penta, bro. Emilio's not here.
See.
Oh! Nice. It's Campo.
Oh mein Gott, bin ich OP. Oh mein Gott, bin ich OP.
Not trapped at a
Jesus, Lord have mercy.
posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
So, jetzt nehmen wir die Kerze hier raus und jetzt spielen wir das hier into this here, right?
Also take to the skies.
So.
Me too. You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Chillig. Beide Games hatte bisher Big Dog gespielt. 18 von 12. Das krieg ich. Oh, wir risken es jetzt wieder, aber ich weiß genau, ich werde jetzt gleich wieder so geknallt. Wie immer halt. Hat das Schock? Es hat Schock, ne? Ich weiß genau, ich werde jetzt gleich wieder so geknallt. Oh my days. Wie viel Sex hat der Senna bei 20 Minuten? 46. Ja, natürlich der Hund. Okay, Moment.
Slowly. I can Q out. 5 seconds. I can illusion. Wait, I cannot go. 1 second. I'm coming. I'll Q flash. Hit him. Look, I'm better. Nice. Token 3. He dashed in. Okay, I'm looking.
Million of flash. Back. Just look.
Go. Kill.
Nice. Million of flash.
I think Nash.
Now here in game number 2, it's LYON team fighting, forcing TL to play their game, and LYON just being better at it.
Ich wollte eigentlich noch ein Amulett, das abzuupgraden war ein Fehler. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, Castle, I mean, die haben bisher kein Game mit ihm gewonnen, right? Also es ist schwer zu sagen, ob er jetzt der Fehler ist oder nicht. Aber sie haben zumindest kein Game mit ihm gewonnen. Was halt offensichtlich ein Riesenproblem ist.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's spring playoffs time, and it's day 2 of those best-of-5 only playoffs. We got TL going up against LYON here. It was a very TL-favored game number 1.
Ich verstehe.
Very LYON-favored game number 2.
Ich verstehe, schon wieder so einer von denen.
Is it possible to
win? Oh, weia.
Like, is a win always just a win?
Oh, weia.
Mit
Krachen.
This is a philosophical question.
Ist immer dieselbe Scheiße.
LYON won with Team Liquid champs. So it's like a win and a half.
So you're like,
because you're denying it,
okay.
denying those champs for the rest of the
No
series.
Yone, no Rumble.
Okay,
yeah,
I like it.
No Senna, Nautilus. Corvette can't have that engage.
I was waiting for the specifics, or if this was just like philosophically about League of Legends.
Yeah, there's a famous LeBron quote, like 2 points isn't just 2 points.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And then he just left it at that.
Oh, I was like, okay, what's the follow-up?
All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see if the win is more than a win here as we're back into the draft and things are changing.
Yeah.
This time around, the first 4 bans in games 1 and 2 were exactly the same. But
Okay, wir machen was.
Also switching up sides here in this one.
Wenn wir jetzt verlieren, maybe Minor Crash out.
So LYON chose blue side. LYON going to ban out the Varus and the Seraphine as Orianna, Akali, and Bard are banned out by TL.
Yeah, and I like taking away the Seraphine, maybe because I'm sick of watching Ashe Seraphine, but also because it does like kind of break up that combo, right? It's something that we already talked about, how TL kind of gravitate towards one of the strongest, if not the strongest bot lane still in the meta currently right now. And we see the Cassio as the last
unbedingt
down from LYON. I'm very curious to see, since TL have first pick, what they are going to use that on, like what their priority is going to be. Could have previously been with the Ashe Seraphine prior to the ban.
Oh Gott, das kann nicht wahr sein. Das ist nicht wahr. Und auf Runde... Nein. Ich krieg jetzt minus Elo. Unreal.
And the Nocturne in both of the previous games were LYON's ban 1 and ban 2. So first time this series that the J4 is allowed through that ban phase.
Unfucking real.
To snap it up.
Nee, ich nehme das nie wieder, by the way. Ich nehme ihn nie wieder.
Also available, right? Because that has not been banned out, and also kind of a like small favorite. I think Inspired is really, really good on that pick. Although we do not have the Aurora to pair with it. Nico is still available.
Nie wieder nehme ich diesen Scheißhändler an. Also ich habe den OPsten Dark Build of all time.
But it's going to be the Caitlyn locked in first, and I'm wondering if the Lux is going to follow, but no, it's going to be the Xinjiao, which TL have banned on 4-5 every other game.
Unreal.
Line wants to wait and see what they want to pair with.
Funktioniert die Kerze im Rucksack? Nee,
There's
funktioniert
a lot
nicht.
of good pairs still available. Caitlyn Bard, Caitlyn Lux.
I love the Lux.
Muss einmal noch holen. Ja, ich
Just because Isles is so comfortable.
Ich werde nicht mehr Ding nehmen, das passt. Ich werde einfach nicht mehr annehmen. Ich bin immer overconfident mit meinem Scheißbild, aber ich habe keine Kampfbeginn. Bild. MFF. Jace TF, wow. Sofort irgendwas auf Toplane on picken. Oder Tank. Tank auf Toplane sofort.
In the same team together, this is going real good or it's going so bad.
Und sofort ein Tank auf Top.
Yeah, TF is really good with Caitlyn because you gold card for the trap. Against Caitlyn, you're telling her exactly where you're porting in, and she has time to put the trap there.
Put it on the floor.
And you're going to get hit by the trap.
And I love this response from LYON already. Locking in the Silas.
Dr. Will Jax, ich hoffe nicht.
The ability
Wir gehen kein Jax.
Steal a few.
Wir gehen keinen Jax gegen TFJs.
Continuously want to point out, Saint has absolutely smurfed on in a lot of their games, including the last time these two teams met.
Silas is one of those champions that I feel like when you get a game where it feels like a good Silas angle, it just feels like so good to play him, having those strong ulti options. Also serves as a bit of a preventative measure for things like an Alistar being locked in the support role because you don't want to give him access to unbreakable will.
Auch schon wieder ein TF am Free Los abwarten. Ne?
As we do have our junglers, we do have our mid laners for both sides, but then a little desync between AD carry and top as Ziggs is banned out by LYON.
I really like the Ziggs ban, actually. It's one of the two champions that can win lane against the Caitlyn, so LYON's just trying to secure a pushing bot lane. One really important thing with TF is that you can create volatility in your side lanes. So the Jace can do that. That's why you lock them in together. Now they want to have something in the bot lane that can do that as well.
Yeah, and we see the Nico being removed. Another thing that
Dix Nico, ja, ergibt Sinn.
And has kind of
Jhin ist raus, was spielen wir noch? Was wäre noch eine Option? Saya Rakan, wirklich. Ich hoffe, die gehen Lux. Oder? Wollen sie Lux? Nico ist nicht so geil. Ist auch schon gebannt. Wollen wir Lux haben? Ich finde Elise sogar fast besser. Actually, ich glaube, Elise finde ich besser.
TL, do we want to ban out more pairings with the Caitlyn to make bot lane more playable? We still have to see both of the bot lane choices for their side. Remember, you don't have the safe laning of the Jhin or the Ezreal. You do not have the powerful all-in potential of a Lucian. And of course, the Seraphine banned out alongside Varus just means so
Morgana, nee, ich finde Elise am besten, glaube ich. Da ist nur, wir picken jetzt natürlich Toplane, right? Wir picken jetzt Toplane, wir picken Last Pick Support. Irgendeinen Tank. Aber Lux ist jetzt gebannt. Ja, also Elise, oder?
Yorick is a standard. He's also hovering that Malphite right now, which is, again, good into the TF and the Jace. So they lock it in.
Super, finde ich gut. Finde ich super. Mag den Malphite sehr hier. Immobile, 3 Mobile Champions, also 2 Mobile Champions. Super. das gebannt schon. Wird Elise, glaube ich.
Like Silas or like Rumble, he's still Malphite. A well-placed ulti can still win an entire game. Plus, you're on the same side as the Silas. It's not like you're gonna have to deal with that being picked.
Worry about it.
Silas is one of the champions that Malphite's actually really afraid of. If Silas is still open and you lock Malphite and they lock Silas into it, you're just now better Malphite and you get to farm him for free in lane. So I like picking this since you already have the Silas. Over on the other side, though, it's
Mel
Reddit's
bot
favorite champion, Mel, locked in for Team Liquid.
What?
Mel botlane, okay.
Inform me as to why Mel
Pike? Pantheon Support.
She is the center of most of the reasons.
Elise? Immer noch?
Everyone hates playing against her.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's a given.
It's just like there's a couple Mel threads every day.
I think we have support Pantheon too.
Yeah.
So Team Liquid has some LCK flavor here with Mel bot lane, and then AD
Muss Elise werden, oder?
support that you'd play with it. Carrier played Camille. You can see it with Pantheon as well. So getting a little bit of AP poke to go against the Malphite, I think, is good, and it can also counter the Caitlyn. So Team Liquid trying to throw in a little bit of spice.
Raum.
They go even more standard down this Marvin, TF, Jace rabbit hole into the like Silas Malphite. It was going to be ugly. Maybe they've
Hartes Braum-Game, oder?
Yeah, and the
Finde ich jetzt nicht so geil, personally.
I kind of like that too, down. I mean, again, it's not going to have the same like pushing obnoxious power as the Caitlyn Nico or Caitlyn Lux would have.
Wir bekommen 2 Minuten Zeit zum Abstimmen.
A little bit of what Yon and Core want to do, kind of on this
LYON versus
Mel.
TR,
I do want to
LYON,
point
TR.
out, Core has had
Elise versus Mel ist auch nicht so geil, aber
on
besser als
Pantheon
Braum, oder? Weiß ich nicht.
the past. He
So,
is
kurz auf Toilette, dann gehen wir rein.
comfortable with this pick. So if he gets unleashed on the map, that will be something that LYON will have to watch out for.
I've always known Core JJ as one of our premier Pantheon support players. Even when it's not in the meta at all, I'll just see him in-game on friends list and hover over it and it'll say Pantheon and I'm like, okay, sure, Pantheon. Why not run another Pantheon game? So he's always got that in his pocket, always has that as a choice. Over on the other side though with the Braum, I also like this because you can easily throw up the Unbreakable against the Jace if he gets ahead in the side lane and then comes to try to contribute around an objective fight or something, block some of those accelerated shock blasts. So I am always going to favor the comp without TF when TF is in the game, so I got to give the edge there. But how are you guys feeling about this one?
I'm feeling like both teams cook pretty hard here, and I'm looking forward to this game. The big thing that I'm excited for with Dokla is about the champion experimentation that continues. This is his first career Malphite game as a pro, and if we think back to their best of 5 they played in lock-in, one of their big strategies was to let Morgan pick and then let Dokla cook with his counter pick, whether it was going to be Varus or Aurelia or Vayne, and this isn't as flashy as those picks, but it might be as effective depending on where he gets going in this game on the Malphite. It's not actually great really early in lane into the Jace, it's about the scaling, as Core's already flashed over a wall. Okay.
That's wild stuff. Okay, Core JJ with the level 1 flash over the Dragon Pit wall to find himself behind enemy lines. He's not going to see Inspired anywhere around.
He was really hoping to find his in. And now nobody knows that he doesn't have flash. So it's as if he didn't flash. If
Until he needs to flash.
So, wie Jungle Picks dann guckt, ja, aber dann gehen wir Richtung Maokai-Territorium.
Does it make a sound?
Well, it did go.
Yeah.
But
it made a sound.
Ach, gut, mit kleinen Interventionen? Nein.
I couldn't hear it.
Ich habe kein Problem.
As we see kind of some of the highlights, as you already pointed out, Jat, I think
Ich habe kein
this
Problem.
kind of saving counterpick for Dokla's strategy has been one of the reasons why LYON did have so much success against TL, specifically in,
Der Panther hat kein Flash. Was habe ich verpasst?
in their best of 5. And it was a huge part of their strategy
Was habe ich verpasst?
of kind of punishing Team Liquid's over-reliance on Morgan's strong laning phase. And as we saw just from that game too, I mean, Dokla was such a massive contributor in so many of their team fights. Even when they tried to target him on something more standard, he played like his most standard Scion and Rumble picks in that. But
Dragon Pit Splash, um Inspired zu suchen. Aha.
From LYON coach Rainover, who is standing by with Kobe.
Kleines Rainover-Interview.
Yeah, I've got Rain over here on the edge of his seat with the level 1.
laut.
First, let's talk about Dokla though, because at the beginning of the day you said you had utilized him very successfully into Morgan with counterpicks, and here with the Malphite.
I mean, we did had some plan going on, like games starting from like game 1 or 2, but I mean the way the draft went, it felt like it wasn't like as easy for us to utilize yet. But I mean, Dokla isn't just like a player that is only good at like those like flexi picks, right? I think he's also really good at playing standard champions, so I have no problem with it.
Have you put a lot of time in on the Malphite tech, or is this one of those ones where you just thought it was a good angle and time to pull it out?
I mean, we didn't really expect LYON to play Mel, so going into the draft, we thought Malphite would be like pretty good pick. I mean, I think their answer was not bad, but yeah, I mean, we did prep this matchup a lot.
I gotta ask about the level 1 as well, where you have Core JJ flashing in, looking for Inspired, and right now Inspired actually going into the jungle. Let's watch this. Okay, never mind. They're just gonna grab the crab.
Wie toll ist das bitte, dass sie ein Interview zuschauen. Wait, Core JJ hat kein Flash. Wait, das ist gut. Core JJ ist tot, oder nicht? Die gewinnen das, oder nicht? Berserker hittet mit voll viel Tempo. Berserker hittet. Berserker hittet noch immer.
Oh my god, Berserker flashes!
Okay, that's...
Nein!
Yeah, that's terrible for the game, yeah.
Oh mein Gott, als...
We just had Coach Spooks for TL walk by, cheering and laughing.
Als Coach im Interview musst du gucken, wenn ein Team so gerammt wird. Oh mein Gott.
Send it back to the casters.
What the hell just happened?
Ist das toll. Dein Coach muss einfach zuschauen, wie du geknallt wirst.
Because it looked good. They have the Braum for the 4v4.
Oh mein Gott.
Die.
Okay, let's watch it again. Let's see how this all started.
So Core has snuck behind already.
So toll.
Such a strange opening here.
Oh. Oh, Big Dokes. Solo Kill.
Killed Morgan.
It happens.
4 minutes.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how Team
Wie verlieren die das?
all of this. Jose gets a really nice EQ. LYON landed.
Okay, LYON ist die ganze Zeit am... Berserker ist die ganze Zeit am Hitten.
Like LYON just... A little bit of target selection.
Oh mein
We don't even
Gott.
have time because they're fighting over the next crab now.
Okay,
oh my god.
This game is insane.
Das ist crazy, dass sie das so ausverlieren.
Kill.
Yeah, as Malphite into Jace.
What?
Not just any solo kill. Malphite into Jace. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought for sure this was going to be another 5v5 somehow, but no. Instead, we're just going to get a couple of shots back and forth. Core JJ there with the shield.
He just Comet poked him. I mean, Morgan was winning the CS battle massively, was trying to shove in one more wave before recall and got a little greedy. Dokla was 3 points in queue with Comet and just landed enough poke that he walked him down. So, happens.
Sure, why not? Quid's getting caught out here now, though, as
An die Junge für den vierten.
does not have
Okay.
his flash from the earlier Dragon Pit.
Okay, Shutdown, Collector.
So there you go, shutdown credit over to LYON and Sink.
Yeah, and that
Haben wir die Braunpässe perfekt im vierten Hitter, was ihr da gesehen habt? Nee, es war Autotech von...
nice
Oder?
lead for
Nee,
him
oder?
as we see the fighting in the top lane. Yeah, he just gets
the
a
Comet
lot
Malphite.
of Comet,
He just gets the
Comet poke off of it.
Yeah, Morgan gets one more grasp proc before thinking he can speed away, and he can't.
And yeah, flash for good measure. Make sure he gets that kill. Good job, Dokla.
Again, it happens.
Yeah, just click on the guy, hit him with your shard, hit him with your Comet, run him down. Why not?
Comet damage goes really hard.
Yeah, when Comet can't miss unless the guy is specifically trying to juke it and knows like how to do the movement, pretty strong stuff. Malphite with Comet's tale as old as time, and you can see Dokla just building towards that early armor, knowing that it's going to be the Jarvan and the Jace.
Der Malphite wird ein Riesenproblem für TL, oder nicht?
There as Team Liquid.
Wann kommst du morgen online? Oh, ich poste die Schedule kurz. 13 bis 14 Uhr.
Going to step up first. Inspired and Berserker coming up right behind him. As Team Liquid trying to be careful now. Saint with the stolen ulti there, away from Core JJ is the target, and the Pantheon is forced to flash away. He has his flash back
12
up.
bis 14 Uhr habe ich
He
geschrieben.
used it at level 1, so it just
Nope.
back up and available.
Yeah, he
Nope.
probably would
Dobby ist frei morgen früh. Dobby muss morgen früh zum Sport.
It's good.
The level 1 play paid off now.
What I find really interesting about this, though, is even
MK hat 3-0 gewonnen.
Team Liquid won that early skirmish 4-0, they still have to back away from the Drake because of the fear of the Merc Tread Silas and the Braum for early skirmishing. So they still have the early skirmishing power. No major items were completed for Team Liquid.
Dobby muss morgen früh zum Sport und dann die Klima hier reinmachen. Und das scheiß Stativ für das neue Stativ für die Webcam oder für die Kamera auch noch ranmachen. Das muss Dobby morgen machen. Und dann kann Dobby online kommen.
Okay, the crab is secured by LYON. Every single time we're seeing anyone move to anything, you see 6 more people also go towards it.
Yeah, it's also like I keep wanting to talk about how like, oh, okay, it was
Meine neue Kamera für Sommer sind überhitzt. So, der Kühler ist schon dran. Sonst werde ich schon lange aus. der Kühler ist schon lange dran. Boah, Vitality hat heute echt nicht gut gespielt. Grüßi Paul. Ja, die haben echt nicht gut gespielt, finde ich.
However, they did lose that first Drake after kind of some extended scrapping. So LYON are not in a bad position here, especially with Saint.
Ja, wenn ich soll aus dem Ösiland, springt euch weg.
Stabilized after that kill in mid.
It is really big for Quid's game though if he can get to that Rod of Ages early. The fact that TF is 20 CS.
Stabiler Arsch, aber beim Klettern. Ich habe das Bild gesehen. Nicht so, wie man sich fürchten muss.
Wasn't that a TF ult icon I just saw? No.
ja, also ich lüge. Ja, nimm doch das Kompliment einfach an, sag Dankeschön. Ich hatte Sonnenstich im Bett, sag doch einfach Dankeschön. Einmal ein Kompliment.
Yeah, because he did get his Roa completed
Nicht so deep.
off of that back. So
fast Roa.
Yeah, I was actually thinking maybe he's gonna make a play on the side lane. Didn't see anything there. So yeah, just ports back to mid.
You can see at the same time.
Warte, wann ist Rückspiel? Warte, wann ist Rückspielrelegation? Ist das morgen Abend?
So both of these mages for the Team Liquid side getting those first items online pre-9.
Ist morgen Abend? Ja. Wann ist Kickoff? 2045? 2045 oder 2030? 2030, dann pray ich für den größten Downfall in der Geschichte von MKs. Wirklich Vereinsgeschichte. Ja, ich schon sehr Bock, das zu schauen morgen.
Yeah, and Jose is headed up there to at least check, so he is going to spot out Inspired.
I just probably one or two and run away.
Yeah, one is already secured. Inspired smites down the second, says, okay, fine, you can have the third one, isn't really going to matter that much.
Was aber folgt nicht? Der EPF oder was?
Down here in bottom lane, you can see Isles trying to keep YON further away from the wave since YON is alone, but it's not really going to matter. Mel has so much range, it's still very easy to farm with the Radiant Volley. So Berserker and Isles just going to allow this wave to move up and crash. Hose the Odo secures the last grub. Core JJ still roaming around all over the map. I never know where exactly he's going to be, but he does take his recall. Got a couple long swords. He's in business. Solar Snare dodged away.
Portugal, ein Team aus der zweiten Liga, Pokal gewonnen hat, halt's Maul.
I think Team Liquid's going to be really happy with the state of the game right now. Able to play off of any side lane. Core JJ doesn't even have to be in lane, especially with that Luden's Echo completed for Mel, so he can be a constant threat if Saint or Dokla.
Wie gut ist TF zur Zeit? Boah, ich bin den eigentlich ziemlich geil. Haben Sport im Finale geknallt, ist krank.
It's like game one where they just keep the pressure up very aggressively and try and snowball a quick win.
And once they have that Pantheon up, ult up with Core once he hits 6, which he is going to do very shortly, they will have kind of 2 double globals to try to affect the map as well, and probably want to set up something kind of similar to game 1, right, where they're controlling the side lanes a lot better and forcing LYON into either overloading on a side
SP Lissabon gegen Torrense.
Something that they might not necessarily have vision coverage for.
Das ist krank. Wäre es, okay, vergleichsweise ist es schlimmer, als wenn Bielefeld letztes Jahr gewonnen hätte gegen Stuttgart? Oder so selbes Level?
Around this bottom side river here, Quid's going to go ahead, take his recall, grab a purchase, upgrades to Mercury Treads, Berserker throws down a trap.
Sunderland, warte mal, das ist doch das Team von, wie heißt er denn? Worüber weißt du das? Hier, Shaka, oder? Oder? Ist das von Shaka? Ja, genau. Ja, what the fuck? Warte mal. Die sind als Aufsteiger, spielen die international? What the fuck? Viel schlimmer. Wow. Ich bin jetzt Euroleague nächstes Jahr. Boah, das gibt so viel Geld. Und Chelsea nur 10. dadurch. Warte, spielt Chelsea international? Nächstes Jahr dann? Nee, oder? Nein. Junge, dann da geht Alonso hin. Das ist ja geisteskrank. Ist ja geisteskrank. Oh, die cleanen das Haus. Die spielen das mechanisch halt insaner. Saint und Inspired ficken Mütter. Auf gut Deutsch gesagt. Die ficken Mütter. Schaut euch Saint an. Bro ist so OP. Wow, die Ulti von Inspired. Wow. Mein Gott. Mein Gott bereitet nur den Kill für Saint vor. Mein Gott bereitet nur den Kill für sein Team vor.
As you called, Captain Flowers, 4 for 3, and the Dragon going over to LYON.
Yeah, as we see the ulti pop, they're able to sneak out because the trap line wasn't fully established. Inspired does get this Drake, however,
We're not done.
Big Dokes.
Dokla in danger,
Oh.
trying to get himself out there, even spent the flash.
Ey, der ist auch noch tot, Core. Junge, dieses Game ist einfach over, ne?
The 1-for-1 trade so far.
Dieses Game ist 100% over, I'm sure of it.
At the end of the day, it's a double kill to Berserker.
Wie schnell am Rudern warst?
to get this
Na gut.
Caitlyn back in the game because before, as
Diverse
it was cut
Sportarten.
off in that team fight, she did not particularly have a good time, and this Mel has been kind of running rampant through these fights. I believe that was Core ulting top initially to try to make the 2v2 play, but then LYON coming out ahead of that one.
Yeah, LYON have been going for the swap up top, able to get a couple of kills, and Frozen Heart completed for Dokla now as well. This is an amazing game.
This is so fun.
So speaking of items getting completed, Emily, I want to consult you as resident LCK.
Einfach aber ist actually gut gegen Jace. Und da sind halt, ich sehe 4 immobile Champions. Das ist schon Turbo-Value, oder nicht? Für den Malfight. Gelei, danke für den dritten. In der Schweiz war heute das gleiche, aber der Erstligist hat 3-0 gewonnen. Wird es eine Ram Watch Along geben? Deutschland-Spiele bin ich also Deutschland bin ich 100% nicht im Haus. Da bin ich entweder bei Public Viewing oder bei Freunden grillen oder sowas. Aber ansonsten werde ich sehr viel nebenbei schon, ja. I mean. Kommt natürlich drauf an, right, wie ich. Wow, die werden geknallt. Ansonsten, ich werd schon schauen. Wann sind die frühesten Spiele? 20 Uhr? Ne, 19 Uhr. Muss ja 19 Uhr, ne? Also ja, ich werde schon on-stream viel schauen.
Meanwhile, JJ going up to the top side, Inspired, chasing after Morgan, trying to grab himself a solo.
Nein, die feeden so. Geil.
Nope, not even a solo kill required. It's Saint who
F2 in den letzten 9 Spielen 8 verloren, um Meister werden.
Okay, now we got another Twisted Fate ulti, this time for the real Twisted Fate down here into the mid lane. Isles and Berserker backing up for
Fußball ist so ein random Game.
a little bit more damage.
Ja, ich weiß, wie gesagt, bei WM, ich weiß noch nicht, wie ich es mache. Mittags schlafen bei 30 Grad hört sich halt auch nach Turbo-AIDS an, ohne Witz. Ich glaube, da schlafe ich lieber nachts nicht so viel. Das ist, glaube ich, einfach besser für die 2 Wochen, das halte ich aus.
This is what happens when there's 2 Twisted Fate ults in the game. And Pantheon.
And 2 Pantheon ults, yeah.
I will say, the Pantheon ult onto the Sylas did make the Sylas even crazier. The 5-kill Sylas now. Saint was down 20 CS early to quit.
Das ist doch eine Klima, als ob ich die jetzt jedes Mal von dem Zimmer hier ins Schlafzimmer rüberbringe. Bin doch nicht dumm. Klar, ist richtig. Ich pack das alles gut. Ich weiß, wie viel ich schaffe. Heute Morgen. Aber ja. Okay.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask before we got into
Bro, 2 Zimmer, tatsächlich habe ich 3, aber das dritte benutzt.
I feel like this is one of the times when you're looking at control mages, the item generally gets criticized more, but right there, it gave LYON the extra bit of distance to escape the Malphite.
What a beast.
Wow.
Kannst du auf der Couch pennen?
Okay.
Nicht dumm.
So,
he's proving it right.
Okay, so the Chovying is fine.
It's such a herky-jerky game right now. Dragon's up in 43 seconds.
Stell die Klima auf den Staubsaugerroboter.
Already, and Team Liquid is contesting this one.
Morgan does have TP if he wants to join. He's backed off.
Dumm,
Pushing in bot.
weil ich werde nicht auf der Couch will ich will auf der Couch nicht schlafen. Auf der Couch will ich chillen.
I think it's just so much more important to
Mein Bett ist zum Schlafen da.
because if LYON can get onto Soul Point with the Malphite Sylas ult power that they're going to have later in this fight.
Auch wenn die sehr bequem ist.
Inspired going for the Dusk and Dawn plus Sundered Sky build, which we haven't seen in this variant. We've seen Titanic Dusk.
Chillen gleich schlafen? Nein. Chillen ist gleich Serie schauen, also.
When the actual DPS from Team Liquid isn't super high, they're more burst, so maybe this is the right call to go super healing for Inspired.
Well, you kind of saw how difficult it was.
Ja, das Game hier ist komplett geflippt, einfach nur Weil die random Fights halt nehmen, ne? Also, das finde ich aber geil. Also, 20 Kills bei 17 Minuten finde ich richtig gut. Dösen wäre okay.
Okay, Dragonfight starting.
Weiß nicht.
LYON with control over the objective for now, but the Scuttle Crab vision belongs to Team Liquid. Core, LYON and Jose Diodo approaching from the left.
Die Sache ist, ich hab...
Occupied down here in the bottom lane at the same time, but IELTS is going to be bursted before the fight even starts. Saint looking
Jose Diodo ist tot und Zane kommt rein. Ja, okay. Okay. Ich hab... Okay. Egal wie hellwach ich bin, wenn ich da mich auf die Couch... Ich muss mich wirklich anstrengen, dass ich nicht einschlafe. So oder dass ich halt nicht so richtig müde werde instant. Das ist ganz, ganz schlimm. Wie kann man sich anstrengen müssen, damit man nicht einschläft? Ich check, obwohl man nicht müde ist. Das ergibt keinen Sinn. Bei 30 Grad ist das Klima, die sitzen immer auf die Couch. Ich schlafe einfach auf der Couch. Okay, Mann, ihr Opfers. In dem Schlafzimmer, das ist quasi auf der anderen. Also hier knallt den ganzen Tag die Sonne, hier auf der Seite knallt die ganze Tag die Sonne. Und das Schlafzimmer ist quasi da drüben, wo die Sonne nicht reinknallt. Da ist sehr angenehm. Im Schlafzimmer. Im Schlafzimmer ist sehr, sehr angenehm. Aber ich will ja trotzdem nicht Mittag schlafen, das ist ja total DJ. Ich kann doch nicht, das ist doch voll DJ. Ich kann doch nicht nur von 5 Uhr bis irgendwie um 12 Uhr streamen oder sowas. Das ist doch scheiße. Couch auch viel zu small zum Schlafen. Nee, die nicht. Die ist schon groß. Die ist schon sehr groß, aber das heißt gerade beim Penberg draußen, das fühlt sich doch voll DJ an, oder nicht? Dann warst du auf, bis komplett zu treten. In der Breite, ja, die ist, also das L-Stück hier, das da ist groß, also wirklich riesig. Mach Sauertorn, es gibt hier keinen Sauertorn auf dem Kanal. Also, wie machen wir's?
Insane bruiser. Okay, Core JJ has already used the Golden Aegis. IELTS has already used the Unbreakable. Shields down on both supports. Core having to run all the way back. Still 3.5 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Saint using the Abscon to create a little bit of extra distance as Quid flings the gold card. Morgan should be able to grab this turret here.
Yeah, Morgan's gonna
Gut, zu schlafen mal 5 Tage durch, aber MSI geht 2 Wochen. Das ist das Problem. Er ist tot, ne? Oh, strong. Dürfen wir denn was sagen, wenn du übermüdet gereizt sein solltest? Ja, ja. Ich bin eh der Goat. Und ein guter Schauspieler. Und koffeinsüchtig. Ich bekomme das hin.
A little bit of magic damage from the Malphite in these fights, and it will of course be good if he's in a fight for a long time.
And he should be, right? Like, they're kind of relying on him and Inspired to be running through these fights together. We've already seen it from that prior fight, and I just think it's now so difficult for TL to be able to deal with the two of them being as tanky and difficult to kill as they are.
Per Definition, ja.
There we go.
Saint's got 10 stacks on Dark Seal.
Wenn ich mich anschaue.
He's only got 1 death the whole game. He's 5-1 and 5. Build a book. Make him afraid.
He's most likely not dying, maybe?
Yeah, he's...
Although then the book becomes a curse, right?
IELTS taking a quick hit. Yeah, I guess you got to be careful with the book, but I don't know. I feel like when you're having a game like this...
Team Liquid is so bursty that I think he's going to want the stopwatch. If he wins one more fight, book bot.
Then you go book, okay.
Once they're actually ahead in the game, he can shut the door with the book.
Also, imagine a fight where you have this...
Wir kriegen Dusk und Dawn, ja, finde ich super.
Also the Silas.
Okay, Dokla's your target. This is just the full dog pile on Dokla.
Okay. We'll see how that works out for him. It hasn't worked out for many. Oh, Berserker,
that's okay. He's in the hole.
That's half his hole.
Also die schlagen sich die ganze Zeit dumm, ne? Finde ich geil.
I've never actually seen a projectile bounce back that far from rebuttal before.
Ow.
He's got to be careful. If he gets more items, he's literally going to kill himself doing that. That's crazy.
All right, Berserker just learned an important lesson about making sure you take the right shot there at the Mel.
I feel like sometimes you do...
Ich habe gerade jemand gefragt, wie Elk heute gegen quasi Brücke und Kani auf Bot verloren hat. Und ich habe keine Antwort drauf. Ich habe weiterhin keine Antwort drauf, wie sie gegen LGD Gaming verloren haben. Ich weiß es nicht. Ich bin immer noch überrascht. Flabbergasted.
And I mean, this game has been incredibly chaotic, but a lot of times when we do see the Mel succeed, it is because she can rebut so many of the things that the team is doing.
And if you're enjoying this absolute insanity of a game, a reminder that we are back in the Riot Games Arena next week, and tickets are on sale for that one. You can head to LCS.
Schlagabtausch in 30 Sekunden.
to get your
Saint hat, wow, der Roll of Ages Proc noch lecker. Der nimmt die Ulti, wirklich.
Saint has TF ult once again to try and flank in a team fight that is surely to happen soon as Cloud Drake's up in 15 seconds.
Team Liquid, they know they have to stop this. You do not want to give that Cloud Soul over to this Lion team that is already playing so wild, so fast. As it looks like Inspired is taking the top side Scuttle Crab to secure the vision there. And now our Dragon has spawned. Dokla's got the unstoppable force, flashes up all across the Lion.
Wo bleibt der Roll of Ages Proc? Hallo?
Except for Morgan on the Jace. That flash is still down. So keep your eyes on if Dokla tries
Jetzt.
to aim at that.
Und er ist fast Level 16, ne?
Primary target.
Ja, noch TF wollte ja auch noch.
Core JJ, but that's all they get. When becomes lightning, slows them down a little bit more. Solar Snare, no dice. Core JJ taking some damage, and there they go. The engage on the Morgan, exactly like I'm talking about.
Und werden geknallt.
Dokla barely staying alive. Morgan getting away for now. Saint goes gold and buys himself a little bit of time. Quid's gonna be your next target.
Yep.
Saint goes in after Yawn. The rebuttal doesn't give him a whole lot, but it does do enough to keep him alive. Berserker now the target is Hoda. The Odo goes in.
Wow, Berserker lebt durchs Locket.
Saint is ready to run him down. Inspired takes the kill on the enemy jungler. Berserker fires off one last ace in the hole. Core and Jose dead.
G.
Control over the Dragon Pit.
These fights are crazy. Lion is basically separating them on multiple fronts. You saw Saint taking down that mid tier 1 to be able to kind of wrap around here after the TL is popped. Dokla and Saint comboing onto Morgan, and even though he ends up surviving, the rest of Lion are ready to collapse.
And it's just so difficult for Team Liquid to stop these engages.
Geile Fights, to be honest. Also Saint auf Silas ist so ein Monster. Jede Woche aufs Neue performt der so krass. Jetzt noch ein Ari-Game von Saint und wir sind hier durch. Um 1:30 im Bett. Gültig.
Look at this, Silas. You like at this point, you have to watch out for this in so many of Lion's drafts because Saint has been deadly on this Silas. Not just in terms of like what ults he can steal.
Ja, Malphite nimmt hier halt so viel Value. Richtig, auch wenn er 2000 Gold aus, der hat 2000 Gold down, ist der so viel Value.
Approaches team fights is so great and his understanding of how to flank on this champion. He's completely.
Ja, Gold, das also. Ich meine, ist es wieder, Fake ist halt wieder, ne, wie man sehen will, aber ja, TF knallt halt rein.
Right now, this has been such an awesome game. Second most in LCS history.
Was?
Yeah, that is
crazy.
That's awesome.
I'm not sure.
Match of the week.
Okay, see, remember when earlier you said I think I should have picked yesterday, and we said Emily, you can't doubt yourself before we even play the series.
Myself.
You just gotta believe. Stats. I'm curious actually if we have Leo the stats guy, if he knows this. What was the bloodiest game of all time at 15 minutes? Because 21 kills is really high. So I'm curious what we beat it by. Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get that information here soon. Because right now we have a little bit of a lull in the blood. Since it's 16-11, there's no Elder Dragon to fight over for the next 4 minutes. And TL doesn't really want to fight a Cloud-Souled Lion.
Saint ist so strong. Fertige Sonja ist Level 16.
They aren't bloody, but they're turrets, right? You know,
there's
Dokla
probably
taking
blood
down.
on everything on the Rift at this point, Emily.
Core
JJ goes in. Isle's gonna defend himself there.
Morgen mit Jake verwandt, die sind Bruder, was? Einer ist Koreaner, einer ist Schwede.
Dokla and Saint going in after the rest of TL.
Fuck you mean, bro? Wow, Saint spielt so gut. Wow, Saint spielt so gut.
Core JJ is already down. Jose and Yawn separated from the rest of their team. Jose the Odo gets over the wall.
Flash engage auf Yawn.
Unstoppable force onto Yawn. There's no rebuttal for that. Inspired goes on a killing spree. Yawn drops. Lion finally reclaimed the gold lead as a team. And Morgan wanting to stick around and get some plate money off of the mid lane tier 2 may have overstayed his welcome. Inspired and Saint going in. Saint steals away the chase power as now Morgan continues trying to get out here with that acceleration gate, but it ain't gonna matter. You're trying to run from Cloud Soul and it will not happen. Inspired goes on a rampage and Lion get 3 for nothing.
There is just no escaping Lion team fighting in these last 2 games. They ran at them with the Nautilus, Senna.
Jetzt schaut mir gerade rein für Game 4, ja, damit ich richtig schön spät ins Bett noch kann. Ja, das ist sehr geil. Super.
Win in the team fight. They'll take the reward of the Baron, and I'm going to take you guys down memory lane because I got the answer. The bloodiest game of all time at 15 minutes in LCS history was 23 kills versus this game's 21, and it was Dignitas versus TSM back in 2021.
That is so insane to me because Power of Evil was in that game, and you wouldn't expect him to be part of the game. That was Power of Evil.
Christian Schranke.
For TSM back then. That's insane.
That was a time in LCS history.
It was a bloody time in LCS
Christian,
history, apparently.
Christian Schranke?
That was my first year
Doch, Christian Schranke, ne?
Hell yeah. And now you're the one casting this game.
Yeah, let's go.
It's the Emily Rand difference.
This is also a very fun gold graph because although we've been talking about
Tristan, oder?
LYON winning
Kennt ihr das Meme nicht?
these team fights, they only recently, as we pointed out,
Kennt ihr das Meme nicht mit Christian Schranke?
in this game.
Second time the Proto Belt got him out of the unstoppable force.
He's just a Proto Belt god. He's not going to win the game, but he's won the mini game within the game.
While we have time, do you actually want my thoughts on Proto Belt that you asked? Like, what's
Also ich glaube, Eintracht-Fans wissen, wer Tristan ist. Wir zwei wissen das.
Das ist saugeil und Christian hat Move. Oh, Fairness muss aufpassen. Der auf die Fresse, aber Kombos rausgespielt, ja? Christian, ich meine Tristan. Oh Mann, ihr seid wirklich so ein deutscher Chat, ist krank. Man sagt Christian, weil man hyped ist, labert sich, anstatt Tristan, ganzer Chat voll mit Christian, Christian. Tristan, aber wir haben Christian Schranke. Ja, Christian, Entschuldigung. Wie ist es? Sind wir eine Turniermannschaft? Direkt.
Christian Schranke.
Put out a lot more damage with the solar snare, everything like that. Okay. So yeah, I do think like I'm not gonna necessarily argue against it in this game, but I think with anything like as a blanket adoption, you should consider why it's being done.
Oh, eine Pommes-Schranke. Wahrscheinlich auch eine Pommes-Schranke.
Consider it besides, well, Chovy did it, so now I will do it.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
But I would say like 75% of the time if Chovy does it, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Fair enough. Chovy's a very good player. Chovy's a very good player.
Yeah, it's one of those things like an Inspire tells you what to do. Maybe you do it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's fine.
Just smile and nod. Okay,
Sure. Yes, sir. Why not?
No reason not to. Team Liquid currently trying to maintain control over their own blue buff jungle as LYON continue moving up as a team. It doesn't matter that Twisted Fate can see them. He sees them all back to back standing together, so there's not really an angle to find there for Quid. As the Elder spawns in 10 seconds, this is TL's chance to still potentially win the game.
Morgen Back for Back 17 Stunden? Nee. Morgen ganz entspannt zwischen 12 und 14 online. Ganz entspannt.
Yeah, they've got the TF ult now as actual TL doesn't have.
Wow, der Flash von Quid. War fucking dog. Shit.
3v2 up here on the top side as LYON tries to get a little bit more. Berserker dominating as Morgan falls. Saint staying alive.
Saint hat immer noch Sonjas. Das ist ein Killable. Ja. GG.
Core JJ arrives for the Uber Eats Pantheon play. It's an ace with a side of support. Team Liquid evaporates, and it's LYON getting it done.
You know what I loved about that fight is the point where Inspired was like, nah, Saint, you got this, you're fine, I'm going up to the...
Kannst du mal Oak starten? Wäre natürlich nicht notwendig, wenn ich... Also, bitte. Ist natürlich noch offen, bin ja nicht dumm.
Was looking pretty low. LYON looking to close out this banger of a Game 3.
We are getting one hell of a series here today.
Also nur Liebe, aber wäre ich dumm.
Most of the game, LYON just outfought TL time and time again, and
GG.
moved to match point.
So. Das war ein geiles Game. Das war ein richtig geiles Game. Richtig schöne Klopperei. Eine richtig schöne Klopperei.
We gotta see if Raz is willing to flip-flop yet again.
Yeah,
because I don't even know where he's at right now. Who's winning? What's happening?
Flopping back?
Look, I'm holding firm for now. We can't just keep flipping and flopping.
Morgen ist LCS Upper Bracket Finale. Yes, morgen 17 Uhr G2 gegen MKOI. Gewinner ist bei MSI.
You're the one that convinced me. You're in this game too.
I was telling you not to. Check the tapes. I'm literally pleading with you not to.
I don't know. I think Kobe said it.
Yeah, we're not replaying. We're not replaying that one. That's it.
Spinne, oder?
Everybody right now.
Rede.
I retconned it.
We have proof. I have proof right now too that this
You're gonna
game.
play that proof?
I've got proof this game was a banger, Raz.
That is a banger.
I've got proof right here, and we've got.
Rede.
This was tied for the second most in LCS history. Actually,
That's
crazy
insane.
bloody. So let's get into the blood, shall we? Let's join in on the blood. I had Rain over here on the couch. We actually just grabbed
Oh mein Gott, ich brauch das alles.
with Rain over still here. He had to watch this live. And
Oh mein Gott, ich brauch das alles.
Before we even get started. Over here in the Fog of War, Core JJ had already used his regular flash at level 1 to go in and invade and look for Inspired. But here in this play, he was prepping a Hex Splash play to go for Saint. But then they actually see Inspired, so they change their play. And Core is going to come this way, and they're trying to do a wrap on the jungle to go for this crab fight instead. I'm literally going to play the whole thing in 50% speed. Because it is so
ich bin schwer verblutet wie eine dreckige Sau, ne? So, Dankeschön. Wurde schon wieder abgestochen.
Return on the fight because the cooldown is fairly long early on. It does allow Inspired to get the crab, but then Core JJ does get a Hex Flash play off on Inspired. They flash over and they do get gold card stun, but because he doesn't have EQ from the previous use, he can't CC Inspired here, and then LYON is going to try and layer again. If he still had the cooldown for that, they could fully CC chain Inspired down, but Inspired gets out, he can then flash away from it and live a lot longer, and that's going to be key.
Nur Liebe.
But Berserker
Was ist das?
walks up on the Caitlyn,
Danke.
him and LYON both just pelting away in the bloodbath, the blood soup, Raz, that
The
is
blood
this,
bowl.
this dragon bowl over here.
LYON
Saint.
tells here too that he lives. This would be such a tilter for Berserker.
He flashes, he also thumbs up him right when he does it.
Look at that.
Nice.
There we go.
Tschüss, was habe ich gerade für eine Bombe bekommen?
5 health. It's insane.
Meanwhile, look at that. Saint barely not able to get enough range on that Q, and so Saint goes back in just to die, and you're thinking,
Aha.
no, Raz,
Guck
is
mal.
this game cooked? 4 for 1 in kills in favor of Team L. But no, it's not cooked.
Dass ich noch keine Upgrades habe, ist halt krass wieder, ne?
The next one, we've got another dragon fight, and this one Liner starting it out. Okay, yes, you can definitely say they don't have their completed items here.
Ich brauch das ja.
Meanwhile, you got completed items over here for TL, but TL's playing a little bit more around their cooldowns, or should be. And then we see the walk up here. Both of them have Twisted Fate ult. The Twisted Fate as well as the Silas. So they're making a beeline, trying to go for Dragon. And you have Core JJ go in on Inspired, while Jose actually goes for the AD carry here, trying to get onto Berserker. And they're split focus. You get spells this way, then you get spells this way. They do end up bursting Berserker anyway. LYON here is going to be able to get a nice Q to finish him off. But Inspired and Saint, they say, I don't care. We're going to the bottom side of this fight instead. While TL, we're in the top side of the fight. And you get this circle, Raz, where we're all,
Oh my God!
We're all just chasing in a circle. Everybody, literally 3 flashes from LYON over this wall to go the exact same way. Jose's trying to chase, but they can't catch up.
Mein Gott, Rede, ja, Mann.
And Saint, who are running.
Ja, gib mir die High Rolls, die dreckigen. Ich brauch das.
Rosie into the pit, and Inspired here with this Sundered Sky that has finally been completed. Gets a lot of value out. That ult, by the way.
Er hielt sich wieder. Oh mein Gott, wir haben ein Problem. Oh mein Gott, wir haben ein Problem. Oh Gott, wir haben einen Riesen. Oder? Gewinne ich? Oh! Rede 40 Damage.
He's so dead! Boom! Boom! And just barely gets that one too. The Saint finishes him off. I mean, one more. This game just delivered so much action. It was so fun. And action packed from the very beginning, which, you know, did benefit LYON a lot with the Dragon stacks going their way.
Tot.
The player of the game is actually a tie between Inspired and Saint, which chat does.
I mean, ich werde immer Inspired geben, right? Aber ja.
Wow.
Okay.
Saint on the Silas. It's also really funny because I flip-flopped my vote from Saint over to Inspired. So
you are a flip-flopper.
To make it this time.
Raz was right.
Turns out you were right.
There we go. Handshake.
One and the same. Me and you, Raz.
4 out of 7. Oh, wow. This is actually a pretty close one. I do think it could have gone either way. I want to talk a little bit about
Aber keine Upgrades, ne? Das bricht mich gerade ein bisschen.
I don't think we actually got the list of
Okay, no.
matches that have been played, so it's going to be a little bit by ear. But maybe we can just pull this up. So let's think. Okay, what all has been played? Oh, that's not good. I guess when I draw there, it just okay. Never mind. I can't draw.
Me when I'm Raymond over watching the first fight.
All right, well.
Oh mein Gott.
Time to be fair, but like, yeah.
Wie geht das Spiel?
Told me to skip it.
Level up? I mean, hätte level upen können.
Yeah, well, drawing on it minimizes it.
I see. You've been trolled.
Paint me a pretty picture, Azael, before we head to break.
It's not working. we're aborting. We're abandoning ship.
We're abandoning ship.
Azael gave up on the pretty picture, so we're going to toss the break. We've got no more time, but Game 4 is on the way. And Game 4, I'm guaranteeing right now, it's actually going to be the most bloody game in LCS history.
There you go.
Guaranteed.
I flank to light side.
Okay, look here, guys. We're looking.
I'm with you,
Look, Jace,
Yeah.
We're winning hard.
I follow just the depot.
Okay, you are alone, same. Mel is bot.
Hey, here.
I'm coming.
I'm fine. Yeah. You have Junior.
Mel dead.
Okay, I'm going mid.
Pantheon ulted in, no flash. Yeah. We win.
Good KD.
Nice dog class. Solo Bolo, Malphite.
Solo Bolo. Dingle dingle.
Oh yeah. Ja, ein Problem. Ich bin auf einen neuen Wiederaufnahme gestorben. Ist Inspired Go doing it? Natürlich. Natürlich. Wie immer. Nichts Neues, mein Freund. Wow, ich hab... Wow. Ist das BIS für Elfen? Warte mal, ist das hier BIS für Elfen?
Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Schild der Öffnung mit Kugelbuch. Ja, das ist BIS für... Also den hier lassen wir, aber die beiden nehme ich mit. Wir probieren. Ich hab noch nie Elfen gespielt, also wir schauen mal. Wo gibt's die Guides? Hier.
Follow. Look there, guys. Where's the rebel?
No W on Mel, no W on Mel. Fight. We are strong. Mel, I think. J4 EQ'd over, he's far.
I'm coming. Look, man.
G has flash. Yeah, I will force it.
Yeah.
J4 has flash too. I can push for J4 still.
Okay.
J4 has flash
I'm
too.
looking J4.
No flash both.
Nice.
Come kill baby!
Yo, if you guys can swap here, because I can just ult and take his condition.
I'm running top, guys.
Oh, shit. Inspired! Fearless on the Zinjao! The audacious charge!
Und er hat diese Gold-Dinger, ne? Diese Gold... Okay. Ich habe einen Witch Run, ein Shop-Sale dauert 20 Minuten. Lecker, Schmecker. Warte, ist die Oaken Tower Items? Ist nicht das hier. Welches Item brauche ich denn? Das da, Brass Knife. Okay. Das hier brauche ich. Was wir leveln jetzt hier? Tot. Aber Free Rolls ist es krank. Inspired Griff, die Comes Mate ist krank. Ist Inspired Serious, wird er von der Community der nächste Hitler genannt? Ist er mal Fun, Griff, die Comes? Ja, das ist ein persönliches Ding. Lasst mein Goat in Ruhe. Aha.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's Spring Split Playoffs, the first weekend of those playoffs here at the Riot Games Arena. And yesterday we went the distance, full 5 games between C9 and FlyQuest. Today we are about to head into game number 4 between LYON and Team Liquid. LYON currently leads the series with a 2-1 score after game number 3 was the second bloodiest LCS game of all time at the 15-minute mark.
And
crazy.
I feel like LYON has so much momentum here.
Yeah.
Because game 2, they used TL's best comp against them. wash the team fights. And then here, they lose the
Oh, schön Geld farmen.
It looks kind of doomed. And then they just team fight their way out of it. So where does Team Liquid go from here with a lot of their best champions gone and having lost the last 2 games?
I also just really love the answers that they had in their draft to what TL wanted to do, right? Like, it seems like LYON specifically has a really, really good read and the tools to be able to deal with whatever TL want to put together. In this case, they actually went for the...
Ich will das eigentlich gar nicht, wenn ich drüber rede. Ist es mit Goldstack oder wie? Also, das hier zeigt es zumindest an als LYON.
Which we know Core is like super, super comfortable on, right? I'm not saying that was a mistake, but their answers for it were so
Nur eine schöne Kohle, wir werden reich.
with this Silas who could steal...
Wir werden so scheiße reich, hoffentlich.
So the thing that I'm looking at here, if we're talking about drafts, I always like to check in on the LCS live discussion threads between games just to see what the community is thinking. I cannot even repeat most of the comments about the Team Liquid drafts on air. Fans are not happy with the way the drafts have been playing out.
They didn't love the TF Jace.
The TF Jace, shockingly,
into the Caitlyn Malphite Silas
was not a popular choice.
Die gehen jetzt erst gestern aus 3-2 fürs hinein.
What Team Liquid is going to put together in draft in this one, now that they are in a must-win situation. LYON going to go ahead, ban out the Varus first. Team Liquid decided to once again go for first pick. LYON is playing on blue. Akali and Lulu alongside the Seraphine all day underway.
And they might be looking Orianna if LYON doesn't ban it. With the very early Akali ban, that's what that signals to me. And then it would also just be a bit
close one. Egal, 30 Gold immer jede Runde extra.
They're going to let it through. Nocturne is also up, so they might be also, in a sense, daring LYON to take Nocturne. Because that's what LYON does. A lot of times they'll give you Orianna.
Und ich brauche Nightquill.
That's what's landing up right now.
Nightquill und die Feder-Ding da, okay. Das da, oh mein Gott. What the fuck?
One thing that has been consistent throughout this game as we see the Skarner ban coming through for TL is that Ashe Seraphine has not been present, right? Like Seraphine ban in this game, in the previous game, they did not go for it.
Ich brauche genau die Sachen.
And so,
Ich brauche noch ein Messer-Upgrade.
So I think like that is really interesting to me considering how reliant TL has been kind of on that bot lane in some of their drafts. And there is the Nocturne being removed by LYON.
Yeah, that's what's surprising to me. It is almost...
The other side, you get Ori, and we don't get Nocturne.
Okay, now I'm confused.
But they don't get Ori.
Yeah.
Corki First Pick, ach du Scheiße.
Corki.
Finde ich scheiße.
Corki
Nami is also still up.
Jungle Picks, boah, was haben wir da noch offen? Panther ist noch offen. Oh mein Gott, ich bin auf eine Spielhilfe. Alarm.
Of the playoffs in the world right now, it's pretty shocking that even with an Orianna counter banned out already and Nocturne banned, that it wouldn't just be first picked. I'm very surprised.
Ach, Panther war Support, lol.
Okay, so they are gonna
Maokai. Maybe. Maokai kommt? Bereit sein?
For their side, and we'll see if they just end up going with that Orianna.
Kann ich bitte hitten?
To both give it to Saint and then also
Darf ich bitte hitten?
From Quid.
Oder werde ich hier gefickt? Ich werde gefickt.
LYON just doesn't think Quid is that good on it because he has struggled on a lot
Dankeschön.
of control mages. And Saint has also, in a sense, had a lot of his best games on melee, so they actually, they just lock in the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, which we did see previously banned, right? So, and Cassio is really, really strong. Right now, we've been seeing her a lot more globally as well as in the LCS.
All right, Team Liquid. What are we going to pair with Corki now that Nami is gone and we're also into Game 4 of Fearless? So the support pool is feeling down a lot with Seraphine and Lulu both.
Oh mein Gott, das ist nicht gut.
Yeah, and as we see Nefiri hover.
Mach schnell genug Damage, bitte.
When Jose like off on this super hard.
Nefiri.
Does pair really well with the
Small da Instant Lock, love it.
Her as she
love it auf dem Patch.
In addition to her natural kind of turret diving and assassin abilities. And Jose did cite this as like one of his best picks and something he's super comfortable on. On the other side though, we have the Smolder locked in.
Yeah, so that's the pair, at least with the Nami. Hyper carry with Nami, not many enchanters left. I imagine the Corki will probably just go with an engaged champion for Core JJ, something like Leona or Alistair, just so we have a good trigger pull to fly in with the Nefiri. And in a sense, credit to Team Liquid for getting Orianna that deep into the draft, playing a little game of chicken. If they have the preference for Corki in this game, they get that, and they also get the Orianna later.
But it's what you said earlier. maybe it is just LYON saying we don't think that Quid Orianna specifically is a threat. It's not just the champ, it's the pilot as well.
Wie ist es possible?
So they are essentially
Wie kann man nichts hitten, by the way? Oh mein Gott, wie kann man nichts hitten? Das ist gestört.
Coming through for TL, don't want to have to deal with that coming out of LYON. But yeah, I am curious to see how they and Quid are able to set up this kind of Nefiri Orianna.
Ist auch interessant, dass sie Orianna geben, ne?
You know, pull off these really insane turret dives, being able to get on priority targets.
Ist sehr interessant, dass sie Orianna geben und dafür traden. Ich weiß noch nicht so ganz, was sie im Jungle rausholen. Ehrlicherweise, ich weiß es nicht. Du musst jetzt Richtung cheesy Scheiße gehen, right? Aber was ist denn noch offen? Right, also gehen wir hier irgendwelche Assassins ab? Oder was machen wir? Sagen wir mal, Jungle. Oh, wollen wir Mundo gehen? Nee, Mundo ist auch nicht gut, oder? Gehen die Mundo? Hobby gebannt, Shyvana gebannt. Ist es Mundo? Olaf ist schlecht. Könnte Orange Jungle werden. Nuno Maokai. Ja, eine Borke, eine dreckige. Eine richtig widerliche Borke könnte ich sehen. Wo sind meine fucking Upgrades? Wie kann ich nicht hitten? Gönn doch einmal, du Scheißspiel.
It's just sneezing, isn't it?
I think in this series particularly. Yeah, true.
Könnte Orange Jungle sein, by the way. Er spielt ihn.
Barfing, I think of Kog'Maw.
Barf, Snot, Fly, Mom. That's the 4 abilities.
The Ornn is a flex pick. That's what I was trying to get to.
Just ignoring you.
The Ornn is a flex pick in this specific series. So the last time they played in the
was ist wichtiger, das hier?
Playoffs, this was a Camille into a Vayne, and then the Ornn jungled. Don't necessarily think you're going to jungle Ornn against the Nefiri, especially when they can just take it into the Renekton as a nice neutralizer pick. But it stopped. Just the fact that they had done this to them in the past, I think stopped Team Liquid from trying to go for a really hard counter pick.
Yeah, and I mean, the Renekton locked in for Morgan. Again, something he's super, super comfortable on. This is the champion that everyone knows him for. And then Core JJ bringing in the Rakan.
Statt dass ich verloren habe.
Would he pull out the Ivern?
Ist Ivern gut mit der Comp? Weiß ich nicht. Ich find's cool, aber ich weiß nicht, ob es so gut ist mit der Comp.
I don't know what he's gonna do. He's gonna jungle Ornn again. He's actually gonna jungle Ornn.
Ja, ist Jungle Ornn. Okay, ja, finde ich geil. Finde ich super.
And this is actually huge. Getting the Gnar is like.
Finde ich super.
Like as an actual.
Ihr bekommt 2 Minuten Zeit.
Because they can jungle the Ornn.
Yeah.
Because.
Finde ich super.
Gnar has been so.
Mein Goat mal wieder
By all of these AD options.
am Revolutionieren.
We've seen Dokla.
Komisch.
We've also even seen like the Tristana in LCK and LPL. So what a draft coming out of LYON.
Das kann nicht wahr sein.
This team is so fun.
Their best of 5 creativity is insane, right? They pulled out Malphite for Dokla's first career game. The last game wasn't necessarily super creative aside from the Malphite, but they still just had insane team fighting in games 2 and 3. And again here, the weird Orianna let through into just having, like, I can't even say, like, Ornn jungle into Nefiri. I don't know how that goes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't really know this matchup at all either because I never figured I would need to learn anything about it. But here we are, as we do have the jungle Ornn for Inspired up against Jose Dioto's Nefiri. If Team Liquid could win here, we will go to Silver Scrapes in both opening series.
War auch nicht unbedingt Silver Scrapes, war? Ja, auch nicht, oder? Bisschen Schlofi. Klein wenig früher, eine Stunde früher Schlofin. Hat noch niemand gestört. Geht wieder nichts, Alter. Ich hitte nicht. Fick ich dieses Game.
Our #1 representative heading to the second international event of the year as well, as we're off from the platforms, taking a look at the runes.
Oh mein Gott, ich werde umgeätzt.
Deathfire touch for both the Cassiopeia and the Smolder here on the LYON side.
So ein Spiel.
Everything else on the other side looks pretty standard stuff. Saint though forced to flash at level 1.
Okay.
Nice moves from TL.
Yeah, really nice level 1 coming out of TL. I like that. Like in both of these games, we've seen a little bit more like very early action, not only in terms of scouting, but in the last game with Core kind of trying to.
Clear von Ornn ist okay, ja. Schon lange nicht gesehen, oder? Ornn Jungle. Das letzte Mal war von Inspired auch. Clear Speed von Ornn ist fein, der hat Artificial Buffs. Wie läuft der Vereins ist schon vorbei? Der hat Artificial Buffs bekommen von Riot, also sein B macht mehr Damage an Camps.
You seemed extremely happy that Saint lost 1 melee XP.
Yeah, honestly, like the biggest advantage from this level 1 is losing that melee XP. So.
Und die Passive auch? Also gar nicht.
Must be happy. I mean, after
also W auf jeden Fall.
a lot of a tumultuous game. I mean, that was the second highest kills in LCS history at the 15-minute mark. It can't be good for the heart. How did you feel in the back looking at it?
I just think after like the dragon fight, I think we're in like a really good spot to win the game, and I just think we made like a lot of individual mistakes, and obviously team fight wise, they're going to be much better in the late game. So I think we threw pretty hard, to be honest. So yeah, doesn't feel good.
And not to be the guy unpacking trauma here, but that's a flex pick from Ornn once again. I think you guys faced that in lock-in. Thoughts on the draft and how you feel about that pick in particular?
Yeah, I mean, the Ornn jungle is like, obviously it's just a good scaling pick. It's pretty slow tempo champion. I think if this game goes really...
So slow tempo ist er bei mir nicht.
It's going to be good. So we kind of just need to pick up the pace in the mid game. So yeah.
Now that you guys are in match point, oh my god, okay, this one. Let's talk about it.
Well, Oriana's taken a little bit of damage from Cassia. But she's fine, she's out.
Okay, but the message that you sent the boys, of course, they're on match point, but one thing that you want your team to just generally improve on?
Yeah, I think for me, last game we were very uncoordinated. We weren't really playing around like when we were strong. Like for example, Mal on the Luden's timing last game, we just played away from bottom when we could have snowballed through bots. So just recognizing like where we're strong, when we're strong, and being coordinated when we fight. It's like the big things.
Appreciate you for your time, Sam. I'm going to send that one straight back to the casters.
Let's bring this guy up to the caster deck. That's some insane insight right there. I love to hear it from Spooks.
Oriana is losing a lot of health.
But also credit for the interviews. They're in a tough spot in this series. Raz and Spooks also have a relationship. And we remember there was a big fight over the crab here in the last game.
All right, why not do it again? Second verse, same as the first.
Ist bei der Item gecraftet, by the way.
Wait for the grand entrance, for the Aqua Prison. Collides on cores. Rakani's down to below 100 HP, but Team Liquid did win the crab battle. So they'll walk away with that victory at least.
Und wir bleiben auf der Map. Und Orlando Doom, danke für den 5. Monat außerdem. Ich hab's vorher nicht gesagt, glaube ich. Dankeschön. Ganz viel Liebe.
To his own top crab, and very slowly. Ornn's not exactly a power clearing jungler.
He moseys.
Yeah.
He doesn't exactly run.
He actually did the full clear into item purchase to arrive at that hopeful crab fight, so he doesn't need to reset. Or sorry, he's Ornn. He built the item.
Yeah, you just crap the thingy in the jungle.
It's not used to Ornn jungle, man.
Yeah, trust me, I'm not used to it either. It's certainly not the most common thing to see.
I will say, this is very indicative of these two junglers. For battling for first team All-Pro. You can still make your own vote for the All-Pro in the spring. We've already voted since it's a regular season award, but the stats for these two is very interesting, Emily.
Doran's Helmner-Item ist sehr stark, ja. 170% Item-Scale auch richtig geil rein. Wie Games schaust du pro Woche?
It feels like Jose is involved in so much of everything that TL wants to do.
Also LCK, sagen wir mal, mindestens 4 von Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag. 20 Games mindestens LCK.
And Inspired is a masterclass at that. I'm watching.
Also 60 Games wahrscheinlich.
Pass it off to Flowers. Core potentially ganking there.
Grüß dich, Bakbu.
But yeah, these two junglers are
60 Games
very
wahrscheinlich.
different, but I think equally important to their team's success. One thing that I did like
50 Games wahrscheinlich eher.
LYON specifically is using his mid lane.
In Torene wird nicht Bo oder Blade haben für Lane. Ich glaube, du gewinnst die Lane so. Also Renekton kann sowieso Early Lane. Auch wenn du Blade hast und ich glaube, ab Tabis gewinnst du so oder so. Einfach nur auf deinem Kit.
And so keeping eyes on where this Nefiri wants to go is going to be huge.
Get a little bit of trading back and forth down here in this bottom lane. As with every stacking champion, we'll keep an eye on how effectively Berserker is able to stack throughout this game. We do have 31 stacks, so he has hit the first breakpoint already.
Sneezing and puking.
Yes, the barf is now more powerful. It has an AoE on it now. So he'll be able to farm up that much more effectively. And Azael always likes to bring up how as soon as you hit each checkpoint, it just means the next one is going to be that much further accelerated because each individual checkpoint lets you stack even faster towards the next.
Yeah, it's almost exponential in that way in terms of how it allows you to farm a lot better to reach the next one. And it also just feels better when you're playing the Smolder out. But off of this little bot lane prio that they were able to get, TL are already on this Drake pretty early on. They're going to get spotted out, but LYON are not going to contest it.
I would be pretty surprised if LYON was going to fight these early Drakes with Smolder Ornn.
Yeah.
So they're just going to continue to stack up and get Ornn ultimate.
I mean, it's similar to exactly what we heard from Spooks, right? He's saying if we let this go late, they have a really powerful scaling composition, so we got to make sure that we're heating up throughout the mid game.
And that's where I'm going to look at Jose making plays potentially with this Renekton, right? With the Orianna, trying to make the most of this kind of like early to mid pressure that they might have with this composition. Because otherwise, when it gets to really late 5v5s, it's going to be a lot more difficult for TL.
Morgan did a good job there, dodging away from the first wallop.
Also nicht überrascht, warum? Selbst wenn er nur mental ein bisschen Pressure für Dokla bringt, ist doch schon solid, oder nicht? Aber ja, Dokla Landing ist schon hart. Und Morgan ist auch einer der besseren Laner, muss man dazu sagen, aber trotzdem. Er ist nicht, also ja. Oh, war ja. Halt, shoot.
Man, these are good Aqua Prisms from Isles.
Ich sehe 50 Stacks bei Berserker. Lecker.
The Helm versus the Shield, because the new Dorian's items are not as powerful in lane usually, but they scale a lot better. And now Hosdioto working with Morgan.
Oh, Dokla bekommt mega nah.
Gets himself away for now. The Gnar bar is not charged. Finally does hit it. Hosdioto puts the pressure on Dokla. They get his flash, but they won't get their kill.
Yeah, they unfortunately won't get the kill there, but these are the moves that we do want to see Jose making with laners, right, in particular.
Ooh, here we go. Mom summoned. Call the Forge God. Inspired has arrived as Yon goes over the wall trying to stay alive, but they need a little bit more damage, and LYON can't get it. So the same story that happened topside. Team Liquid barely
ist halt geil, ne? Du kannst halt immer so, also du kommst halt kurz einen Drive-by-Gank, dann gehst du wieder back to farm. Ist schon geil.
Yeah, we see both junglers, as soon as they get their ultimates, using them to try to affect Jose in top, and then Inspired down in that bot lane with the Ornn Horn.
And I gotta say, if you're picking between having a Renekton who's ahead or a Smolder who's ahead, you're gonna take the Smolder every time.
Absolutely.
But I'll also say, Morgan has played a lot of Renekton in his career. So
108,
more than double his second most played champ.
Und Jungle funktioniert, klaro. Hat auf extra Damage auf seinem W.
Morgan Renekton emote, I'm pretty sure.
That's chat. I respect that.
From, what was that, like, tournament that they did with, like, players
Unreal
on
Tournament?
the team for the new season? We did one that was like Zoomers versus Boomers.
Wird eigentlich nicht Thanos?
Yeah, I swear
Nee,
I'm
oder?
not making this up.
Hast du Smolder, beide relativ gut dagegen?
From what he was on Brion.
Achso, für Drake 3 und 4. Ja, aber ich meine, auch kommt drauf an, wir müssen sehen. Erneut, Smolder ist sehr, sehr, sehr oppressive auf 2 Items schon. Mit Black Cleaver. Spielt per mit minus 30% Armor. Schon ekelhaft.
Very powerful item because of the healing that you get from it. Saint just walked up and stole the grub from Jose and slithered right on out.
That's some ego right there.
Yeah. It also does like show though how much Saint has been able to leave lane after just kind of pushing up, right? Like I talked about that invade for vision to track where Jose was. Here he's able to actually take one of the grubs away from Jose, who was kind of getting that on the top side after that top lane gank because they have top pressure, although Inspired may be looking for something now up here.
Yeah, no flash on Morgan and ult for Dokla.
Okay, Dokla goes
Overforce oder nicht?
Gnar follows it up with a boulder, but both junglers are here. Call the Forge God is in.
Haben die Damage? Oh, er hat sein Auto gekrinscht. Oh, Inspired sofort raussehen. Das war kringelig, habe ich genau gesehen. Das habe ich genau gesehen. Den Auto der Cancel auf dem Weg. Ich glaube, die killen auch so nicht.
Yeah, good counter gank there by Jose.
I guess wenn Jose da nicht, I guess wenn er nachher nicht da ist, ist fein.
The way that Team Liquid would want. So Inspired is probably pretty happy with taking that trade and just going back to farm his camps.
Yeah, I think Inspired is super happy with how this game is going. Like, yes, they gave up first Drake, but TL hasn't.
Ja, More Giveaway und Prepper Me Giveaway gehen noch bis zum 31. Also ihr habt noch theoretisch die ganze Woche Zeit. Für sowohl Prepper Me Giveaway als auch für das More Giveaway.
Good state for them, and they've also done a really good job of being able to respond and track where Jose is going.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys, I'm a little bit disappointed.
Und beim Primary Giveaway haben, glaube ich, erst 5 Leute teilgenommen. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Leute haben erst teilgenommen. Also die Chance bei Primary Giveaway zu gewinnen, wenn ihr teilnimmt, sind 20% jetzt theoretisch. Aber jetzt sind wir alle Carry Down ins Board, die ist green für Stats. Wenn es lanebar ist, I guess. Green für Stats.
Just wait, Ornn, just wait. Cassio, all she's done is build boots and mana. So if this was old Cassio, you would have literally just bought mana.
Yeah.
There's nothing's happening so far for Saint other than pushing and moving.
Saint under a little bit of pressure now, does flash away. Was at the edge of the shockwave. I'm not certain whether or not he would have got caught on the very edge of it, but he did not want to risk that, so he commits the flash. So Team Liquid will at least secure that summoner spell game for themselves. But now the second Drake of the game is live. Remember that Team Liquid got the first.
Omnivamp auf Berserker. Interessant, ne?
CoreJJ going in here with the quickness, finds the grand entrance, locks up Saint.
Sehr, sehr interessant.
No follow-up from anybody else on Team Liquid. CoreJJ wanting to go after the mid laner, knowing there's no flash, but the coordination just not there.
Yeah, and you see bot lane heading back bot to kind of try to push this up as TL move in. They still might be looking at taking this Drake.
Yeah, I can't imagine LYON actually.
Primary Giveaway, okay, TLDR. Ich darf diesen Monat einen 80 € Rabattcode weggeben. Teilbedingung ist einfach, ihr bestellt ein 6er-Paket von Prepper Meal und postet dann den Screenshot, so wie die anderen im Discord in dem PMM Giveaway Channel. Easy. Bis wann geht's Giveaway noch? Immer bis zum letzten Monatstag, also 31. zählt auch noch rein. Für beide. Am 31. los ich aus mittags. Ja, für Pepper Meal ist es eine 6er-Ding, ist Mindestbestellwert. Bei More gibt es keinen mehr Mindestbestellwert. Wie gut ist On Jungle? Ich glaube, du kannst ihn auf jeden Fall spielen. Wie gut ist natürlich die Frage jetzt hier in dem Fall. Oh, schön. Das darf halt nicht passieren, ne? Jetzt in dem Fall ist es halt geil, weil du flexst. Oh, wir gehen Game 5 Guys außerdem, oder nicht? Mit ist auch noch tot. Außer Berserker zaubert. Ja, Saint ist auch noch tot, wir haben ihn nicht gesehen, ja. Wie Saint gestorben ist, verdammt gut. Warte mal, wie ist Saint gestorben? Keine Orianna-Ulti benutzt, keine Naafiri-Ulti benutzt? Oh mein Gott.
It's a greedy recall from Saint.
And that's a little ward you didn't see.
Yeah,
I sees it now.
There's just a little bit of laziness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was right before Dokla died.
Yeah.
So there's a world where Dokla could blame Saint for distracting him.
Oh. My bad.
He said my bad.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't blame
I mean, that's pretty much.
Dann kann man nicht böse sein.
He thought he would be able to run him down.
Oh, Abdelid meines Lebens gemacht. Kein Problem, my bad.
I was gonna say the Narvar was already so close. Yeah.
So I saw the thought process there, but he just wasn't ready for the flash insta-give as the response. LYON also losing out in that trade against Berserker since Isles is around to make sure the Smolder stays healed up. And right now, things are looking great for Team Liquid. 2,500 gold lead. Both of your solo laners are up an individual 1,000 gold or more. Dokla and Saint now trying to keep Team Liquid away from this bottom lane tier 1. Turbid Inspired is hanging around as well, but so is Josedioto. Might get ourselves a good old-fashioned 3v3 down here. As the fourth plate is taken from the tier 1.
Oben brennt der ganze Turret. Lichterloh.
Just trying to get themselves some kind of resources.
Big Dogs, bitte.
Not a good sign for Dokla. Does get chunked down a little bit, but he's still safe.
Yeah, and that time he had Mega Gnar available. I think the big thing here to me is the fact that LYON were still, despite obviously that entire turret topside is going to go to the Orianna. Quid now sitting at a 1 gold lead over Saint.
Ich will jetzt nicht sagen, dass er unplayable ist für TL, aber natürlich, du hast On-Items, du hast einen Smaller theoretisch, also ja, ich würde schon sagen, dass das
so he's in a really good spot. I did like LYON pushing them off the bot wave though, and the fact that they had established a little bit of mid-prio as TL, potentially looking to make a play onto Dokla. Probably just chase him off the wave so that Morgan can get this turret.
Mainly just making the solo laners further and further ahead for Team Liquid. Have a numbers advantage in the mid lane here as well. Jose able to counter jungle some Raptors.
Das ist eine schöne Shockwave gewesen. Macht nichts, aber schöne Shockwave.
But this is a 4,000 gold lead for Team Liquid, and it's about to be more as Morgan takes the turret.
Yeah, and this is looking a lot like Game 1 from Team Liquid, so it's actually really interesting for a LYON team who's kind of known for scaling in late game team fighting. the two team comps that have forced them into fighting in games 2 and 3 worked really well.
Yep.
But the two team comps where they're saying, we just need to wait until we're strong, that's given Team Liquid just free reign to play super aggressively with LYON not going for plays, and I think Team Liquid not needing to respond to LYON plays has played so much better.
Yeah, and as we see, Berserker pretty much on par with the average, with the average Smolder stacks. But I love your point, Jat, because we talked about how the impetus...
Boah, könnte Range-Technisch ein Problem werden, oder? Also Berserker braucht auf jeden Fall RFC Third, hätte ich jetzt gesagt, oder?
And avoid that
Cleaver second, RFC third.
Situation where they can 5v5 in a late game, right? And thus far, they've been able to do that, giving
Solo-Lanes knallen halt so rein, dieses Game. Uff. Sowieso kein großer Freund davon, Ding zu geben, Ori abzugeben. Ich finde das so suicidal. Auch wenn du dann, Cassio ist natürlich auch sehr OP auf dem Patch, ja, aber...
Signature Renekton up 50 farm now over
Katastrophe.
on the Gnar. Massive difference there. And we talked in draft about how it's kind of crazy that Team Liquid got Orianna on pick number 3 when this champion is normally just banned out of every series. And it's how it's kind of LYON saying, okay, show us that your Orianna is worth respecting, and Quid's having a very respectable Orianna right now.
And Team Liquid really tried to set it up this way. They overloaded the bush to burn Saint's flash level 1, and also to deny 1 melee XP, as Spooks talked about.
The most important thing.
Then Saint actually did have a lot of early lane prio, so I can see LYON's logic of saying, hey, in scrims, Cassio has been great into Orianna. We're able to win early lane, and he's able to move with it. But to me, like, it doesn't matter if your Cassio can move, if your Ornn is losing 1v1 to Renekton and your bot lane is just trying to stack on Smolder and your jungler is Ornn. So then it becomes about vulnerability and vulnerable to ganks.
Dokla finally completes his first big item there with the Trinity Force 17.5 minutes into the game. Yes, he had to stop off for fully completed boots first, but that still feels
Schön Stackers für Berserker.
as the dragon is started by Team Liquid.
Boah, wird er stark genug sein auf dem 4. Drake. Puh, also Stackies werden voll sein, er wird Black Cleaver haben, mal sehen.
LYON's MO in this game, right? Because they kind of want to wait and scale for later 5v5s. But now, after this take, TL is going to be on Soul Point at a pretty early point in this game. It's not even, it's just about 18 minutes.
Mal sehen. Also die kommt beim 4. Drake, wird schon sehr unskilled sein.
Infernal Soul.
So here's the important thing about that. When we brought up the Smolder stack stats earlier that you commented on, Emily, saying Berserker is right about where you would expect for his stacking. The final checkpoint, the 225, that huge one, is also, I believe, around that 23-minute mark. So that means that when this Dragon Soul spawns, it's actually going to be very important whether or not Berserker is at that breakpoint or not.
I feel like objective bounties are going to turn on any second now. This is very one-sided. LYON has not been able to retaliate whatsoever.
Ja, mal sehen, also es ist wirklich dieser eine Teamfight, der jetzt noch kommen wird wirklich entscheidend sein.
In this pressuring tier 2, the Ori had pushed up this bot wave, and now they're on to Inspired.
Yeah, Inspired gets pulled back with a shockwave. Mom comes
mein Schaffner lebt. Mein Schaffner lebt. Fucking W's. Bonk.
Team Liquid, they've over.
Mein Schaffner lebt. Sehr gut.
They got to spin flashes getting back out, and Inspired miraculously survives.
A lot of damage came down from Mom, for sure, as well as the tidal wave flying through. So you can see the idea of what LYON wants to have if they can.
Das sind gute, I mean, das ist gut in der Zeit, wenn so 21 Minuten wahrscheinlich für die Stackies.
Started on Inspired that made him fly away.
Yeah, and
ja, das große Problem ist, ich sehe kein fertig, also Rod of Ages wird nicht fertig sein. Für die Cassio, die wird nicht stark sein. 2 Items, aber ohne gesagtes Rod. Das höchste der Gefühle. Oh. Huge. Huge cancel.
That was a nice play from Saint.
Thank you, observers, for catching that one. I had not even noticed. As Morgan will clear out some more wards, maintain his control over the top lane. Berserker, 197 stacks here on the Smolder. You still got 3 minutes to farm 25 stacks. It also helps when you have fights like that in the corridor where he hits multiple champions with multiple spells because you just get this massive influx of stats. I think there's no question now whether or not he will hit the checkpoint before the fight.
One up blind, last pick. Lass nicht drüber reden. Alles, was zählt, ist der 4. Drake in 3 Minuten. 2 Items Berserker, Stackies werden voll sein.
Also reminder, we're going to be back in the Riot Games Arena next week. Tickets are on sale now. Head to lcs.tixer.com to get your tickets today. The loser of this game will be playing.
Yeah, come see one of these teams.
Yep.
Now, still just such a It's 0-2 at 20.5 minutes. I just can't get over how different this is from game number 3.
Everyone where we like couldn't even go through the entirety of a fight before they were fighting again. But I will say that
noch eine Runde in den Eichenturm aber.
Despite how much we've talked about how TL have been able to set the map in their favor, they should be able to do this for this next Drake.
Fände ich jetzt auch nicht todesverkehrt.
Positions in which you already see they're going to be clearing out this mid-tier one with the Herald early instead of using it as an immediate point of pressure immediately prior.
10 Minuten extra, ein bisschen Crack
They should be able to set
als Spiel.
positions. However, the fact that it hasn't been super bloody and scrappy is also a really nice point for LYON.
Inspired blocked the charge there with an Ornn Q. Very nicely done.
Nice. Okay, so the Herald's cleared out before we can get a second charge.
So.
Also, Abyssal Mask completed for Inspired will amp his own damage.
Same the same level, by the way. Und da geht noch den... Also, wenn dieser Game nach... Okay, dieser Fight hier ist sehr winnable für LYON.
It's still a tense game. If
No
LYON
joke.
wins one team fight, that might just give them the advantage in the game.
Yeah.
Because they're already decent-sized bounties on the Orion.
Es ist 100% winnable.
But I just find it hard to see how they can get to that team fight.
Auch mit dem Nah. Auch mit dem Nah.
That's why the setup for this next
Berserker hat Stacks voll jetzt.
as you see LYON kind of pushing back. This is going to be a vision battle over this bot side because TL basically want to
Stacks voll, Item Spikes sind da.
as possible for LYON to even approach.
Big Dogs wird gute Rage-Bar haben.
It's like a 24 minute Infernal Soul.
Yeah. I wonder if LYON gives it.
Nein.
I know that's the
just
ugliest
to make,
thing.
just to bring Elder onto the map?
Something like that, yeah. Just, they don't feel strong enough to fight right now. Dokla doesn't have a second item. I guess Saint did complete Seraph, so they're going to go for it. You're probably just losing the game if you give it, but it feels very low chance that they win either way.
It's so strong. It's like, what, like 5,000-6,000 gold worth of
too
stats?
much.
Like,
Yeah.
Wirklich?
So much damage.
Ich finde, das ist... Also...
15 seconds.
Hallo? Sind wir die dieselben wie dieselben? Also, ich sehe keine 3 Items irgendwo.
LYON.
Ich glaube, wir sehen hier ganz unterschiedlich anscheinend.
Level 10 on Isles, so no level 2 ulti here for the Nami. But the same can be said for Core JJ's Rakan. As Morgan, still the biggest individual lead in this game, up 2,500 gold, has Hysterics completed, which is a massive difference maker in a team fight. When you
Mega nahbar, ist gut. Die werden Blut forcen wollen.
Dokla still nowhere close to that power spike himself.
Trying to move in.
Teleport's arriving. Jose Diodo already putting in the work here onto the Infernal Dragon. The Ornhorn misses. Quid with a nice sidestep. As Inspired has to try to step up. Challenge here for the Dragon. It's down to 2,000 HP. Inspired wants to go in.
Gestealt. Knock-up drauf. Jose Diodo. Ulti, Shockwave Play ist bad. Und...
Berserker's got the kill back on Jose. Morgan getting juggled around as Mom roars through. Saint died though. Morgan with a massive heal from Call and Bacon.
GG.
Back over to Quid. As Inspired falls. Quid
Ich bin der schlauere Caster.
kiting Berserker. 1v2 against Yon and Core JJ. As Yon gets out for now, Quid still trying to escape. Berserker files have stopped.
Wow. Nein. Nein. Berserker, du hast AIDS. Berserker, du hast mega AIDS. Berserker, du hast richtig viel AIDS. Oh mein Gott. Es war so ein Freeplay. Warum flasht er nicht instant?
Game around. LYON miraculously get the Drake steal. The fight is
Bester Caster, yo. Entschuldigung, ich kann mal wieder nicht mit einbeziehen, dass die... Guck, es ist so free, by the way. Dieser Play ist... Es ist komplett winnet. Es ist komplett one. Dieser Play, es ist komplett one. Drake Steal. Drake Steal. One-Shot auf Jose Diodo. Shockwave ist komplett useless. Ich kann nicht mehr. Morgen stirbt. Und jetzt sag mir bitte, dass mein Drache nicht komplett reported ist. Er greedet mit seinem Flash und dann flasht er danach in Fog rein. Ich kann nicht mehr. Flash. Also ich checke, aber Flash. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein fucking Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. So gebailt. So gebailt.
I think Spawn knew that if Berserker cleans up there, the series is over and TL is going lower bracket, but now it's still back in Team Liquid's hands.
Okay, the quickness from Core has found Saint. The Cassiopeia with the petrifying gaze only locks up LYON.
Rede, Saint.
LYON looking for something else as Mom comes in.
Rede, du Scheißlöwe.
Another boomerang, but LYON has already gone away. Team Liquid again trying.
Schau mal, dieser Small da, by the way, er ist nicht balanced. Hätte er die 1000 Gold von Quid bekommen? Oh mein Gott.
The ulti from Inspired hit no one. The ulti from Saint also hit no one. That's two big team fighting ultis that didn't really do a whole lot of anything. And so if those connect, things are even a lot closer. Total damage this game, it's Berserker topping the charts.
Yeah, and Berserker is why this suddenly becomes so scary, right? Because to your point, 2 priority ultimates did not hit in that fight, and it was still so close, kind of evened out more by the fact that LYON were actually over-chasing to try to get that last kill onto Quid. But Berserker, thus far, has been able to hit really freely in so many of these fights. They've done such a good job protecting him.
Well, I'm just a little surprised that Morgan, with that gargantuan gold lead, hasn't been able to have a bigger impact in team fights. So he's definitely getting a lot of gold.
Ja, natürlich, weil die Comp voll gut ist dagegen.
But usually in those fights, when a team has to funnel into the Drake, it's the Renekton who annihilates. But he couldn't really do much to Cassiopeia as Jose and Core are thinking about starting this Baron.
Yeah, this is a 2-man Baron with one of the men being the
Hallo?
support, which is generally
Wir haben 3 Blue Ops.
but at the same time, it doesn't look like there's really any
Ein Blue, ein Fragezeichen kam schon drauf.
Seen a couple of blue pings come down onto the Baron pit. They did use the Scryer trinket to figure out what's going on.
Hallo?
LYON still just continuing to work on this on his own. The Nefiri has the Baron down to about 40%. Inspired still trying to move up.
Hallo?
LYON has to know that something's going on.
Danke.
LYON still staying on the Baron. Got it down to 7,000, now backing away. As LYON recognizes they got to bring more bodies over. Team Liquid trying to maintain control over this bottom side river. Saint still in bottom lane, pushing right now. Does have a teleport if he needs it. Inspired, nice use of
Schaffner? Wie schaut's aus? Level 15 noch ein Item upgraden? Maybe.
And this entire time, Cassio is just, it looked like she was like, okay, do you need me?
Saint jetzt mit Rod of Ages proc ahead in XP.
I am going to continue pushing up this bot wave, which now Morgan has to respond to and kind of stops any sort of Baron sneak that TL was looking to have.
And with Baron now having the aggro taken off of him, it's less than 45 seconds until the Infernal Soul again is on the table for Team Liquid. LYON answered the first challenge. Now it's time for the next. Team Liquid will have another chance. Ornn's combo of making an enemy brittle and then doing the clap bonk actually does a surprising amount of burst. It is an execute combo with Smite, and I don't think Jose Diodo was ready for how strong that was, and that's why it was easy for Inspired to steal it away last time.
Quid could proc his Storm Surge off of QW onto Saint, but Nami is healing him back.
TL 5,5k Gold ahead, yup.
Nicely done. Quid very
Aber Smolder ist ahead in Gold. Tatsächlich, und mehr mattert er auch nicht.
That's the thing that I'm looking at here.
Ich kann das Ori offenbar, die haben getradet für Cassio.
Dokla's already down to about half.
Sogar, glaube ich, Cassio gewählt.
And Team Liquid's just playing it nice and slow. They're waiting this out. They're waiting for Dokla.
Guter Spot auf morgen. Big Dogs hat halt mega nah jetzt raus. Scheiße.
Finds Morgan on the backside of the pit, just tries to zone him.
Einmal Q drauf, yep. Berserker.
Even a 4v4. Remember, LYON has to play around Berserker. Berserker is the win con if they want to have any kind of a chance. As Team Liquid trying to DPS the Drake down to about 3,000. Inspired going in.
Wow, schön auf morgen geturnt. Oh mein Gott, Soul down. Oh fuck. AIDS, fuck.
Destruction! Team Liquid dog piles in, and everybody on LYON is 6 feet deep.
Morgan actually soaked up so much damage in that fight, despite the fact that he was marked on the flank by Dokla, had to kind of come around and rejoin. He took so much, and they still weren't able to kill him. That is the kind of Renekton that we want to see for TL in these fights. And now TL are surging into the base.
Yeah, I don't see any world.
Shit, AIDS, fuck, trash,
shit. The only one respawning as Team Liquid is about to crash into the Nexus turrets. We got a full 5 games yesterday, and we are getting a full 5 games today in Emily Rand's match of the week.
Und ab auf die Eiche. Ich brauche jetzt sofort einen Sub. Prime oder Tier 1. Ich nehme alles.
These playoffs are delivering. The top 4 teams are so close to one another. Another scaling comp doesn't come online for LYON as Team Liquid found the fight they needed. Game 5 coming soon.
I would have fucked up.
Holy wieder einfach gibt eine Rede.
I want to see.
So, Rede. Okay, ich brauche Bonbons. Oh. Ein kleiner, feiner Dark Brute Force. Mm.
I do. I am. Let's go for fire. It's 5k, 5k, 5k. They will play for finish, so let's go. Or no ulti. I'm okay. Or no ulti, or no ulti. Yeah. Got it. Watch it slow. Alright. Don't get it. Don't get it. I have a flash. Give me ball. Watch it. Go.
Schön.
Oh, amazing. Baron. No. Small the flash. We can end. Mid. Pop. Damn. Mid or mid. Just bad. Play. Guys, I wanna...
Dudum. 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 Okay, wo bleiben meine Darkness-Sachen? Hallo. Danke. Danke. Jetzt reden wir. Und Jim.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are heading into Game 5 here very shortly. But before we do that, we got to listen back to the comms from the final team fight here because that one was an absolute...
Respektlos.
Let's go for fire. It's 5k. They will play for finish, so let's go. Or no ulti. I'm okay. Or no ulti. Disconnected. Yeah. Got it. Watch it slow. Alright. Don't get it. I have a flash. Give me ball. Watch it. Go. Oh, amazing. Baron? No. Small the flash.
Ach, er hat amazing, oder? Ich habe zuerst I'm Inting verstanden.
Mid or mid? It's just bad. Good play. Guys, I wanna go.
That was such a crazy fight. Like, that was so fun to watch, and a lot of it was down to the fact of, it was already mentioned from the coach, one side, Giga scaling, Ornn, Cassio, Smolder, whereas Team Liquid needed to win this fight. This is their soul, so I just wanted to focus on AS. The LYON are trying to get vision and walk in. They have an Ornn, so it's not that big of a problem, but I love the fact
Rede, sehr gut.
forcing them to move up. Now, Dokla, I think the first mistake
Fucking go high rolling.
Count on is, yes, he was trying to push them back, but does get exhausted on Meganar because it gets popped super early. You see Morgan taking up a flank, but like we can just like speed this up, and you can see immediately goes into Meganar, Mininar, not able to get anything off of Morgan. But the 2 points of interest was I did like that LYON as the engage started wanted to just
Amulett sofort, Amulett, gönn.
Get onto Morgan, try and pile in on him. So at first, initially, it looked like it was going to be a good fight for LYON. Crucially, the smite fight does go towards Jose Diodo, so they ended up getting soul.
Das ist gut, das brauche ich, das ist BIS, sehr gut.
I just love this.
So mit 600 ist inzwischen gut, nope, 4 Games, Dokla bisher.
Getting the Ori ball
Mal schauen, ob sie Douglas Castle reinswappen für Game 5, aber ich kann es mir kaum glauben. Ich kann es mir kaum vorstellen, Mensch.
Massive 3-man Ori on an ulti that allows them to engage. Then the knock-up, charm knock-up with the recon. So I felt like just being able to find the trigger and getting the fight, I thought was really nice. The coordination from Team Liquid was kind of apparent there.
With the explosion of the newly acquired Infernal Dragon too, it looks so cool. It's just like,
yeah. What are we calling that? Is that a dog wave?
The dog wave? I like the dog wave. I'm a big fan of the dog wave.
Yeah, it looked nice, man. They pulled that off. It did feel a little bit scary at the start of the game because it was 0-0, just dead even in gold.
Bruder, bitte reicht. Reicht doch.
So TL
schon wieder so durchgenommen.
were able to tie it up, and it again is a tie. So we have to go back to chat once more. This time it was a tie between Morgan and Quid.
It just has to be Quid. I don't know what you
guys...
I
was on Quid. Yeah. Were you on Quid?
So, oh mein Gott, ich bin, glaube ich, fast BIS für Anfang.
Okay, so chat is going to go with Morgan. Interesting.
Lord Morgan renekton.
He did play really well. He did get the solo kill, but it was kind of...
Nein, das ist der Maxim-Bild, ne? Oh mein Gott, ich werde geknallt.
Yeah, and I feel like both the solo laners, though, played
Nicht gut.
incredibly well. It's
Nicht gut.
Kind of an even split between the casters and the desk, and chat gets to decide for the second time here today. But the jungle matchup has been one on everyone's mind. You know, coming into this series, even in their matchup in the regular season, there was a lot of hype around MVP for both Inspired and Jose, and now we get to see these two guys going the distance.
And I mean, like, even just the draft itself, to me, was the most intriguing thing, and it shows a stylistic difference. I mean, Jose on the mic has mentioned that his best pick, even though clearly everyone sees it's the Lee Sin, he says is the Nefiri. And like he is somebody that is oftentimes like super impactful within the early game, looking for angles, trying to get ganks. Exactly.
I'm
immediately.
Also calling him a
Bond was also just walking by there, you know, coaching.
Braucht das Amulett. Danke.
Getting the strats.
He gave you a little look over the shoulder.
Just making sure.
He's taking notes.
Just making sure. Meanwhile, I thought the fact that we went to the Ornn, which is a callback to the series in lock-in, just so we can get a better matchup topside. But Morgan ends up winning that lane anyways.
Yep.
It was, I think, really indicative to
eine Runde überleben.
Team Liquid has had throughout the split.
So we gotta start looking through all of the champions that are gone. So Gnar was played, Shen was played, which I don't think is actually listed on either side right here.
Yeah.
So Gnar
Prime MVP steht da nicht fest, nein.
We have Ambessa that has already been played. Are these all just in top lane order? No one had played Ambessa coming into this series. It's not even there to X out, I guess.
Interesting.
So Rumble is gone, Gnar is gone. We have Ornn that has been taken
Bro, ich hab
out.
so viel Pech,
That
bitte.
has already been played. Sion has actually been played as well, so Sion is gone for both of them. Get rid of this. Jace is gone, so we got to get rid of Jace. Top lane is starting to get pinched quite a bit. We have had Ryze played earlier. Vi is gone. Wukong I think is gone. Renekton is gone. Like we are getting pretty pinched in this,
we are.
right? Like these are all gone. So actually, all of these junglers are gone, I believe, right? Yeah. So Nefiri's gone. So Skarner is still there.
Aber krieg ich ein Upgrade davon? Nee.
We are really running through so many of these picks. Like Ryze is gone. Azir is gone. Annie, I believe, was played early. Was Annie played yet? No, just Anivia, I think.
Yeah.
So Victor is still up. We have Akali still up and available, but we are going through so many of these picks, and I do think it's going to get pretty interesting as we're looking, you know, later and later into the series. We have some of the kind of like the options that are up and available, but I think it gets really exciting as you're getting late into a series.
Mit ADUD und Pro-Play, wenn die Pros checken, wie OP es ist. Nur eine Frage der Zeit.
Personally, I feel like LYON, you know, have more like pocket picks and stuff because TL have been so meta focused and they're just going down tier lists. It just makes me think that they probably also have not practiced as many specialty, you know, best, you know, full 5-game tier lists are going to have as many deep things. But, I mean, that very well could be false. They could have some surprises, Raz.
And I would never count Team Liquid out because there are some sneaky picks out there, like the Zeri, the Samira that LYON is.
Also Jungle knallt jetzt, by the way. Also wenn Skarner wieder genervt oder gebannt wird, Entschuldigung, dann knallt's, by the way.
Like a 10-game weekend here for our opening couple of days of our LCS spring playoffs on our road to Arizona. Yesterday we got 5. Today we're all tied up at 2-2 between TL and LYON, and it all comes down to this.
Yeah, and they were already covering how many picks have been kind of taken off the table for both of these teams. So I am super curious to see where they both go in draft. I'm kind of sad that TL finished so quickly that we weren't able to get a last look at that fight, because that was the
Das ist jetzt nicht mehr runtergesetzt. Nein, das kann nicht sein.
like Orianna Shockwave combo that they've kind of been like waiting for.
Okay, ich muss noch eine Runde überleben. Es ist scheißegal. Und dann kriegt das Dreierschild und dann bin ich okay.
Soaking up so much of the damage
Das mich easy nach dem Game macht. Das tut mir leid.
Yeah, it was the, as Azale called it, the dog wave.
Okay.
Azale just loves bad names for stuff.
Fuck yeah, das ist im Ding.
Dog wave was his
Fuck yeah.
trademark at this point.
So okay.
All right, well,
Okay.
I don't know if we're
Game 5 drops.
calling it that.
Yeah, Knockwave has like the rhyme at least. Yeah.
Dogwave.
He comes up with a lot of other ones too.
It's a dog shockwave. I don't know. But anyway, Seraphine off the table, which means once again we're going to go an entire 5-game series without seeing Ashe Seraphine. Ashe could still be picked up. I think she's still a really great.
Okay, mein Schild müsste jetzt reinknallen ohne
In
Ende.
addition to the obvious things that she offers, I think tracking the enemy jungle is something that continues to be underrated with her.
Eine 10-Stroke Freestyle. Yes.
So she could be a bot lane option.
Schon Fire ausprobiert? Ja, habe ich am Anfang fast nur gespielt.
Go for last pick here in game number 5. Throughout this series, it seems like the teams have been focusing more on going for first pick instead. So what this tells me
weiter geht's.
is I better not see something stupid on R5 that you could have picked at any point in the draft. This has got to be some sort of creativity for LYON, and you can see that creativity being protected against right now. Team Liquid respecting the potential Vayne counter pick top, also banning the Akali away from Saint. The Lulu continues to be banned. Seraphine, Varus, and Nocturne banned out by LYON.
Yeah, removing the Nocturne. I think that tells me that, once again, they're going to be relying on this strategy, especially with so many power picks having been removed.
So, das First Pick mir? Pantheon.
Either Dokla or Saint.
Pantheon ist raus. Das First Pick mir. Saya Rakan auf Bottom ist noch offen. Saya Rakan? Yunara Lulu? Yunara Lulu ist gebannt. Saya Rakan? Saya Rakan muss... Nee, Rakan ist auch raus. Warte mal, was zur Hölle picken die jetzt? Wie machen wir es? Ich weiß actually nicht, was die noch picken. Trundle, Annie, First Pick. Quay? Es ist Quay für Saint, oder? Es ist Quay für Saint, glaube ich. Oder Victor, ja. Quay oder Ari. Quay oder Victor, Entschuldigung.
So, which champions that are played normally still exist? One of them would be the Annie. So it's rare to see a first pick Annie.
Nee, wir überleben nicht bis Runde 23. Ich glaube nicht dran.
We'll have his Navigator champion.
Nein, wenn es bis 23 Mann, dann
You even saw when it was locked
FF.
in that it's been played 18 times so far this split, which is quite a few, and it has a 12-6 record. So very successful so far here in spring. Over on the other side, one of those few powerful laning supports that's still left, we've got the Bard locked in first for Isles.
Yeah, and Annie just fits into such a variety of team compositions too, which is why.
Actually, ich komme bestimmt bis 23, weil mein Schild so OP ist, oder nicht? Diesmal? Ich bin der Schild, ich bin die dreckige Schildstacker-Sau.
Inspired, but yeah, I think that's a huge pick for him, actually.
It's a really early Trundle. He's basically making a bet that Jose doesn't have any mobile.
Der müsste jetzt halt AP-Jungle gehen, ne? Aber AP-Jungle mit Annie sind scheiße. Oh mein Gott, das war close. Holy fuck.
Yeah, Trundle is really good against two classes of champions. He's really good against tanks, obviously, because he eats their stats, and he's really good against other bruisers who have their power budget in mobility, because he'll just stand there and stat check them. So the answer that we're going to see picked here by Team Liquid, we have the Rek'Sai locked in.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is...
Rek'Sai Jungle gegen Trundle, naja, ist okay-ish, aber nicht todesgeil.
It ends up going based on what else they get. I already mentioned the Bard being one of the strong laners that's still remaining on LYON's side. You saw the Nico hovered there by TL. We'll see if they want to lock that in or not. No, instead, they are going to go for the Jax. And the thing is, this is still, one could go top, one could go jungle. This could kind of work either way.
Yeah, it could work either way. I'm still going to assume that the Jax is going top only because it has been kind of a default to comfort that Morgan has used
Noch einmal das hier.
prior drafts.
Anita Max win.
I'm, you know, Rek'Sai going jungle, I'm not sure how this matchup is going to end up going into the Trundle as we see the Taliyah locked in. Who is another kind of
so, ich will, glaube ich, keinen Kenny sehen von... Junge, bin ich okay. Ich will keine Kenny sehen.
In priority on more recent patches. And she does give you so much priority over side lanes because of her ability to get towards them. She doesn't have like a super big combo that you would think of in terms of like a Vi. However, I do think with their ability to kind of morph terrain, the Trundle to Leah pairing can be really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I do like what LYON has pulled together so
Alter, ich
far.
drück Bomben.
It
Boom.
has to be the jungle Rek'Sai for Jose on the most recent patch. It has been played jungle on 2510, way more than top lane, even if the patch before that it was a pure flex pick. So Jose will be looking to make some early plays once again on this, as I believe LYON and Inspired will still be looking to be a little bit more passive.
We do have the Nico banned out now. This is what I was thinking when Team Liquid was hovering it on pick number 3, is if you don't lock it right there, it's a pretty easy ban for LYON to take. Make sure Core JJ can't have that, as Cassante is banned out by TL.
Yeah, kind of an easy default pick that Dokla, you know, has kind of gone to as something that he can kind of soak up pressure in lane and then contribute later in team fights. So I like that ban coming out.
Oh, Nivea's already gone. That was gone from game 1 in the mid lane. I was like, Dokla hasn't played a Nivea yet, but Saint has.
That would be funny if we got Talia Wall, Trundle Pillar, and a Nivea Wall.
Auch Jax nicht gut gegen Cassante. Ist, glaube ich, whatever Match. Also beide können, du kannst einfach lanen. Ist nicht so, oh mein Gott, nicht.
They're getting snowed on currently. They're getting flicked back by rock. Yeah.
Ja, natürlich überlege ich jetzt bis 23 fix dieses Spiel.
They do not want LYON playing that, just perma-clearing bot lane waves, as Garen is the final ban from Team Liquid. So banning out both the Vayne and the Garen, these Dokla picks that they're really wanting to respect, especially considering LYON has 5th pick in the entire draft. Or 10th pick in the entire draft.
Ilaoi? Naja, ich meine, hallo Lukas.
What's Dokla gonna cook?
I mean, Shivo hat's gespielt in der LCK.
How many notes does Rigby have on those pages for different top lane picks? And it might just actually be Poppy top, which is
Poppy top ist solid. Kann mit arbeiten.
And Jax, to be honest.
Yeah. I respect it.
Yeah, I like, and, you know, Poppy just, again, works so well with this kind of setup from a Trundle and a Talia additionally, right? This is very, like, the 4 champions right now on the screen for LYON are just super obnoxious to deal with. As we see as Zeri hovered, LYON kind of being the original Zeri adopter. Obviously, both
Kann
of
ich
these
bitte?
80 carries are actually known
Unreal.
for kind of popping off on that pick. The Sona lock-in.
Sona.
Of the split
here
in the
LCS.
We did see it from FlyQuest, I believe, last split in lock-in. As we have
Sona, also,
carry is LYON gonna go for?
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys, the way you're talking about how annoying the LYON comp is so
gestorben.
far, Bard hits anybody with Temper's Fate, any of the terrain...
Ach, 5 Millionen Damage hat das Schild gemacht.
Terrain next to the golden target, and then Poppy slams them into it. So that's definitely got so much potential. And this will be the second Aphelios so far in Spring Split. So a rare bottom lane here for TL.
The last one was Masu with the Lulu, and he was...
So, die brauchen irgendwas Fett Damage, sonst haben wir hier ein Riesenproblem.
On the other side to carry it. A couple of laughs coming out from Berserker of what he's going to be able to go against this with. Could be a couple of hyper carries left.
I mean, ja, Jinx ergibt Sinn, aber boah.
They're picking them without like true
Boah.
So
Ich weiß, ja.
It'll be Jinx locked in for Berserker and LYON here in game number 5. Do or die here for either one of these teams.
Okay, sehr viel ausgefüllt jetzt schon, sehr gut.
Play Cloud9 in that upper bracket. Loser, of course, has to head down to the lower bracket to continue to fight for their lives here in the playoffs.
Das hat ausschließlich epische Gegenstände.
Into top 3, which means they'll be going to the
Weiß ich nicht, ob ich das so geil finde. Ob ich, also der Draft von LYON ist sehr low Damage.
So a lot on the line, even if it's not a full elimination. Gotta make sure LYON cleans those glasses to get in for this next game.
Yeah, he's already got the haircut.
Cleaning
now
your
we're gonna have the clean
is
glasses.
very important. You know when they put makeup on you and then your eyebrows have like makeup in them and then they get all over your glasses? No, this is not a problem for anyone else. Okay, it happens
I've never
to me all
had
the time.
glasses. People have told me I might need them, but I've never had them.
Great vision, dude.
No,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm chilling. We're in there. Sometimes.
Do you want to see how terrible my...
I put on other people's glasses before and felt dizzy. There's people with really strong glasses prescriptions are tough.
All right, let's lock in. We got ourselves Team Liquid versus LYON. Game number 5, the whole series coming down to this one. It was Team Liquid taking the first game by storm. LYON bouncing back with a dominant performance in game 2. Game number 3, an absolute bloodbath that LYON comes out on top. And then game number 4, it's Team Liquid bringing us to this grand finale with the Rek'Sai in the jungle, the Aphelios Sona bot lane, going up against LYON with all their terrain creation and this hyper carry Jinx for Berserker.
And I really just want to see LYON be a little bit more proactive early, because that's when they've been most successful, is when they've been able to force fights.
All right, as we're waiting for our minions to spawn here in game 5, let's listen in on Inspired, trying to keep up the team's spirits at the end of the last game.
Oh, man.
Oh, Abfahrt.
Oh, close. Shit, this fight was really winnable. But the fight before that was kind of sad that Smolder didn't get shut down. Monkey shut down. Oh, shit. Ah, my bad. Fine, it's gonna be game 5, Bangarang.
Fine, game 5. That toss could have
Jinx und Enchanter. Yep.
sarcastic toss from the producers, or if he was actually being positive, and it looks like
Sache ist, mal schauen. Nee, also da ist schon ziemlich viel Zugriff tatsächlich. Und Outscale-technisch, könnte krachen.
Sona and Annie will not be affected by Steadfast presence at all, but Jax and Rek'Sai can both get shut down very easily if Dokeless timings are on point.
And that matchup, if you're really good at it, is very Poppy favored. When you're checking even just based off solo queue stats or some of the big top lane Poppies that have been...
Haben wir heute Morgen schon gesehen, außerdem, ne? Das Matchup. Und da war der Jax komplett fein, aber er konnte halt nie den Schild hitten. Er konnte nie den Schild hitten, aber er war komplett fein.
Yeah, it's the thing that I brought up last game for just a second before a fight broke out, but the new Doran's items still being starter items, but also scaling way better compared to the shield and the blade, which are mostly just for the laning power. And Emily, at the start of the day, back in game number 1, you were down.
Was war denn an ADCs über? Boah, Saya.
I have grabbed victory from the jaws.
Und dann halt Zeri war offen noch. Aber was war gebannt? Ich weiß ja gar nicht, was mehr gebannt war. MF, Yunara, sowas.
Is living up to the name.
Yeah, that's something my friend Linda.
Dokler, Castle Tanks aus 5 von 5 Games. Dokler heute.
You have predicted the future for Emily alongside EDG, as now Core JJ.
Cheaten die Wave, das ist sehr gut. Mala, danke für den dritten. Dankeschön.
There, as Isles and Berserker go through the magical journey. I love seeing bards be creative with their magical journeys as early as the laning phase like this. Just like cheating up into the river and then showing up through the wall to get
Yeah, they saw LYON go back to pick up an early goal. Berserker will probably match, as both these carries really just want to hit late game as soon as possible, and pretty unlikely that they end up having kill pressure on each other, but it'll depend on where the junglers go. Yeah, call match.
And as Jose marking out that chicken camp, still trying to keep track of where Inspired is going to be.
I don't think I've ever seen the red pool party.
Ja, Minusauer. Wie viel Tag soweit? Super. 2 Tage am Stück kein Solo-Queue gespielt, mit 36 Stunden gestreamt. Ich bin der Ghost.
Lobster blood monsters are red.
Lobster monsters. Well, only when they're cooked though.
Yeah.
That's true?
Yeah, because when they're out in the ocean, they're like brown grayish color.
Jemand Ahnung, wie ich den Lucky Shop an Tag 3 bekomme? Chat.
There's like a blue lobster.
So morgen Prime League Playoffs 9, morgen 17 Uhr G2 gegen MCoy, Gewinners bei MSI.
That's so cool.
Wer LC 3-0? Ja, sehr eindeutig.
Everyone being me, I thought it was super cool as a kid.
Thank you, observers, for giving us a close-up on Lobster.
Lobster walking around.
Tasty, tasty.
Du gewinnst, ist mir eigentlich scheißegal, aber 20:30 Uhr muss das morgen durch sein. Tatsächlich. Ich würde mich gerne Fußball schauen gehen.
Trying to find these magical journeys for some snappy trades. Chompers put down right behind LYON. He knows he can't step back into them, so he has to step forward to try to trade an attack here or there. But it is LYON still coming out on top in these 2v2s.
Really nice spacing by Berserker there. Weaved in 2 autos.
Das heißt, MK hat gegen Vitality gewonnen? Ja, 3-0 MK.
Long range gun before LYON could get into range.
Wer spielt morgen? G2.
I have the short range
G2 gegen MK.
And the rocket.
Ach so, morgen Fußball. Oh ja, morgen Relegation, Rückspiel. Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg gegen Paderborn.
At the top of your head, do you remember what they're called?
Pow Pow?
Pow Pow? Which one is it?
That's the minigun.
Yeah.
Bist du Wolfsburg oder Paderborn? Paderborn wäre halt so arschfunny.
It has a fish head on it.
Paderborn wäre so arschfunny. Und ich bin daheim. Also.
Roadshows, we get to shoot T-shirts out of it into the crowd. Yeah. So don't forget, come to Arizona. Maybe we'll have the T-shirt rocket launcher.
Right now, I think it's on the analyst line.
Wir war Hinspiel, ich hab's nicht geschaut, aber mir wurde gesagt, arschlangweilig.
Like several times.
Yep, it's pretty big.
That's not how I broke my hand, by the way.
I hit my ankle into it, and
I
it drew
have
blood.
tripped over that.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous gun, actually.
I like you guys are talking about how this weapon's super dangerous. Not because of anything it does, but just because you can trip on it, really.
Look where we're going.
Simon war gut, das ist sehr, sehr gut zu wissen.
All right, well, right now, Jose Diodo is just going through mid lane here. All the camps have been cleared on his side of the jungle. You can see Inspired just clearing out his wolves now as well. They've both already taken their first recalls. Jose has his tunneler. Basic ball of stats there. Inspired, not quite with a combined cost on that, so still just the crystal and longsword for him. Solo laners hitting.
Angeblich das schlechteste Profispiel seit Jahrzehnten. Chillig.
Make any big moves here with it yet.
Chillig.
Is the one that I always want to keep my eye on when you have one of these roaming ultis like with Kalia. I want to see not just when he uses it, but where he tries to use it. If it's for an objective, maybe a bottom lane gank.
I do also feel like that.
Morgen 80 Stunden Solo Kerper. Kommt zwischen 12 und 14 Uhr live. Zwischen 12 und 14 Uhr komme ich morgen live. Also keine genaue Angabe. Wir schauen mal, was wird.
Okay, a little bit of vision clearing coming out from Isles, roaming around on the Bard, and 6 minutes and change on the clock, and it's Jose Diodo going after the first Drake of the game. Ocean Drake, always nice to get.
Ich will mal Solo Queue bis 16:30 Uhr vielleicht ein bisschen auf die Eiche gehen, ne, der Eichene Turm. Und dann 17 Uhr LEC. Morgen ganz entspannter Stream. Dienstag auch ganz entspannter Stream.
Yep, Inspired clearing the top side of his jungle, so
5 Stunden Eiche into LEC. Wer wär ich?
If they were on the Drake full time. So nice little play there by Team Liquid, even if Inspired.
Nein, morgen Solo Queue.
Yeah, and I mean Drake stacking and specifically like a lot of the early Drake stacking has been really huge.
Weil es MSI Ende Juni, ich glaube 28. Juni.
Both teams having kind of hyper carries and set conditions about
Gott weiß wann im Juli.
Not like last time where we were like, okay, TL need to get this early Drake stacking in.
Ein bisschen kann man auch kein zocken, ja, bestimmt.
It's actually kind of okay for both sides to be chilling a little bit to kind of set up for this eventual Aphelios Jinx matchup in 5v5s. However, really nice for TL to be able to get in and get that Drake stacking started early because it's just been such a huge component of when you fight and how desperate you are to get that objective.
Very, very quiet early game here so far. Game number 3 was just...
It was just like so good for you. Like you were having the time of your life.
Well, I think it also fried everybody's brain. Yeah. It was the entire series worth of aggro in one game.
And then last game was literally...
MS 28. Juni bis 12. Juni, danke. Wer den besseren Draft hier? Nun ja, da ist jetzt die Frage. Hat denn Lion genug Damage? Damage. Oder werden sie einfach outscaled von Sona? Das sehe ich nämlich momentan. Da ist nämlich 0 Hard CC für Madame Sona.
Poppy matchup into the Jax. It is Poppy favored, but Morgan doesn't seem to be struggling a whole lot here.
Yeah, and as we see Isles going on for a little bit of a roam down on this bot side, get some vision down, maybe clear up.
War das Series vom Wochenende, es werden nachgeschaut werden, aber alles verpasst. Also die Games heute also NIP gegen EDG fand ich eine geile Series, auch wenn ich die ersten 2 gepennt habe. Die letzten 3 haben delivered. Weibo gegen Ding, die habe ich nicht hochgeladen, aber die war auch insane. Weibo gegen LGD, war auch eine geile Series, war auch eine richtig geile Series. G2 gegen Casey war cool, aber actually super one-sided. Und dann... Oh, LNG gegen Weibo, LNG gegen W war auch cool. Ja, LNG gegen W war cool.
I mean, they're not really gonna try to make a play onto that, however... Berserker has pushed in this bot wave.
The biggest gold gap in the game is support.
Auf C9 gegen Flaggers war auch gut, ja. C9 gegen Flaggers gestern war auch gut, aber da war ich halb tot. Commentary war komplett halb tot. Ich habe gar nichts gesagt. Aber ihr habt die LCS-Kasse. Ist ja auch noch, ist sogar besser als ich. Ja, sind wir mal ganz ehrlich. Nach 100 Versuchen endlich, also es ist wirklich RNG einfach, oder was? Ob du dritte, also es ist wirklich dieses 1% Luck quasi. dass du diesen Shop in Runde 3 bekommst.
This opportunity crashed the wave into the turret. He's got Crescendum, which it's one of the few situations in League of Legends where the distance to the
Wir hatten eine Menge 5 Game Series, also ist schon geil. Ja, Junge.
closer to the thing so that the chakrams come back to you faster, so makes it easier
Skull.
for LYON to grab some extra damage onto the turret there. Make sure he grabs the first couple of plates. Back topside, Dokla with a steadfast presence as Morgan tries to deploy the counter strike. And it's Morgan with the farm advantage. Couple more available for Dokla to pick up, but still about a one-wave lead for Morgan.
Yeah, he's had push in the lane for most of it.
Ist normal. By the way, also wie gesagt, der Jax hat hier Push in der Lane, aber Poppy ist komplett am Chillen. Hatten wir heute Morgen schon.
On the Poppy. And he'll have the better scaling with the Doran's helm versus the Doran shield.
Like how he did take that minor pit stop for his tier, just making sure that he's got that stacking early, getting it up towards the full charge.
Ist es halt, da geht's an Sky statt Sunfire.
He have around the same amount of stacks as Core JJ does on the Sona, so feeling pretty good about that, considering Sona's a literal piano champ, or is it a harp or something? I don't know. It's a DJ board on the DJ skin.
Geht an sich immer Casual Game auf alle Fights FFen, nicht im Shop kaufen, sondern Rechtsklick auf Rollen, wenn du schnell klickst. Rechtsklick auf Rollen? Warte, was Rollen?
Until the next Drake spawns. There was only a single grub taken so far in this game. LYON did secure that one for themselves, but then left the other two. The first Drake did, of course, go to Team Liquid, as Isles was the only one around to try to stop it, but Core and Jose were able to easily secure that for themselves. We'll see if TL can get this next one just as easily, or if LYON has something to say about it. We've still yet to see Saint make any plays with the Weaver's Wall.
No, we haven't, but the bot lane has been pretty favorable.
An Tag 3 beim Rollen Rechtsklick, dann rollt er bis Lucky. Ah, das, oh, okay, gotcha. Hatte ich denn schon, Tag 3, Lucky Roll?
Start adding up, like before you know it sometimes. In these
hatte ich nicht. Okay.
matchups, one carry can just completely take over, and that's kind of what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean,
Nö, das Game ist relativ chill. Also ich glaube, das Game ist sehr, sehr, sehr TL-favored schon, by the way. Ganz kurz, dieses Game ist super TL-favored schon.
Is kind of a major contributor to the small gold lead that TL do currently have.
Warte, aber, Moment, wir... Ganz kurz, ich muss nicht upgraden, ne? Doch, warte mal, ich muss leveln up, ne? 0% Glück.
To try to do something with this Drake, so that just means that LYON have total control over the area and should be able to grab this objective without much to say from TL.
Nein. Oh.
Isles finds himself in the enemy jungle, takes the blast cone forward to find the Rek'Sai waiting right there, loses half his HP.
Yeah, I don't think he potentially was
expecting
Rek'Sai to be there, but yeah, off of also really nice mid lane push from Saint.
Drake allein ist gut.
Up for Inspired and
super gut.
To kind of if
Machen wir immer noch Sorgen, ich mache mir immer noch sehr Sorgen, was später mit Morgen passiert, wenn der auf die Jinx draufkommt. Wie machen wir's?
But it does stop it and makes the next Drake fight slightly less important because that would have been giving over.
Yeah, it does, and Inspired was able to take that with his Trinity Force being completed first. But if I'm looking at the overall gold in this game, part of it is the fact that Berserker's Call isn't completed yet, but they're making some
Das ist ein sehr guter Catch.
That was
Boah, ich fände sogar, fänden wir es geiler, wenn, wie heißt er, wenn die Sona so das First Blood bekommen hätte?
Bam from Core JJ and Jose Dioto, and they find the first blood pick of the Isles. Team Liquid with a 2000 gold lead, and they want even more. Big Dokes.
Wenn Big Dokes hier stirbt, haben wir ein Riesenproblem. Wenn Big Dokes stirbt, haben wir... Oh, der Sidestep ist sick. Smited weg, okay. Das ist okay.
Inspired takes the credit on that one, ties this game back up 1-1.
LYON with the quick pause after that as well. This could be a little bit of an investigation. I imagine.
Okay, viel Glück für. Okay. So.
Didn't explode.
Oh mein Gott, ich habe getrollt. Ich habe AIDS.
I believe it
Nächster Run.
I'll have to go back and check, but that was something at the end of that fight. The game is moving towards Team Liquid's favor, and we'll see once they describe to the refs what the problem actually is.
Yeah, I'm curious. I want to
we're gonna try and take a look.
We're going back in the game.
Because it was out of range, bro.
Yeah.
So macht man das.
John's the one who paused, so I'm trying to watch him.
Yeah, I believe that the young
so macht man das.
Just missed. He was
I think it just missed. It looked as if it hit his own tippers, but it just ran out of range. So he might be pausing for some other.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have been updated now. It's not about the Aphelios ulti. It is an investigation into a potential bug with the Talia wall.
Oh nein, 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 nein. Nein, 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 bitte nicht. Nein, 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 bitte nicht. Das kann nicht sein. Okay, sofort rein in den Run. Ich kann nicht, ich schwöre, ich kann das nicht tanken. Ich kann das nicht tanken.
Results unclear.
Yep, that's
Pick mein Arsch, ich kann das nicht tanken.
not really sure. Okay, the producers have informed us they're going to bring it up on program so we can all take a look at it together.
Nice.
Okay.
That's good. Because right now it's me just like hogging the
Yeah,
TV.
I'm just leaning. You can't see it, but I'm just leaning over, peering over Jat's shoulder to watch.
So we have
Nein, 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 nein. Es ist derselbe Bug wie bei MCoin. Nein, nein, nein.
Ride the wall.
Es ist immer dasselbe. Es ist immer nein, 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 nein. Es ist immer dasselbe.
All of this seems like normal stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Es ist immer dasselbe. Es ist immer dasselbe. Mach weiter. Gebt kein Remake. Gebt kein Chrono Break. Fickt euch. Fickt euch.
I mean, I know that the Rek'Sai tunnel looks kind of silly there.
Fickt euch. Es gibt kein Chrono Break. Das ist immer dasselbe.
Part of the terrain. But yeah, I'm not
Oh, ich habe das Item nicht rein.
Yeah, I do know the Team Liquid's winning the game currently.
Yeah, up until the point of the pause.
Nein, fickt euch. Wir machen nichts.
Yeah, so before Jose dies, it's 2.3K. Once the shutdown goes down to Trundle, it's 1700.
Es ist in der Bugliste, by the way, dieses Ding. Es ist in der Bugliste.
1000 gold up on Jinx, which I
Wir wissen, dass es passieren kann. Wir machen kein Remake.
No one else is
No refunds.
for LYON.
Well, also, if we go towards topside, I mean, this entire time, Morgan is actually sieging the top tier one as well. So because Dokla did TP down, and that actually initially looked pretty rough for him in terms of TPing into that fight, even though they were able to trade the kill, eventually able to trade the kill back onto Jose. Morgan has just been up on this top side, kind of hammering at this tier one turret. So he's going to get, presumably, when we resume, more gold off of that as well.
Okay, I'm opening up Twitch chat because I just want to see what people are saying.
We might have some...
Question mark, where's the bug? What the helly? Question mark, why are we pausing? XD, bug, Rek'Sai tunnel, Jojo bug.
Was ist das?
Rek'Sai tunnel bug. Bad tunnel, not a bug.
Tunnel, not a bug.
Skill issue, not a bug.
Ja?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I guess that would be it. Jose, it's probably the tunnel that he used into the already placed Talia wall.
Rede.
I don't know where else that tunnel's supposed to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it just supposed to, because it gets pinned, right?
Yeah, it gets pinned by the wall. You can't tunnel into the wall.
Yeah, I don't really know what is supposed to happen there. Hi, chat. I see all you guys saying hello. I see one guy in all caps saying it was indeed a bug.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I want to hear more from that guy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we can trust him. He has 69 in his name. Usually guys that have like meme names are normally typing meme stuff.
I am wondering where the bug would be. Okay, hang on. Hover over the
to the guy who says have Jat do the inspired voice, we're not doing that unless the pause goes for like another 10 minutes.
I was actually ready.
I
was ready.
Is he ready?
All right, you know what? Just for you.
Pass this bug as inspired.
Okay.
Okay.
We're fighting. Saint all thing. Jose? I don't know what this is, man.
Das war ein bisschen zu gut.
Why are we paused? We're already losing.
Das ist so gut.
It gets worse the longer you do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an inspired impression at all. It has been ruled not a bug.
Komisch.
Okay.
All right.
Well, there we go. We were able
Fucking
to
dogs.
provide Jat's inspired impersonation
Jat.
for Twitch chat.
Clap. You know what? Actually, I've realized, this is going to sound so stupid, but I've realized how much...
Aber es ist immer dasselbe, diese scheiß Ulti. Die müssen sofort aufhören. Bug, es ist kein Bug. Es ist kein Bug.
Anyway, like I said,
we're back into the game.
Morgan chewing away through that top side, gonna get some more plates onto him.
And here's
the
silly tunnel.
Offending tunnel, not a bug.
All right, the silly pause has been...
Was war der Bug? Es ist immer dieselbe Scheiße mit der Talia-Ulti, die dann irgendwie cancelt an dieser gleichen Scheißwand. Das war bei MCoy schon so oft. Aber es ist halt kein Bug. Das ist, also es ist ein Bug, glaube ich, aber es ist auf der Liste. Oder es ist intended, ich weiß nicht. Keine Ahnung.
You know, we got the Rek'Sai, the lobster Rek'Sai with weird tunnels. We got inspired impressions.
We're in there. I can't wait for when Lion watches this back in their
they're gonna
VOD
be
review
like,
and they get to
"What
this
the
point and
heck
he's just like,
are
what
they
the hell's going
doing?"
on? All right,
let's regroup. Let's focus.
all right. Let's mentally reset
Walk
back
the expletive
back into the game
in.
now. Okay,
Right
so
expletive now.
the big stories here is Team Liquid ahead 1,500 gold as a team. Morgan with the 500 individual gold.
Also LYON ist schon sehr gefährlich, plus die sind alle relativ low range.
On this Jax, LYON and Core JJ also with a combined 1,000 gold advantage between them, given this bot lane hyper carry head to head.
And now they're trying to move around the map, but I believe the Sona Aphelios is always going to have good mid prio onto this Jinx Bard. So Isles needs to start finding some picks, but the funny thing is he's so squishy, if he just runs into Jose again, he kind of gets one shot.
And hey, reminder, we're back in the Riot Games Arena next week. Tickets are on sale for that one. We had a Game 3 bloodbath. We had a Game 5 tunnel pause. We got all sorts of crazy stuff happening here at the LCS, and we'd love to have you come be a part of it. So if your weekend's free, come on down and hang out. It'll be a good time as we continue further and further into the playoffs. As the Rocket Fishbones clearing out these waves mid lane for LYON, as Team Liquid got to be a little bit careful down here on the bottom side now. Morgan is dealing with a 1v2, now 1v3 potential situation.
Yeah, and I do like this response.
Schön, sind wir für LYON. Wer hat Pause gemacht? Ich
on the top side, so they're just going to try
war Saint, right?
Morgan off of
Vermute, es war Saint.
and end up taking
Oder war es Jose? Nee, es muss Jose Deodo gewesen sein, right?
Saint and Inspired.
Oder? War es Saint? Es muss Jose Deodo gewesen sein, oder?
Be able to crash this wave into top side.
Rein von der Logik her, es muss Jose gewesen sein.
They've been able to open up the map though post pause.
Weil
Almost accelerate the
es muss Jose Deodo gewesen sein von der LYON.
Up these turrets that were already pretty low. And it's gonna be
Ja, in meinem Kopf muss es Jose LYON, aber wahrscheinlich für Jose. Ah, okay. Sie haben LYON, okay, maybe LYON Pause für Jose Deodo. Das könnte sein.
There's not that many tanks on Team Liquid that can really deal with him. So
Ich habe gesagt LYON, aber es muss ja für Jose Deodo gewesen sein, right? Weil der ja effektiv war.
Begin the Jinx reset, and even if Lion's a little bit behind, I think that's going to be their win condition.
I mean, even talking about tanks, Team Liquid doesn't really have a true tank. They've got two.
Ich spiele Halo of Blades Instant Ding Proc am Anfang, aber es ergibt halt nicht so viel Sinn mit Titanic Hydra dann, aber das ist fein.
Have to provide threat. And whichever one Inspired decides to use the Subjugate, use the Chomp on, you're losing a lot of stats on that Bruiser.
Yeah, and if you time it properly on top of the Jax ultimate, you steal even more. So it's going to be not only making Morgan squishy, but it makes Inspired extra tanky.
Weaver's Wall flying into the mid lane here as Saint wants to make sure they don't take excessive damage onto that tier 1, as it is Team Liquid going after Dragon number 3. LYON is around the area.
Wie machen wir es, LYON? Wie viele wollen wir denn geben?
Bard ult in.
Aha.
There's no wall. It was already used to bring Saint closer towards this fight.
Aha. Boah, das ist eine gute Aphelios Ulti.
LYON's gonna go ahead and take the prize there.
Morgan is balanced.
Get locked up here with the counter strike. Morgan takes him low, but can't take him out. So LYON decides to bring everybody down to the party, but everybody's already left by the time they get there. The Dragon is secured by TL.
Yeah, kind of the worst of both worlds there for LYON. They lose the pressure and they don't take the Dragon. That's not a very LYON-esque play. Usually if they're going to lose the Dragon, they're at least trading up elsewhere. But to bring people and then have to back away just gives a lot of pressure over to Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I think it started with the fact that that wall was used to kind of wall off damage from going on to that mid-tier 1, as opposed to saving it to potentially separate the team fight out, going into contest the Drake, which kind of turned it almost into more of a soft than hard contest, despite the fact that they brought everyone. And now we see Talia has to kind of respond to that top side push, and once again, Aphelios and Sona are just kind of hanging out in this mid lane, keeping up some mid prio here.
Nice job by Core JJ, not getting caught at all early on in this game, keeping good wave pressure, and still finding windows to go and get deep wards.
Core JJ has his Echoes of Helia completed. He's got 360 stacks on the tier, so once he has enough money to evolve that into Diadem of Songs, you'll have the super healing battery combo of items that can be super obnoxious to deal with, trying to poke at these guys, hitting them with zaps or Talia rocks before an objective showdown.
Wir gehen langsam in gefährliches Territorium mit der Sona. Richtig gefährliches Territorium, Freunde.
Setup fights in their favor. That's
In Klammern, das ist maybe lost.
In talking about how they don't necessarily have a true front line, but if the Sona is kind of continuously buffing and healing this Jax and this Rek'Sai, they're going to survive for a lot longer.
Still only that 1,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. So LYON has done a good job of not allowing what was, like you checked in after the fight before Jose Dioto got shut down, chat, over a 2,000 gold lead for TL at that one brief point, but has not evolved any far past that. It's LYON actually shrinking things back down, but Morgan is about to make a little bit more progress. You can see he's waiting to hit the turret crust. He wants that turret to kill as many minions as possible, and then as soon as it kills the last one, he knocks it over.
Really good last 2 games so far for Lord Morgan. Has the massive Renekton game.
Massive.
And then here with the blind pick Jax in game 5 into what Dokla decided to counter with, still being extremely effective.
And a lot of that has come from the fact that they have been putting him in side lane.
Ja, LYON ist natürlich viel stärker, gerade Spike-technisch. Viel stärker. Müssen wir nicht drüber diskutieren.
That fight where we were looking at potential tunnel to Leo wall bug. Morgan was just topside taking plates, right? So now he has like 700 gold lead up.
Wie ich sag's, sie zeigen es nicht. Ich kann es dir nicht sagen.
Should be very difficult to deal with in these side lanes.
Ich weiß nicht mal, was sind die Max-Decks von Sona? 150? Was sind die Max-Decks?
You're just waiting for a fight, I can tell.
I mean, I'm more kind of surprised that LYON as the team with the Talia wall, with the Bard ultimate, with all this terrain creation, it just seems like we're never really seeing any attempts from them.
Yeah, it's because they're just losing both side lanes, I think is a big part of it. And Inspired at least is strong for himself, stops the Herald, maybe fight here.
Yeah, I like the use of the tempered
Geiler Catch auf morgen. Oh, tot. 120, 0,5 Base Stage. Okay. Sona bekommt Stacks, wenn sie Spells auf Gegner trifft. Oder Autotext auch. Sind es nur Spells? Ich weiß gar nicht. Und die geben ihr Basic Ability Haste. Und dann, wenn sie Max-Stacks hat, kriegt sie, glaube ich, noch mal was extra, aber das weiß ich nicht. So tief bin ich nicht in der Sona-Materie drin. Muss ich gestehen.
Well, LYON just doesn't have great lockdown either. Yeah. Like, if they don't land a perfect Bard ult into stun combo...
Ja, die kommt von LYON, ist ein bisschen Arsch.
Like, they have slows, maybe Dokla can slam someone into the wall, but it's tricky for them to actually hard engage, which is why this Sona Aphelios can just stay so pushed up in this mid lane. And you saw LYON has sent everyone mid a couple of times, and they haven't been able to get him out of here.
Yeah, you have a Trundle Pillar and a Seismic Shove, and the enemy team has Annie and Sona.
Yeah.
The engage tools feel very different if that Bard ulti isn't around and isn't finding the mark. But it is 35 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Team Liquid still has control over the map with a 2,000 gold lead. And very importantly, LYON's second item is completed and it's Infinity Edge. So the Aphelios is going to be pumping damage in the team fight. Jinx has 2 items as well, but it's Hex Optics and Phantom Dancer, so not as much damage as what you're seeing there for LYON. Does have the BF sword in inventory working towards his own Infinity Edge, of course, but still a ways away.
We got Trundle ult.
Ich muss nicht unter deiner Cam, nein. Da ist ein Black oder so. Steht LCS Playoffs drin.
Looking to have a big fight if they can test this Drake. They're trying to get position in the river.
A little bit of a nervous ghost there from LYON, I think. Saw himself get slowed down by the pillar. Evaded the chompers, popped the ghost just to make sure.
Hanai bei Berserker. Es ist ein Problem.
Aphelios still topped off on HP.
Aphelios macht insane viel Damage.
In diesem Fight. Flash there away from Saint, so getting difficult for Team Liquid to hold the river here. Inspired and Saint looking for picks.
Es muss die Bard-Ulti auf Sona werden, oder nicht?
You see LYON get hit, lose a chunk of health, and then Core JJ presses W, and he just instantly heals right back up to full.
Once he gets the Echo stacked with a few little...
Weil Verbände auch mit TP noch available.
It's that ridiculous, but I kind of feel like Team Liquid's leaving.
Wow, sie geben.
For another day.
All right.
Es ist die Bard-Ulti auf die Sona. Es ist die Bard-Ulti auf die Sona. Super. Gut von Dokes gelöst. Kommt er raus? Er kommt raus, ne? Jetzt hat er sogar noch ab. Elegant. Ja, da ist das größte Problem wahrscheinlich der Initial Flash. Berserker Flash raus. Und Berserker hat Flash für den nächsten Drake wieder. Und wenn das Game so weitergeht, sieht das nicht super schlecht aus für LYON. Muss man auch sagen.
For a little bit there, TL were perfectly comfortable pushing out their side waves, having LYON and Core on the mid wave. That pick onto Core ends up costing TL their Drake setup and the Drake.
And you saw how hard that was. They had to go mid, get LYON's flash, go mid, get Core's.
Ja, das ist ein ordentlicher Akt.
Down, then they're gifted with the dragon. So it's still a very successful sequence for LYON, but you can see how hard they have to work to get the fights that they want.
Okay, Team Liquid, what's the call here now? This game is just so cautious from both sides. That tier 1 turret still standing. but once again becoming encrusted. One big auto attack.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what it is. Crust.
The crust.
Yeah.
Crystal crust.
Yeah, crystal crust. That's some good alliteration right there. Yeah.
Is that the actual name for it? I've just always called it the
overgrowth.
crust. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, crystalline. They wouldn't call it crust actually, like in patch notes.
Crust hört sich auch
But
disgusting
I
an.
like calling it crust because then you can call it.
Wenn ich so nah auf 3 nimmst, wird es sehr schwierig. Ja, aber ich meine, wie gesagt, wie sie bisher damit dealen.
I mean, Yon's about to get the crust buster here.
Nicht schlecht.
Yeah. Dangerous though with this truck.
One high caliber crust buster is all you need, and that turret's gonna fall over.
Und wie sie Terrain abdecken, Channel Pillar into potenzielle WE-Kombo von Talia, super.
Green gun right now, so can't get quite that distance.
Green gun's the crust collector.
Calibrum the crust collector.
Yeah.
Because the Calibrum's the real name, so you get the CCC.
Wow. Okay.
That's kind of what this whole game is about.
We're breaking new ground here.
I know.
Yon has 50 CS up on Berserker because Berserker literally just gets to catch the wave, and then also because they're defending this mid turret so hard, Talia's taking like half of the waves as well. So Berserker's getting pretty starved in this game.
Saint's feeling good though. He's got a 1,500.
Yeah, you guys have extra CS.
You see, when you starve, I get very, very full. That's the Saint and Berserker relationship right now. As they will continue, though, clearing out this mid lane wave. The turret's still staying alive.
They want that. They want the crust.
Just paint the map white. It's Howling Abyss at this point, right? Like we're in the snowy world.
Eventually, Yon will use his ammo.
Annie's top.
Ja, also sie können auch nicht sidelane, weil es ist halt super volatil. Alles auf Mitte herum ist so volatil.
People mid to save this crust.
And now Wave is crashing onto tier 2 bot that Dokka does have to respond to.
Jetzt Rinse and Repeat, right? Er pusht jetzt maximal noch eine Wave auf Bot, aber schaut mal, jetzt ist Jax auf einmal Mitte. Rinse and Repeat.
Turret is important, right? Like once you knock the thing over, you do open up the map significantly. It's far easier to walk into the enemy jungle, try to set down some vision control.
Oh, er hat keinen Minion-Debuff bekommen.
But there's more.
Hat Berser KI fertig? Der war schon seit dem Drake nicht mehr Base, ne? Ist close to AI.
He's gonna get it. This is gonna be it.
Ne, er braucht noch AI-Gold. Er wartet 100% AI-Gold ab.
There it is, the cross. They even try to punish him, and they can't do it. The Tempered Fate plus the Weaver's Wall both get sent, but Yon is fast enough on his feet to sidestep it. So finally, after 27 minutes, the Tier 1 turret falls.
Yeah, but you see kind of Yon being 2k now ahead of his lane opponent, although Berserker is just picking up his Infinity Edge, so he'll feel a lot more comfortable there. And another reminder about Jinx, once she does get 1 kill, she can kind of be an absolute menace to get more in team fights, so all she needs is kind of a turret take or a killer.
Was für eine Bart-Ulti? Well,
however,
wenn sie trifft.
You know,
Wie Flash, wenn sie nicht trifft, sieht aus wie ein Depp.
From all of this mid lane pushing. And in the meantime, I think TL have actually done a pretty good job of forcing out their side waves to make Lion.
AI fertig gegen LDR fertig. Damage-technisch natürlich rein, also Raw Damage, Yon natürlich immer noch Welten ahead. Hat auch 2000 Gold mehr natürlich.
Collecting so much gold and already having Infinity Edge, LDR, and nearing 100% crit. He's going to be shredding through them much more easily. I got to point out, though, not a big fan of his glute greaves. Gluttonous greaves. Yeah. Because they've been changed.
Not a fan of the glutes.
I only call them glute boots now, and it's your fault, Jet. Well, I guess it's Hysteric's fault, but it's also your fault.
Yeah, Hysterics said glutinous, and then I started calling them glute boots. But they're gluttonous greaves.
Glute boots is so Australian, man.
But the biggest thing is, you need to get 10 takedowns.
Ja, aber letztes Game schon dasselbe bei der Alex, ne?
So he's
Nur Stackies.
effectiveness on his glutes.
I mean, even if he was at 100% kill participation, he'd have 1. This is a 3-kill game at 28 minutes.
I'm never not going to call them glute boots. It's bad.
Okay,
people are going to be like, what are you talking about?
Well, maybe now is when he
Hast du Knie fürs LCS? Ja, möchte ich aber nicht benutzen.
Boots going because we've what the did Morgan
Sky is no confident, ich meine, sie spielen halt gegen einen Enchanter, ne?
Maybe.
Yes.
Did Doke? Okay, hold on, never mind. Doku's coming in immediately. They followed up the full.
Wie funktioniert das? Bro, war das Six-Pack-Combo deswegen, oder was?
Finally, after what feels like 10 quiet minutes.
Six-Pack-Combo, oder was?
Squid who gets jumped on.
Yeah, that was huge and kind of a further proof of how dangerous
Was war das für ein TP von morgen?
like Trundle combo can potentially be.
I mean, der TP von ihm ergibt Sinn, richtig? Weil
Doesn't even get I'm looking at it
TP-Schild?
in the
Aber dann da gecatcht zu werden, Katastrophe. Ja, ich weiß, dass es fürs typische Burger ist. Aber da sind alle Synapsen durchgebrannt oder was bei Quid.
To hold the river.
Okay.
Because you can get the TP shield.
Right, yeah.
That's the only logical explanation. But then LYON just has a good trigger pull, and just like that, they're on soul point.
Yeah, and it's a mountain soul too, which is going to be really, really big for one of these hyper carries, right? Because it's just going to make it way more difficult. Here we go.
Okay, so Morgan teleports 3 feet for the shield.
Yep.
Dokla
Fine.
also teleports 3 feet for the shield.
Auch fein.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he
Darf nicht, also.
Yeah, he's gonna stun
Nur Liebe.
right there.
Nur Liebe, aber.
Credit to Dokla.
Yeah.
He learned the meta.
Wow.
That's such a big reaction.
Yeah, that is huge.
I feel like that's the biggest reaction I've ever seen out of Rainover.
I mean,
It was for the Dokla wall stun.
After 3 kills in nearly 30 minutes, and then you see your team just find that big moment to slam.
So, jetzt ist die Frage, bekommt Berserker sein fertiges LDR für den Fight? Für den nächsten Drake. 4 Minuten, ne?
Being on soul point with this mountain soul is huge.
Good movement.
Bardal is once again going to go wide of Core JJ. I think they're just trying to kind of set up vision.
Es ist am Ende nur, welcher AD Carry hittet mehr, oder? Kann man uns, glaube ich, darauf einigen. Wird Line Reverse Fab? Nee. War dich 2-0, Line. Tial als erste gewonnen direkt.
You know, kind of permanent mid-prior. LYON is really just buying as much time as possible, then looking for 1 kill before the Drake, and they have 3 minutes until they can try and play that play again.
There are 8 men in middle, 2 men in the jungle.
Ulti?
Isles
Nicht ab.
just forces Morgan back out. They'll clear the wards away. All right.
We'll clear out wards. We'll push up mid. We do have them pinging the top wave, so they do have to respond to that top side push. Again, I do think TL have done a pretty good job of making sure that their waves are pushing as often as possible in the sides, which does force LYON to respond to them.
You kind of start favoring LYON in this game, though. Weirdly enough. Just
Sagen wir das Spiel jemals, ich meine, es ist ein Game 5, Bro.
Big issue.
Wie wichtig ist Game 5? In fact, also, ja.
Much happened with it, right? Still literally just
Checke.
1 kill. And the criticism for Team Liquid kind of the whole year is about their cohesion.
Verlierer ganz raus, nein. Verlierer ist im Lower Bracket, aber erneut. Winner spielt halt dann direkt ein Best of 5 gegen C9 für MSI. Also ist sehr, sehr wichtig natürlich.
Highest skewed power points for the early game, right? It's a character that can be hyper mobile early. You can make some outplays once you have your ulti, but considering she's really only effective against single targets most of the time, if we're just coming down to a big 5v5 type of game, I feel like it's much easier for Inspired on the Trundle to have a greater effect in the fight.
2,500 gold difference on 80 carries, which you'd think would be game deciding, but they're not like they can get super protected, so it's still one.
Wichtige Frage ist wirklich, kommt das LDR jetzt für Berserker?
LYON does have 100% crit now, though, as Inspired goes forward, finds the pillar onto LYON.
Gutes Movement, Mann.
Immediately fires back with a Moonlight Vigil. Tempered Fate only hit Jose Diodo, so that doesn't really turn into a whole lot of anything. That was both
1,5 Minuten.
global ultimates from the LYON side for not a whole lot out of TL. They get LYON's Ghost, but that's it.
They'll probably be back up before the next Drake, so that's a
Also für LCS All Pro Teams abstimmen? Nein.
in hopes of getting summoner
Wen würde ich nehmen?
hoping to get a flash or two.
Thanatos.
But now with those down, Team Liquid trying to play a little bit faster. Maybe start up this Baron.
Inspired oder Jose Deodo. Beide fein.
The Aphelios absolutely
Oh mein Gott.
and he's got Crescendo. Inspired stepping up though. They want to try to challenge.
Oh mein Gott, Inspired ist 1 HP. Ultet noch, LYON ist tot, nein.
That is absolutely huge.
Nein, wie.
Flashes over the wall, but he cannot find the kill.
Berserker macht nicht genug Damage, hat kein LDR fertig.
As Morgan's gone golden in the middle of everybody, still trying to turn the fight back around. Jose Diodo with a 2-man knock.
Oh mein Gott, und Jose Deodo ist tot. Wie. Flash up bei LYON.
On the run, it's LYON and his
Thanatos.
as Jose
Jose Deodo oder Inspired, beide fein.
traded away for Inspired.
That was insane.
Mit ist schwierig.
I can't. Where did LYON go? 1 second he's there, the next second.
APA ist todes underrated, by the way. Ohne Spaß, APA ist todes underrated.
Off of the anti-stun, but it's LYON who ends up falling. So watching this one more time.
Rachel auf AD Carry, fucking Crackhead. Und dann wahrscheinlich Vulcan.
And then Dokla, yeah.
Berserker
Dokla in with the Poppy. And
Das Portal sah ein bisschen weird aus, ne? Wir müssen jetzt mal darauf achten.
is able to
The
get
Bard
out.
portal to Narnia.
Yeah.
I don't know if he would have. I don't think he wanted to take that. Another Bard stun. I think he could have killed
Warte.
JJ if he doesn't fly so far away. But now, Mountain Soul is up, and it looks
Nee,
like
das Portal war schon drüber.
he's going to be able to get it since Jose's still dead.
Oh, das Portal Soul ist down.
Liquid to contest it when your jungler's back in the base.
Und der LDR ist fertig bei Berserker. Du hast noch Flash bei LYON, du hast keinen Flash bei Berserker. Fight könnte jetzt hier relativ gut sein für Team Liquid. Nash ist auch komplett One-Shot.
And Saint are still on their way up here. Inspired is around the area. The Baron though.
Warte mal, die haben keinen Jungler. Was? Die haben keinen Jungler. Was? Was?
Critically find both the Soul and the Baron back to back, and now it's a seismic shove to quid.
Wow, was ein gigantischer Choke.
Berserker is getting excited, and LYON is forced all the way back out of the fight. Now Morgan's under pressure.
What the fuck?
By another cosmic
GG.
binding. It's a double kill of a Berserker, and he's excited
Penta, oder?
again. LYON knocked
Penta.
up into the air with the point blank keeper's verdict. One
Penta.
more shot from Fishbones.
Nee, Alter, geklaut.
Berserker. Isles means it's no Penta, but Jose's Guardian
Gigantischer Choke.
not do enough. He dies too. Ace for nothing. That's
What the fuck?
that series. That's LYON taking their win.
Berserker pops off and
Insaner Choke, by the way. Das ist nicht normal.
lane for 33 minutes and then wins the game in the next 3.
Holy moly!
What insane.
Und wir bekommen LYON gegen C9.
The Poppy and the Bard to just kind of
Rematch nächste Woche Sonntag, 22 Uhr.
in these fights.
3
Oh, weia.
28 minutes and the game ends 8 minutes later. LYON in a battle that goes all 5
Krank.
games will triumph yet again over Team Liquid and move forward in the winner's bracket.
Inspire's pep talk was right? They just have to win game 5, you know? They go next.
That's all you gotta
They
do.
win, and crucially, they win through
Dobby ist frei.
superior team fighting. We saw this 5
Dobby ist frei. Ja.
kind of trying to spread the